The young boy with the handsome face is none other than our protagonist, Leo Plov. 5,000 years ago he went by another name, Kyle. The one who defeated Erebos. The origin of evil, however, after 5,000 years passed, he suddenly discovered that for some mysterious reason, none of his heroic deeds had been recorded, while his comrades were celebrated to the fullest extent at present. Leo finds himself stuck in one place, listening to some teacher droning on about fairy tales from the dinosaur age. The story begins at Dylan Royal Academy, inside an unnamed classroom, where the teacher passionately delivers his lecture to the students. Everyone, this truly is the age of heroes. It's been 5,000 years since the first heroic chronicles appeared in the world. During that time, the mortal realm underwent numerous transformations, just like how Dylan Royal Academy was chosen as the venue for this year's Lamria entrance exam. Among you, there will certainly be those who pass the exam and earn a place in the heroic chronicles. I believe heroes of the future are here right among us to achieve that. You must. The teacher's enthusiastic lecture is suddenly interrupted by a loud noise that stops him mid-sentence, leaving him visibly irritated. Pay attention in class. He shifts his gaze toward a white-haired student dozing off at his desk. The noise was caused by the boy's face hitting the table out of sheer sleepiness. Leo, if you think you know everything, then let me ask you, what rituals were performed 5,000 years ago to declare someone a hero? Leo. The young boy scratches his head as he rises to his feet, responding, well, basically, if you make a name for yourself, people will naturally respect you. This is Leo Plov, 15 years old, a member of the Plov family on the opposite side, the teacher. Hearing this answer feels his blood pressure steadily rising, but as if accustomed to such responses. He sighs deeply and turns to the rest of the class. Anyone else want to try? In response, a red-haired student sitting near Leo raises his hand and answers, in ancient times, there was no way to gain divine recognition. Heroes were chosen through sacred rituals like the blood ritual. Finishing his response, the teacher showers him with praise. Excellent, truly the greatest magical prodigy of our kingdom, Gulliver Trayton. After pausing briefly, the teacher continued to motivate the class. We have high hopes for this year's Lamria entrance exam. Uninterested in these words, our protagonist Leo, having been jolted awake from being questioned earlier, opened the book in front of him and began to ponder. Back then, meeting the gods was easy. The sacred rituals honored the great heroes who fought against Erebos. The gods bestowed a miracle upon the mortal realm, the heroic chronicles, but why do they treat me like I'm invisible? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he closed the book with a sigh of boredom. Special note, this is Kyle, the great hero reborn, but currently in a state of being forgotten by all. While Leo was still lost in thought, a commotion suddenly erupted as students rushed to the window. Craning their necks to see outside, curiosity got the better of him. They're here. Where? Look over there. It's the crest of the Zeringer family. How incredible! That's Celia Zeringer. The students' excitement echoed like the shouts of fans spotting a celebrity. Outside in the hallway, a young girl flanked by soldiers marched forward with calm determination. Moments later, an announcement rang through the classroom's attention. All students, please gather in the main hall without exception. The Zeringer family is visiting our school. Hearing this, Leo rose from his seat. Trayden. The red-haired boy smirked teasingly. Leo, are you planning to impress the Zeringer family? Do you think they'll notice you? Leo responded with a glance that could only be described as looking at a fool. I'm going home. I have no interest in this nonsense. Unlike you. Without hesitation, he turned and walked straight out the door behind him. Trayden flushed with both embarrassment and irritation. I'm not interested either. I just want to see Celia Zeringer as a rival, he shouted, only to be met with a dismissive wave from Leo. Serious time skipped forward, transitioning to a training ground where Leo gripped a wooden sword. Preparing to practice. Even if I don't neglect physical training, my body is definitely better this time around, he murmured to himself. His musings were interrupted by a voice. What are you so deep in thought about? Before the words had fully settled, a woman appeared before him, her figure cutting through the air as she swung her sword with fierce precision. Her eyes gleamed as though staring down a mortal enemy. Leo had no time for questions. Instinctively, he raised his wooden sword to block her strike. Leo was about to explain a few things when the woman in front of him cut him off. It's been a while since I practiced swordplay. You can't enter Lamria with just mediocre talent. This will be your final test. With those words, she raised her sword and lunged forward. Attacking him again, the weight of her blow made Leo clench his teeth as he struggled to parry. Across from him, the lady noticed his trembling body after just one strike. Should I go a little harder? She teased. She began increasing the force of her swings, her speed also rising a notch, forcing Leo to strain himself to the limit just to keep up. In mere seconds, his breath came in heavy, exhausted gasps. Isn't this a bit too much, Mom? Leo grumbled. His complaints, however, had no effect on his mother. Instead, she even scolded him. If you have time to talk in the middle of a fight, you aren't focused, she replied, deflecting all his moves. What are you mumbling about? With that, she surged forward again, her power slicing through the air with terrifying speed. But as she unleashed the strike, her eyes widened in regret. Oh no, I used too much force. If Leo can't dodge, panic filled her thoughts. Yet, just as disaster seemed inevitable, Leo tilted his head calmly to one side, dodging the attack at the last possible moment. Then, without wasting a second, he flicked his wooden sword to her throat. Are you all right, Mom? He asked softly. His mother froze in place, stunned at her simple yet decisive defeat. She stared at him, wondering how deep his talent truly went. 2 seconds passed in silence before she dusted herself off and sat upright. Leo, you're still planning to attend Lamria, aren't you? Lamria Academy, the Human Hero Academy, one of 4 such institutions across the races that recorded the heroic chronicles. It was the place where one's chances of leaving behind legendary feats were the highest. Leo thought to himself. He nodded firmly yes. Of course. Seeing his resolve, his mother smiled. The Zeringer family is visiting Dylan and staying at our estate. The Zeringer family? At our home? Leo's voice brimmed with curiosity. That's right. While I'm not thrilled about it, I'll ask Viscount Z. Zeringer to teach you the Zeringer aura technique. With it, you'll be strong enough to next year's Lamria entrance exam. She ruffled his hair affectionately, completely unaware that her words merely made Leo chuckle inwardly. Mom, but I'm planning to enter this year, he thought with a smirk. Time passed quickly, transitioning to the front of the Zeringer estate. Just as Leo's mother had mentioned, members of the Zeringer family had arrived from a luxurious black carriage. The girl named Celia gracefully stepped out, still pondering, why am I even here? Why did Uncle choose to stay in a place like this? Why not rent an entire hotel? I just want to focus on the Lamria entrance exam. Why did we have to come to such a small family? Her thoughts echoed in her mind beside her. Her Uncle Z suddenly spoke. Aren't you curious about Leo? The one who claimed to have no interest in the Zeringer family? Celia arrogantly flicked her hair and responded with a sneer. Well, anyone training to be a knight who doesn't know how to use the Zeringer aura isn't worth watching, right? My opinion's a little different. ZS whispered. The two then greeted the hosts of the estate. It's an honor to meet you. Both of them bowed politely. Welcome, ZS Zeringer, the lady responded. She introduced herself as Reina Plav, the wife of the Plav family, and the man standing beside her was Dade Plav, the head of the Plav family. Say hello, Celia, ZS reminded her. Celia calmly placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself. I'm Celia Zeringer. I look forward to your care. It's a pleasure to meet you. Reina smiled, gorely thinking to herself. This girl is just like her father and uncle. However, when Celia took a closer look at Reina, her eyes widened for a moment. Wait a minute, black hair, red eyes? Could she be from the Zeringer family too? She wondered quietly, and as if reading her thoughts, ZS nodded and explained. Reina Plav, she's your aunt. The scene shifted to the guest room, where Reina and ZS were enjoying tea and chatting cheerfully at this moment. ZS was talking about his recent visit to the school where Leo was studying. We stopped by Royal Academy Dylan. It was crowded with all the students gathering, but I heard Leo said he wasn't interested in us and went home. Hearing this, Reina laughed heartily. The mighty Zeringer family reputation seems disappointing. If that bothered him, if it upset you, I apologize on my son's behalf. He's just focused on his training. ZS curious asked. What kind of child is Leo? Reina affirmed Leo possesses a talent that's almost unbelievable. Upon hearing this, Z's expression changed and he asked sternly, "Do you really believe Leo is worthy of inheriting the Zerdinger flame? Not because he's my son, but because I truly believe he's more than worthy." Reina confirmed. Zia smiled. "If you're saying that, then I'm looking forward to it. However, I'll need to personally assess the boy's potential." The scene quickly shifts to Leo, who was sitting cross-legged, appearing to be in deep concentration. As if meditating at that moment, the right wrist of his hand began to flicker with a soft glow. Leo opened his eyes wide and whispered to himself, "Finally, the vessel to hold everything is complete." He continued, "The reason I haven't learned the aura until now is because when a person accepts it, the body naturally adapts to that type of aura, losing the opportunity to accumulate mana and spiritual strength. In my previous life, if I had mastered the powers and their essence more perfectly, if I had handled everything more precisely, I might not have left behind traces of my talents. This time I'll master it completely first." Starting with the aura before he could go further, a voice called out from behind him, "Are you Leo Plav?" Leo turned around in surprise to see none other than Celia standing there. When she noticed he was paying attention to her, she unexpectedly smiled and said, "From what I can see, your foundation is quite solid. I'll teach you swordsmanship, how about it?" Leo, however, wasn't in a rush to agree. He asked back, "Who are you?" Celia proudly introduced herself. "I'm Celia Zeringer, known as the Sword Maiden across the world." Leo raised an eyebrow and replied, "Is that so? Thanks for the offer, but I have no intention of being taught by someone weaker than me." Celia's mouth fell open in disbelief at his response. "You're saying you're stronger than me?" she asked, her face full of disbelief. Leo responded calmly, "Well, in a life or death battle you might be stronger because I don't use the aura. But if it's a pure sword fight, that's a different story." Celia's face grew angry, and she glanced over at the weapons laid to the side. She picked up one of the swords and challenged Leo. "All right then. If you're so confident, let's duel." With a smug smile, Celia thought to herself, "So you think you're stronger just because you have the aura? I'll show you the reality check." She then set the terms, "If I win, you'll be my servant for the week while you stay here." Leo raised an eyebrow and asked, "What if I win?" Celia, without hesitation, declared, "If I lose, I'll be your servant." With that, the challenge was set. Leo quickly grabbed a wooden sword from the ground and said, "Let's start then." Leo, with a swift motion, charged forward, swinging his sword in a fierce, wind-cutting arc. However, Celia reacted just as quickly, raising her own sword to block the attack. The moment their blades collided, she felt a shift in the air and in her mind. She thought, his speed isn't bad, but it's not enough. Without hesitation, she moved forward to continue her assault, but Leo mirrored her actions, attacking with a speed that caught her off guard. As their blades collided once again, Celia felt the force of Leo's strike, and it was as if she had been hit by a charging carriage. "What kind of strength is this?" she thought, as quickly jumped back to dissipate the impact. Her decision proved to be wise as Leo's sword struck the ground, shattering the floor into countless fragments. Seeing Celia retreat, Leo pushed forward with relentless momentum, not allowing her the chance to counterattack. Before Celia could even react, Leo's sword was already coming toward her again. However, this time Celia activated her aura, summoning a barrier of energy to block the blow. "This is supposed to be a pure sword fight," Leo coldly remarked. I was just reacting instinctively." Celia weakly replied, "Doesn't matter, I'll still win," Leo said nonchalantly, leaving Celia shocked by his calm confidence. "The difference between having and not having the aura is like the difference between heaven and earth," she screamed inside her head. Leo, unfazed, simply asked, "Do you want to try that feeling?" He then removed a bracelet from his wrist and threw it to the ground. Seeing the magical bracelet, Celia immediately recognized it as a Gyatron bracelet. "This is insane," she thought, stunned by the sight. Without further explanation, Leo smiled lightly and charged at the energy barrier Celia had created, striking it with his wooden sword. The force of his strike was so great that the barrier shattered into pieces, leaving Celia in utter disbelief. "What is this? So brutal. This crazy guy," she mentally screamed. Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to Reina, who was strolling around with her younger brother. Suddenly she spotted Leo up ahead. She called out to him, "Leo, come over here and say hello. They're guests of our family." Leo calmly observed Ziz before lowering his head slightly and introducing himself. "I am Leo Plav." Ziz extended his hand and replied warmly. "I am Ziz Zerdinger, your uncle. As you might already know, it's a pleasure to meet you." He shook Leo's hand firmly while Reina, standing nearby, asked, "By the way, have you met Celia?" Leo, at the mention of Celia, Leo's expression faltered for a moment as he glanced over at her lying unconscious on a stretcher as knights carried her outside Mississippi. "What happened?" "Things escalated so quickly," one of the knights said in confusion. Seeing his niece in such a state, Ziz hurried over. Demanding an explanation, the knight quickly provided the details, and Ziz, upon hearing the story, was astounded. He beat Celia without using his aura? "Defeating Celia, that's impressive," he remarked, impressed by Leo's strength. However, Leo did not take pride in his victory. He knew Celia had underestimated him. Ziz then asked, "What was the agreement between you two?" Leo responded, "The loser must serve the winner as a servant for a week, so Celia Zerdinger will be my servant for the week." Ziz, who had been smiling moments before, now looked dark at the mention of his niece being reduced to a servant. "Promises are important, but Celia is a member of the Zerdinger family. You cannot make her serve as a servant. I want you to revoke this agreement. Instead, I'll offer you another reward." Such as before Ziz could finish, Leo interrupted. "I refuse. This is a promise between Celia and me. As long as she bears the Zerdinger name, she must uphold her end of the deal." Ziz, trying to persuade Leo, suggested, "What if I teach you the Zerdinger family's aura technique?" However, Leo, knowing that he already had a vast array of superior techniques from his previous life, simply chuckled. "An aura technique to cover up your niece's failure doesn't seem worth my time," he said with a smirk. Ziz, growing more irritated from being continuously rejected, glared at Leo. "Leo Plav, are you declaring that you'll have a direct member of the Zerdinger family as your servant and that our aura technique is worthless?" "Yes, that's right," Leo replied confidently. Not the slightest bit intimidated, Ziz's expression shifted from frustration to amusement. "Don't you think your statement was a bit hasty?" Leo, remaining calm, explained, "I have no intention of insulting the Zerdinger family. But if you were to offer me the aura technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I would accept it. However, the fact that you offer it as a way to cover up Celia's loss suggests you believe she would not have lost if she had been at her best. But even if she fought seriously, I would still have won." Leo said, his voice filled with unwavering confidence. Ziz's interest in Leo grew as he saw the determination in his eyes. "Rejecting the reward because you don't like my attitude. Truly interesting. If the Zerdinger family had a child like this." Ziz, after thinking for a moment, waved his hand to signal the knights to take Celia to the servants' quarters, so she could fulfill her promise. Turning to Leo, he said, "Leo, just call me uncle." "Yes, uncle." Leo responded, nodding respectfully, happy to comply with the request. Once Leo left, Ziz no longer saw the need to test Leo's potential sister. "You asked me to teach Leo the Zerdinger family's aura technique, right? I think I will convince my elder brother to let Leo learn the phoenix breath." The scene shifted to the following morning in Leo's bedroom. Celia stood dressed in a maid's outfit, her face flushed red with embarrassment, gritting her teeth. She reluctantly declared, "For 1 week, I will serve as the servant of young Master Leo. I am Celia." Her words echoed the weight of the promise she had to honor. Though it was clear she wasn't happy with the situation in the room, Leo was deeply focused on reading his book. When he heard a call, he glanced at the girl, evaluated her, and nodded, saying, "It suits you very well. The simple maid outfit combined with your elegant style, this combination is truly..." His tone had a slight insinuation, causing Celia to become so furious that her whole body trembled. "I know I'm beautiful, but saying it like that is just ridiculous." No, I didn't mean to offend you," Leo replied. "I have a friend, someone who always praises beauty excessively. I might have unconsciously been influenced by them," Leo said, then sighed as he recalled the words of a close friend from his past life, "When peace comes to the world, I will dedicate my life to spreading beauty to everyone." That was what this teammate of his always said ahead of him. Celia heard this and calmed down a little. "A friend who truly loves beauty must be wonderful. The issue was that they were so sincere," Leo murmured to himself in his heart, remembering a past event when his teammate, who adored beauty, suggested to two girls in their team to pose as models for a painting. Though risen at stern and with a more graceful demeanor than anyone and Luna for the sake of art, had both reacted by saying, "Could you pose nude for me? I've even brought my sketchbook," causing an ensuing beating from the two girls in the team. Back to Celia, seeing Leo clutching his book so tightly, she was a bit curious. "Is that book some kind of special training manual?" she asked. "What book?" Leo looked down at the book in his hands and casually said, "Oh, this one? I read it a lot when I was younger. It's The Origin of Heroes." Upon hearing this, Celia was taken aback because she recognized it as a fairy tale. Yet Leo was already 15 years old. She then started walking forward, looking at the books on the shelf, and remarked, "It seems you really like The Origin of Heroes. Even scholars studying great heroes can't compare to you." She was impressed by the number of books Leo had collected. However, Leo simply said, "I just happened to collect them." In response, Celia reached out and grabbed the book, muttering, "But there are a lot of books about Kylon here to this." Leo's face showed a hint of nostalgia as he replied, "Among the feats of great heroes, those with unclear accomplishments, I think they might belong to him." Contrary to his thoughts, Celia shook her head, denying it. He must be a fraud, trying to steal the achievements of real heroes. That was the common belief, and of course I think the same. Saying that, she placed the book back on the chair. "So you think that about me?" Leo whispered softly. "What?" Celia asked, not catching his quiet words. However, Leo wasn't foolish enough to repeat himself, and instead he shifted the topic. "Well then, let's start training after breakfast." Turning to Celia after hearing Leo's words, a gleam appeared in her eyes as she cautiously asked, "Young master, if possible, could I train with you?" As she spoke, she secretly chuckled to herself. "I want to uncover the secret of your strength." In response to her question, Leo agreed without hesitation, as he had no secrets about his own power. "It will be tough to keep up," he said with a hint of disdain, which made Celia shout in anger. "I am Celia Zeringer." However, after starting the training with Leo, Celia soon realized just how overwhelming it was. Not long into it, she was drenched in sweat, sitting and breathing heavily from exhaustion. Seeing her in this state, Leo calmly commented, "When your stamina reaches its limit, your reflexes slow down and your movements become sloppy. You'll end up exposing your back like this." Turning towards Celia, she glared at him with suspicion. "You're calling this training? Pushing your body to this extreme?" "Yes," Leo replied. "You kids seem too weak." He shook his head in disapproval. For Leo, after 50 years of development compared to the past, his martial skills had improved. But physical training was often neglected. The aura was the optimized power of the body, and improving physical strength ultimately enhanced the aura. However, people didn't value physical training enough. After taking a brief rest, Celia struggled to get back on her feet to attack again, muttering, "Don't underestimate me, you damn white-haired bastard." With that, she charged at Leo. However, with her slow movements, Leo simply swung his sword once, easily sending Celia flying far away. By this point, Celia was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, Why can't I win?" Seeing this, Leo calmly walked toward her and responded, "It's frustrating, isn't it? Here, take this." As he spoke, he handed Celia a heavy bracelet. The moment she touched it, her hands were immediately pressed down by the weight, causing them to sink toward the ground. "This is a gravity-enchanted bracelet from tomorrow on. Wear it while training," Leo said with a sly smile, enjoying seeing someone else suffer alongside him. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to an open field where the two young people continued their training. Meanwhile, Uncle Zez watched them silently from behind. He believed that this would be a good experience for Celia before she entered Lamria. Testing her pride first wouldn't be a bad thing. With that thought in mind, he called out to Leo, "Leo, I plan to ask the head of the family to have you inherit the Phoenix Breath technique." On the opposite side, hearing Z's words, Leo was taken aback. He had heard of the Phoenix Breath technique before. It was the origin of all aura techniques within the Zeringer family. "I heard that only those recognized by the family can inherit it," Leo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Celia immediately turned around to refute, saying, "Father won't agree so easily." In response, Zez nodded and explained, "Correct, that's why there will be a condition attached. You must pass this year's Lamria entrance exam." Upon hearing the condition, Celia became worried and fearful for Leo. What? The Lamria entrance exam is a real combat test, you know. Someone like Leo, who doesn't even know how to use aura, will be at great risk if he participates. As for Leo, upon hearing the condition, he was not scared. Instead, he felt an indescribable excitement bubbling inside him. Real combat? Right. I guess I don't have much of a choice, he thought. Ziz noticed Leo's quiet contemplation and asked, what do you think about that? Leo? Leo gave him a confident nod and replied, my parents said they would respect my decision. So I'll participate. Ziz wasn't surprised by Leo's answer. As expected, the boy had already decided to join the entrance exam this year. With this added motivation, Leo dove back into his training. We've rested long enough, let's continue, he said, returning to his running exercises. Who says I can't keep up? Celia yelled out loud. Time quickly passed. And a week later, the scene shifted to Dylan Academy. It was the day of the Lamria entrance exam, and the place was already crowded with people eager to take the test. As expected, Celia's appearance immediately caught the attention of those around her. Isn't that Celia Zeringer? How amazing to see the Sword Maiden in person. Who's that beside her? Curious whispers filled the air. Meanwhile, Celia glanced at Leo and asked, are you nervous, young master? No, Leo replied calmly, then teasingly added, but shouldn't you correct the way you speak? The sudden remark startled Celia. Just then a voice called out from behind them. Miss Celia. Both of them turned toward the sound and saw none other than their red-haired friend, Traden, standing there. Upon seeing Leo next to Celia, Traden was also taken aback. Leo Plav? What are you doing here? And you don't even know how to use aura? Traden asked. Then quickly turned to Celia and greeted her. Miss Celia, it's great to see you. How have you been? On the opposite side, both Leo and Celia looked at Traden with expressions as if they were staring at a fool, making Traden feel awkward and unsure of what to say next. Eventually, he introduced himself. I am Gulliver Traden. I greeted you when you visited the school last time. I'm the greatest magical genius of Dlan. Turning to Celia before the red-haired youth could finish his sentence, she interrupted him, saying, sorry, but I don't remember you at all. Well, goodbye. As she grabbed Leo's hand and began to walk away. However, just at that moment, another voice rang out loudly. Celia, long time no see. The voice was so loud that it drew the attention of everyone in the hall. The owners of this voice were a young brother and sister, both of whom had striking silver hair. The older brother, named Abad Llewellyn, was 16 years old, and his younger sister, Chelsea Llewellyn, was 14. Both of them hailed from the Llewellyn family. Who are they? Leo asked curiously. Seeing Celia's reaction, she unconsciously clenched her hand and explained. They are the Llewellyn siblings from the noble hero family of the Gold Empire. They are members of the Llewellyn family, and they're also participating in this exam. So we can't lose. Leo, the Zeringer family losing to the Llewellyn family is unacceptable. Leo responded innocently, but I'm from the Plow family. Celia's eyes sharpened as she continued. That doesn't change the fact that we must win. Soon the Llewellyn siblings moved toward Celia and greeted her again. It's been a while, Celia. Abad said in response. Celia nodded yes. It's been a while. Abad Llewellyn, who is this beside you? Abad looked at Leo and asked, who is this with you? Celia replied, raising her voice slightly. He is a member of the Marquis family from the kingdom of Delrod. Leo Plow from the Plow family. Upon hearing this, Chelsea, the younger sister, immediately lost interest in Leo. Just an ordinary person, she said coldly, while Abad showed a similar attitude after exchanging greetings. The siblings quickly walked off, with Chelsea responding to her brother's command. Celia, the top spot will definitely be mine. Let's go, Chelsea. Yes, brother, Chelsea answered. Seeing their arrogant behavior, Celia became irritated and muttered, those troublesome people. They'll definitely beat them. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud voice echoed, catching everyone's attention. Looking up at the platform, a young teacher appeared, and it seemed like everyone was gathered. I am Albi, the teacher introduced himself. I'm Albi Jaren, a professor at Lamria Academy. Upon hearing this name, Celia's face immediately changed and she muttered in surprise. Could it be that Albi, the sorcerer of the evil eye? Looking at her surprised expression, Leo, curious, asked, "Who is that?" Celia was even more surprised that Leo didn't know about the professor. "You really don't know? He's a hero recorded in the heroic chronicles," she said with admiration, causing Leo to take the person more seriously. "A hero of this age, the mana from his left, I must be the evil eye," Leo thought to himself as he observed Albi, noticing the continuous flow of energy from his left eye. Albi, sensing the attention, then began explaining the test. The tests will include fighting others and defeating monsters. Each person will participate in these two parts. One find this method rather troublesome, he said, casually setting fire to the papers in his hand, reducing them to ashes. Albi, with a calm demeanor, pulled a book from his coat pocket and began using his own magic. Opening the heroic chronicles to the chapter titled "The Beginning, the Monster Forest." As he did, a massive magic circle appeared beneath everyone's feet, emitting a powerful energy. Albi then addressed the group from above, his voice cold and commanding. "I will not tolerate any delay. I'll combine everything and proceed in one go." Leo, watching all of this unfold, was reminded of what he had learned about the heroic chronicles. It wasn't just a simple record. Its true value lay in preserving the challenges faced by past heroes and recreating the worlds those heroes lived in. Furthermore, if one could conquer a hero's world, they could inherit the power of the heroes who had come before. This system was essentially a method for training new heroes. Back in the present, the scene shifted and the students found themselves in a dark, eerie forest. Albi's voice echoed from the sky, announcing, "This is the Monster Forest. The test is about survival. You may cooperate or eliminate each other. Do whatever you must to survive. If you wish to quit or break the orb you're holding to return, that's your only way out." After his words, Albi's voice faded away, leaving the group in confusion as the group tried to process their situation. Leo recognized the place. This place is just like it was before, he thought, sensing something familiar in the forest before the Beast Queen Silatona ruined it. This was once the forest of the elves. Around them, a few of the weaker students began to panic. "I want to go home," one student cried out. "It's just an illusion. Stop being so weak," another muttered. However, Leo, with his sharp focus, had a different perspective. "They're wrong," he thought. "Even though this world is a recreation from Albi's memories, everything that happens here is real. If we're in danger, we will die for real." Just as he was thinking this, a green glowing arrow shot out of the forest, heading straight for Leo. Thanks to his heightened alertness, he was able to dodge it in time. The archer, however, wasn't a stranger. It was Chelsea. Seeing Leo avoid her arrow, Chelsea stepped forward, her voice dripping with confidence. "We've met before, right? It'll be fun to take down someone from the Zeringer family." Leo, realizing that she was targeting him, quickly reminded her, "I'm from the Plow family." "But you were with Celia earlier," Chelsea retorted loudly. Without wasting any time, she cast her wind magic, summoning an energy scythe in her hand, ready to attack again with his experience. Leo was slightly surprised by Chelsea's skill. That's a spell that didn't exist in the past. But essentially it hasn't changed, he thought to himself as he gripped his sword, ready for any situation. Chelsea, seeing that Leo remained calm even with her standing in front of him, seemed slightly frustrated. With a sigh, she remarked, "Humph, you're still so calm even though I'm right here," and then spun her energy scythe before throwing it forward like a saw blade. However, Leo easily deflected the attack with a simple swing of his sword, sending the scythe flying backward. Seeing him handle it so effortlessly, Chelsea's expression changed slightly. "He's not bad, but I can't sense any aura being used. Is that a difficult to detect field attribute?" she wondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Leo, not missing a beat, suggested, "That attack was too simple. Why don't we cooperate instead? This test tends to reward the survivors the most. As a mage, wouldn't it be useful to have a swordsman by your side?" He smiled, trying to persuade her. Unfortunately for him, his words fell on deaf ears. "Too bad I'm a combat mage," Chelsea replied, sounding a bit irritated. "And did you just call my attack simple?" she added. Whether Leo could sense her irritation was unclear, but he nonchalantly responded, "Did you hear me? With wind magic, that attack is too basic. As for its power, well, that's another story." Chelsea rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Are you lecturing me on magic? A direct descendant of the Llewellyn family, She scoffed, visibly annoyed. Then let's see how you handle a simple attack, she declared, raising her staff and launching several wind blades and arrows directly at Leo. But as soon as she launched the attack, she realized that Leo had vanished from his position. Where did he go? I can't sense any mana at all. Why, she thought, feeling confused and disoriented before she could figure it out. Leo suddenly reappeared right in front of her and delivered a punch to her stomach, knocking her down to her knees. So, should I politely ask you to cooperate now, he said, before binding her to a nearby tree. With a mischievous grin on his face, he began to light a fire, showing a very different side to his usual calm demeanor. Time passed quickly until evening fell, at which point Chelsea began to awaken from her daze, finding herself tied to a wooden pole. Beneath her a roaring fire crackled fiercely. The scene resembled a ritualistic sacrifice. What is this? Chelsea exclaimed in panic. Seeing her awake, Leo continued with his offer. Are you willing to cooperate with me? In response, Chelsea clenched her teeth in defiance, her expression filled with anger. Never, I need no one but my brother. Wind blade, she shouted, attempting to unleash her magic to sever the ropes binding her. However, a red miniature magic circle appeared on her wrist, sealing her powers and preventing her magic from activating. This is a magic sealing array, Leo whispered calmly, but since it requires significant mana, I can't maintain it for long. Hearing this, Chelsea scoffed, declaring that she could easily break such a spell, yet Leo sneered coldly. You think he'll let you concentrate? As he spoke, flames crept closer to Chelsea, scorching part of her dress. Wait, stop. It's too hot, she screamed. Still Leo persisted, demanding her cooperation with no other choice. Chelsea finally relented. All right, he'll do it, she cried. Even then, Leo wasn't foolish enough to release her immediately. Instead, he made her swear on her family's honor. Fine, I swear. I swear on the honor of the Llewellyn family that he'll cooperate. Now stop. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke, watching her surrender. Leo grinned inwardly. That was too easy. She really is still a child, he mused before yanking the rope in his hand, causing Chelsea to fall. He caught her gently, his voice soft and warm as he said, I look forward to working with you, Mage of House Llewellyn. The scene then shifted outside. While the students battled within the trial, the instructors observed their progress via a screen to score and evaluate them. Professor Albee grew increasingly irritated the more he watched. Fools choosing to compete rather than collaborate. How stupid, he sighed before adding. Only 2 students grasped the true essence of this test, Celia Zeringer and Abad Llewellyn. The Empire's future looks promising indeed. The young professor gave a rare nod of approval as he watched the 2 work together to defeat a monster. Albee shifted his gaze to another screen and noticed Leo and Chelsea working together to fight a massive troll. Wait a second. Isn't that Leo Plav? What he did at the campfire earlier was strange, but convincing Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate is already a major accomplishment. He doesn't have Celia or Abad's power or brilliance, but he's an unpredictable wild card. The young professor murmured with growing interest as he continued to observe Leo's progress. Back at the battlefront, though Chelsea had been coerced into cooperating with Leo, she couldn't help but admire his skills. Having a knight by your side is quite handy. Let me ask you something. What kind of aura are you using? I haven't sensed any mana from you this whole time, she asked, her curiosity piqued. Leo didn't bother hiding the truth. I don't know how to use aura, he admitted bluntly. Chelsea stared at him in disbelief. What? How can you fight without an aura? The essence of things is what truly matters, Leo responded calmly. The same applies to wind magic. What do you think is its true essence? Instead of replying immediately, Chelsea cast a series of wind spells. Sharp blades of air materialized behind her, slicing a lurking monster that had been poised to ambush them. She smirked triumphantly. Talking about magic in front of a Llewellyn, how absurd. Leo, she scoffed. Leo showed no signs of irritation. Instead, he maintained his composed demeanor. I admire your strength, but your technique is all wrong, he remarked as he strode forward confidently. His calm, teacher-like stance made Chelsea grumble. You're unbelievable. Before she could continue her complaint, Leo suddenly stopped and signaled her to halt. Wait, stop, he whispered. Chelsea quickly realized the reason for his warning. Before them lay several desiccated corpses, dried up and withered as if mummified by time. Mummies, she muttered, frowning as she examined them. Leo's eyes narrowed. "Eve seen this before," he murmured. His expression grew more serious. "Now I understand the key to passing this test," he thought to himself, his mind racing with realization. At that moment Leo suddenly felt a hostile presence targeting him. With no time to think, he decisively lunged forward. Grabbing Chelsea and pulling her aside, his quick action saved them both from an unseen attack. Moments later several figures emerged from the distance. "Too bad. I wanted to take out Chelsea Llewellyn first." A voice sneered. The speaker was Traden, a red-haired student who had allied with a group of other students to eliminate strong contenders. "Once Chelsea is eliminated, the guy next to her is nothing special. All right, let's take them down together," Traden shouted, rallying his group to attack like a pack of rabid dogs. They charged in, but engaging Leo in close combat was a mistake. None of them could match his raw strength. In a swift, brutal move, Leo delivered a powerful punch that sent the first attacker sprawling on the ground like a lifeless doll. Seeing their comrade fall so easily, the others hesitated, fear creeping into their eyes. "Support me, Chelsea," Leo called out. Why yes. Okay," she stammered, still shaken by the earlier danger. Meanwhile Traden's group regained their composure. "What are you doing? Attack!" they screamed, throwing themselves at Leo again. What they didn't realize was that Traden himself had already fled, slipping away while his allies kept fighting. "I can't lose here," he muttered to himself as he sprinted. "I'll find another way." Elsewhere Celia noticed Traden's figure darting away and chose a different path, eventually arriving where Leo and Chelsea stood. Scattered around them lay the unconscious bodies of Traden's group, defeated and motionless. "Brother!" Chelsea cried joyfully when she spotted Abad Llewellyn approaching. She rushed to him, throwing her arms around him in a relieved embrace. Abad gently patted her back. "Chelsea, are you all right?" Standing beside him, the swordswoman Celia smirked and asked curiously, "How did you two end up together?" Leo shrugged nonchalantly. "I proposed a partnership. That stubborn girl wouldn't cooperate, so I had to convince her." His mischievous grin spoke volumes. Celia narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "What are you planning this time, Leo?" Without answering directly, Leo surprised everyone by helping the fallen students back to their feet one by one. Chelsea watched, puzzled. "Why are you helping them up?" she asked incredulously. In response to Chelsea's question, Leo calmly explained, "Competition is no longer necessary. Now we'll conquer this world together. The monster forest is behaving abnormally. Do you see those corpses? It's as if all the moisture was drained from their bodies, and that's not the only strange thing. Have you noticed how few monsters are around?" Leo's casual observation made Celia pause, her eyes widening as realization struck. "Now that you mention it, it's like something's been devouring them. There must be a high-level monster lurking, scaring the others into hiding." Llewellyn, the white-haired mage, nodded thoughtfully. "I see. The first great triumph of the hero Ilb was slaying a high-level monster," he mused just as he finished speaking. A wave of deadly intent crashed over them, suffocating and oppressive. Sweat beaded on their faces as fear gripped their hearts. "So it's here," Leo murmured, his eyes narrowing. Meanwhile Traden was deeper in the forest. Using a light spell to guide his way, his mind was fixed on a singular goal. "One way or another, I'll eliminate you, Leo," he growled, determination blazing in his voice. Suddenly a dark figure blocked his path. Narrowing his eyes, Traden brought his staff closer to inspect the obstacle, only to stumble backward in horror when he realized it was a corpse. "What the?" he gasped, his heart pounding in his chest. Before he could react further, something wet and slimy dripped onto his staff from above. Curiosity got the better of him as he tilted his head up. It was a mistake. Above him a monstrous spider loomed, its many eyes gleaming with hunger as it gazed down upon him, poised to strike. Outside the grand hall, a group of students, having ended the trial prematurely due to its dangers, gathered together and exchanged boastful tales. "I took down about 15 or 16 monsters," a brown-haired boy exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Same here," another student nodded proudly. Nearby Professor Albee watched them with a face full of disappointment. 500, that's how many monsters have been defeated so far, every single one of you failed, he muttered. Hearing this, a fellow professor gasped and rushed to speak, but Professor Albee. Regardless of their performance, you still need to select about 100 students like the other regents do. Only 50 are left in the trial. Unmoved, Albee shook his head, his handsome features remaining firm. If they do not meet my standards, I'll fail them all. Headmaster Kalyan entrusted me with this trial because of my judgment. He turned back to the monitoring screen where Leo's actions were displayed. His expression shifted into curiosity. True heroes are only forged in adversity. Leo Plav, you've already sensed the anomaly in the forest. But will you survive this world? Back in the forest, Leo's group pressed onward through the darkness. Damn it, I can't see a thing. A long-haired student grumbled. Celia, leading the way, suddenly stopped and signaled. Wait, there's something ahead. Prepare to fight. She concentrated mana into her sword, the blade emitting a soft crimson glow. In the dim light, they saw a figure resembling Celia, restrained by some unknown force. What is that? Someone gasped. The one behind it is the real monster, Abad shouted, raising his hand to cast a spell. But before his magic took form, Leo stepped forward, stretching out his arm. Gulliver, snap out of it, break the crystal now. Leo commanded. Traden, clutching a translucent crystal, gritted his teeth and crushed it. Instantly his body turned into a burst of light. Vanishing from the world, the monstrous spider screeched in fury as its prey slipped away at the last moment. With Traden gone, Abad unleashed his magic freely. Wind fangs, he roared. Countless sharp blades of wind surged forward, slicing into the giant spider. Blood gushed from its monstrous body, soaking the ground. However, despite the profuse bleeding, its wounds were healing visibly fast. Witnessing this incredible regeneration, the expressions on everyone's faces turned grim. Is this still not enough? One of them muttered in frustration. Just as I thought, this is the spider princess Tarantulia. Leo sighed inwardly, his heart sinking as he recognized the true nature of the monstrous creature. Meanwhile, a student wielding a large axe gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward with a roar. Damn it. Take this, he yelled, putting all his strength into the attack. Yet before his weapon could even touch the massive spider, one of its powerful legs swung mercilessly, sending him flying far into the distance like a ragdoll. As for Celia, the swordswoman, she had no time to worry about the fallen student. Stealing her resolve, she gritted her teeth and declared, I'll finish it in one blow. Solar strike. The moment the words left her mouth, a torrent of powerful energy surged into the tip of her sword, gathering every ounce of mana. She released a beam of blinding red light like a blazing laser cannon. It shot straight forward and pierced through the spider's head. But even as the attack landed with pinpoint precision, the sheer vitality of the spider was beyond belief. Despite having a gaping hole blasted through its forehead, the wound closed in mere seconds. As if nothing had happened, the impossible sight made her face go pale with shock. No way. Celia whispered in disbelief, seeing her most powerful strike fail. Abad the mage stepped forward confidently. The difference between a mage and a knight is like night and day. Watch this, he said with a smirk, calling forth a destructive wind spell. He unleashed gale blades, conjuring razor-sharp currents that spiraled with terrifying force toward the spider's massive body. Yet even this devastating magic was far from enough. The only effect was enraging the creature further. From the beginning, Abad had inflicted the most pain on it, making himself the prime target of its growing fury. Realizing this, Chelsea, his younger sister, quickly cast her own magic from behind, desperately attempting to protect her brother. Her timely intervention saved him from a deadly blow, leaving him with only a minor injury on his arm. Are you all right? Chelsea asked. Thanks, Chelsea, Abad replied. Meanwhile, the student wielding the axe, seeing that even Celia and Abad couldn't do anything to the monstrous creature, wore an expression of despair. What is this monster? He exclaimed in fear, using his knowledge. Leo stepped forward to explain to the group. This is an unusual regenerative ability. It's the daughter of Salatna, the queen of Tardus, a monster in the Erebos army that destroyed the fairy forest. Upon hearing this, everyone around turned to look at Leo with a mix of disbelief and confusion, as if they were looking at an alien. Meanwhile, the protagonist Leo was lost in his thoughts, recalling past memories. The mana in Albi's left eye is indeed the mana of the Fairy King. Tarantula, who rules the cursed wild forest, destroyed the fairy forest and even ate the Fairy King's arm in battle. I thought Luna had destroyed Tarantulia, but it seems the Fairy King's right arm in its stomach saved its life more accurately. The endless life energy from that hand. The ring of life turning back to the group. Leo noticed their renewed fighting spirit. If this monster is the key to the test, then I'll defeat it, Abad shouted. Who says that? Celia retorted then. Both of them relentlessly using their abilities attacking the giant spider. However, seeing their actions, Leo knew this was futile. It will keep regenerating until your mana runs out, Leo coldly reminded them. What do you suggest, then? Celia asked. And Leo replied that they needed to cooperate. Upon hearing Leo's suggestion, Abad bluntly refused. I refuse. I will be the one to get the highest score. No one else, not if I can help it, Celia shouted in response. Leo, seeing that these two idiots kept arguing instead of assessing the situation, raised his voice. If we don't clear this hero world, we'll all be disqualified. Hearing this, both of them quickly realized the severity of the situation and immediately stopped their bickering. Then Abad shared his thoughts. Even if we cooperate, it'll still take a lot of time to prepare an attack strong enough to defeat it instantly, but only Celia and I can hold the monster long enough. Upon hearing this, Celia fell silent while the group was unsure of what to do next. Leo confidently stepped forward and took responsibility. I'll do it, he said with a face full of confidence. However, Celia didn't believe in this plan at all. What? Isn't that equivalent to suicide? She exclaimed. You don't even know how to use an aura field. I know, but I can still hold it off for 5 minutes, Leo said calmly as if it weren't a big deal. From behind the wizard, Abad anxiously asked, what if the attack fails? After hearing this, Leo confidently replied, I don't think that'll happen. Because fire and wind are always good allies. They work very well together. His words made Celia and Abad look at each other, seemingly having their own thoughts about it. Then, while they were still thinking, Leo dashed forward to attack the spider. He gripped his axe tightly and swung it directly at its mouth, causing the spider to let out a pained screech. Back to Leo, seeing the monster's rapid recovery without much time passing, he thought to himself, just as I thought, this is the limit. What if I don't use the aura field? With that thought, to find a more effective way to stall, Leo called out to the wizard Chelsea behind him, Chelsea, use wind magic to blow all the weapons around me toward me. As he spoke, he quickly jumped to the side to avoid a giant spider leg that was about to strike him. Hearing his request, Chelsea, flustered, quickly reminded him, if you move that fast, you'll get hurt. Without time to explain, Leo firmly replied, I'll catch them, so don't worry. Just hurry up. What weapons? Chelsea asked. Any of them? Leo answered. Following his request, Chelsea swiftly used her wind magic, sending a weapon flying toward him. Leo, listening to the sound of the weapon's movement, could vaguely tell what it was from the sound. Either it's a curved short sword or a double-edged long sword. He thought. With that in mind, he pushed off the ground with all his strength and jumped into the air. As he did, he grabbed both weapons that were sent toward him, and then, using the momentum from his descent, Leo performed a series of sword strikes, severing several of the giant spider's legs. However, the destruction he caused was brief, as the swords broke into pieces after only a few strikes. Seeing this, Leo immediately requested more weapons from Chelsea. Next, he shouted, and without him needing to say more, Chelsea expertly blew more weapons toward him. With this, Leo began to demonstrate his exceptional weapon skills, continuously attacking the giant spider so fast that it couldn't react in time. Chelsea, watching in awe, thought to herself, he looks like he's our age, but this scene feels like watching a war god in action. Meanwhile, Abad, witnessing this, also stopped underestimating Leo, so he's not just some insignificant bug after all, he murmured to himself. Back to Leo. While dealing blow after blow to the massive spider, he did get a light scratch on his face, feeling the warm blood running down his cheek. Leo smiled excitedly. I can still feel it. If I can't defeat a bug like this, they'll laugh at me in the world beyond. With that thought, he gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and, With all his strength delivered a devastating strike to the monster's body. The result was that the sword shattered into pieces as usual. Leo requested the next sword, but in response to his words, Chelsea's face was filled with panic. She explained that it was the last sword. This unexpected information made Leo's excited expression falter for a moment, but fortunately, at that very moment the swordswoman Celia behind him had completed preparing her skill at this point. Her entire body was radiating an intense energy, and she shouted out to Leo to let him know where to dodge. "How about this? You flea of a monster?" Celia yelled loudly, swinging her sword forcefully forward, releasing a terrifying pillar of fire. Before the giant spider could even make another sound, it was instantly turned into roasted spider. After it was destroyed, everyone received a notification. Albi's World Prologue Chapter. The wild forest has been surpassed. Upon hearing this, Celia seemed to lose all her strength and collapse to the ground. "It's done." She sighed with relief, then turned to Leo and remarked, "You really did hold the monster off for 5 minutes. Leo, well done." Before she could finish her sentence, the young wizard Chelsea interrupted. "Amazing, truly incredible. You look like a hero from the stories." "Really?" Leo sighed in response. He still didn't consider himself a true hero. In reply, Chelsea looked at him with eyes full of admiration. "Yes, I want to become a battle mage. So I really want to learn more about close combat. It's my biggest weakness. Please teach me." On the other side, Celia, seeing Chelsea actively asking Leo for training, couldn't help but smile to herself. Thinking about how those untrained lambs might fare, "I truly hope everyone can experience being trained by Leo at least once," she said with a mischievous smile, making Chelsea the wizard completely confused about what was going on. Returning to Leo, ignoring their conversations, he bent down to pick up the ring that had fallen to the ground, wondering to himself, "Is this the item that dropped?" Then from within the ring, a beam of light shot out, and from the light, a tiny figure with wings appeared in front of him. Looking at the face of the figure, Leo immediately recognized him as Prince Silid. "Silid, do you remember me?" "Kyle?" Leo quietly asked. In response, the prince smiled lightly, as if acknowledging him. Then he turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the ring. Back to Leo's perspective, seeing his friend return with the ring, he thought to himself, "It seems that he has become the king of the elves thanks to the artifact I'll be found. He has received the mana eye." As he was thinking this, the space around everyone began to collapse. Accompanied by a strange sound, a countdown to return from the testing area began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The reward for passing was the vow of the Elven King, and a mysterious shadow suddenly appeared in front of Leo, whispering to him. The face of the shadow was hidden by the author, but when Leo looked at it, his expression became dazed, as though he recognized the appearance of the person. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to a bustling town, where an elderly man was looking at a report in his hands and muttering to himself, "It seems the exam in the Western Territory has ended." The old man said his name was Alien Bedian, a master swordsman and the headmaster of Lumrun Academy. Beside him, a young woman, who seemed to be his secretary, was struggling with the information. "It's finished already? But there are still so many people in other areas, so how many people did Albi pass?" she asked with difficulty. Hearing this, Alien glanced at the report and exclaimed, "Oh, if it's Albi, the number should be quite high. 40 people passed? 40? That's a lot." The secretary sighed. However, the headmaster had already come up with a plan. "Don't worry too much. I expected about 10 people to pass," he said, laughing joyfully, leaving the secretary unsure how to respond to this. Curious, she asked, "I guess Celia or Abad would be at the top, right? So who actually secured that spot?" In response, Alien explained, "I heard it was tough to choose, and one person was nominated as the representative for the new students." The secretary was stunned upon hearing this. She knew how strict Albi was. Professor Albi actually nominated someone? That's surprising. So was it Celia Zeringer or Abad Llewellyn? Alien replied, "It was a name Eve never heard before. I didn't expect Albi to rate him so highly. I'm curious about what kind of student he is. I'm sending Leo Plav as the representative for the new students." Alien declared. "Why?" The secretary asked. "Because he has the talent to become a hero." Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to a massive bathhouse, where our protagonist Leo was lying back, relaxing in the large bath. Such pains need healing through care and time. Leo gently spoke, leaning back against the tub. In that moment, the voice of the mysterious shadow from before echoed in his mind again. The reward for passing is the vow of the Elven King. When passing through the world of a living hero, rewards are typically not granted yet somehow. Only you have received one, only you. Leo questioned this in his heart, though before he could think much more suddenly. Madame Reina entered the bathhouse, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Mother, what's the matter?" he asked. Reina's expression turned serious as she responded. "Leo, do you know why I was expelled from the Zeringer family?" She paused briefly before continuing. "It was when I saved a teammate that I lost the fire demon Zeringer. But I never regretted my decision. Leo, I want you to use your strength and talents for what is right. And congratulations on being accepted into Lamria Academy." With that, Reina smiled with a sense of satisfaction. Time continued to fly by, and the scene shifted again to a luxurious city. This was Lamria, the home of Lamria Academy. Through the spatial portal Leo and his group had arrived there. A voice echoed, reminding them, "You have arrived in Lamria. Please make sure you've gathered all your belongings before leaving the portal." At that moment, Leo's gaze drifted to a collection of grand buildings across the riverbank, and he whispered, "This is the center of the world. Lamria, and that right there is Lamria Academy." At the same time, in front of him, Uncle's voice rang out, "Leo, how was your past month?" "Congratulations on passing the entrance exam," he said as he extended his hand for a greeting, which Leo quickly responded to with a handshake. "Thank you, Uncle, but what brings you here today?" Instead of answering directly, Ziz posed a question. "Our family has been embroiled in endless debates for the past month. Do you know why?" Hearing this, Leo immediately understood the issue and replied, "Have they reached a decision on the inheritance of the Phoenix's breath?" "Exactly, although my sister is no longer a member of the family. You are still her son. And the elders are very impressed that you passed the notoriously difficult exam in the Western region." Ziz explained. He then retrieved a golden key from his pocket and handed it to Leo, adding, "This is a subspace key. Open it." Leo held the key before him and twisted it in the air as if unlocking a door. Before his eyes, a mysterious magic book appeared, radiating an unusually noble aura. Seeing this, Ziz instructed, "Drop a bit of your blood onto the book," following his uncle's words. Leo bit his fingertip and let a few drops of blood fall onto the book instantly. It emitted a brilliant light and strange, incomprehensible symbols appeared on its pages now. "Only you can read this book. Mastering the secret techniques of the Zeringer family is no easy feat, but I have a feeling you will learn quickly. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zeringer family," Ziz said as he gave Leo a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The scene then shifted to a roadside cafe where Leo and Celia had arranged to meet. While Leo wandered around searching for her, he suddenly bumped into a girl about his age, causing the stack of books she carried to scatter across the ground. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." The girl stammered in panic as she hurried to pick up her books before rushing off. In her haste, she left behind a student ID card, which Leo noticed. "Chloe Muller, a freshman at Lamria Academy," he murmured as he examined the card. Putting the matter aside, Leo made his way into a shop where the swordswoman Celia had been waiting for some time. Seeing him arrive late, she couldn't help but complain, "Leo, you're late. We still need to buy uniforms, textbooks, and a lot more. I'm sorry I had to meet with Uncle ZS." Leo apologized upon hearing this. Celia's face lit up with excitement. "So they've made a decision? What's the outcome?" she eagerly asked. Facing Celia's questioning gaze, Leo didn't leave her in suspense for long. He immediately demonstrated his newfound ability. Suddenly a pair of blazing wings radiating brilliant flames emerged from his back. "Is this how you use it?" Leo asked calmly. Celia, the swordswoman, was so shocked by the display that she dropped everything she had been holding. "Impossible. Took me 3 weeks just to feel the flow of that secret technique." "Leo, who are you really?" She wondered, her mind reeling in disbelief. But it wasn't her fault. Leo was a legendary hero. His vast experience allowed him to grasp advanced techniques effortlessly, without the need for lengthy practice. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a bustling dock. Unlike the old-fashioned sailing ships of the past, this dock featured a massive modern engine-powered ship. A crowd of new students gathered. Ready for the journey ahead, the towering ship left everyone in awe as they gazed around in amazement. Wow! Its huge exclamations of wonder spread through the group until a professor's voice commanded attention. Welcome new students. I am Professor Ina Landu, in charge of the freshman night class. We are departing for Lamria. Everyone board the ship now, he announced, pointing toward the vessel behind him. With that, the students hurriedly made their way aboard. On board, a lavish dessert banquet awaited them, prepared for the students' enjoyment. As everyone indulged in the sweets, a voice suddenly called out toward Leo and Celia. Hey, you two, the couple over there, got a moment? A young man approached. My name's Carr Thomas from the Kingdom of Moira. From medicine to weapons, I sell it all. Come to me if you need anything while at school, he said, handing them each a business card. Carr, an alchemist, was known for his wide variety of goods. Across from him, Celia was still annoyed at being called part of a couple. So Leo responded in her place, pleased to meet you. I'm Leo Plaw from the Kingdom of Dalid, he said politely. Hearing this, Carr's eyes widened with surprise. Dalid, so you passed the Western Region's exam? That's impressive, he remarked with genuine admiration, setting aside his conversation with Carr to Leo swept his eyes around. Sensing that something was off, his instincts prickled uneasily. Is it just me? Or does this situation feel strange? Everything's too peaceful, it feels wrong, he murmured. In response, Celia let out a sigh and countered. A warm welcome for freshmen who passed the exam. Isn't that perfectly normal? Carr, still munching on a slice of cake, nodded in agreement. Exactly. Why would they treat us harshly before we even start? This is how it should be, he declared confidently. But whether it was pure coincidence or Carr's unfortunate knack for tempting fate, no sooner had the words left his mouth than the entire ship began to shake violently. The sudden tremor was a harbinger of imminent disaster. From the depths of the sea, a massive tentacle burst forth, slamming into the vessel and causing deep cracks to split the deck. The sound of splintering wood was soon drowned out by panicked screams. Professor Ein, help elsewhere on the deck. Professor Ina Landu observed the chaos with an air of calm indifference. He swirled his wine glass leisurely, completely unfazed by the students' plight. Help. You're all students of Lamria Academy, hero candidates. When danger strikes, it's up to you to overcome it yourselves, he said coldly. Taking a sip of his wine, he cast a casual glance forward. Rising from the sea was a colossal octopus, its monstrous maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth gleaming menacingly under the sunlight. The sudden turn of events enraged Celia, who stomped on the cake in her hand out of frustration. Leo, wielding his sword to sever one of the Kraken's tentacles, quickly called out to her. Celia, stay calm. Her eyes flashed with irritation. How about worrying about yourself instead? She retorted as her sword, glowing with a radiant aura, slashed at the monstrous creature. But before she could land a decisive blow, the Kraken opened its gaping maw and spewed a powerful jet of water straight at her. The blast drenched Celia from head to toe, leaving her soaked and sputtering. Leo sighed and shook his head. It's basic Kraken behavior, it reacts to heat by spraying water. You should know this, he muttered, further fanning her anger. Meanwhile, on the far side of the deck, a random student was ensnared by one of the Kraken's tentacles, which coiled around his leg, preparing to drag him into the sea. Damn you, you overgrown octopus, Leo growled, sprinting to the rescue in a synchronized strike. He and Celia cut the tentacle clean in half, freeing the terrified student from beneath a table. Carr peeked out at the dazzling teamwork between Leo and Celia. His mouth fell open in disbelief. That's Celia, top of the Western region. But who is this Leo guy? Before he could finish processing the thought, a frozen tentacle suddenly flew past him, nearly knocking him flat. Hey, watch it, he yelped, glaring at the source. Leo's eyes followed Carr's gaze, landing on the girl he had bumped into earlier. She was now wielding powerful ice magic, launching deadly projectiles at the Kraken. The force behind her attacks was anything but ordinary. Carr, still grumbling, called out again. If you can't defend yourself, why not stay out of the fight? The girl snapped, her tone as cold as her magic. He could only sigh in resignation. Great, the strong never care if we get caught in their battles, as if to prove his point. Another severed tentacle came flying straight at him. Carr barely dodged it, looking like a magnet for stray attacks. The culprits this time were a pair of siblings, Abad and Chelsea, who stepped onto the scene with confident smirks. The contest isn't over yet, Celia Zeringer. Abad taunted, feelings mutual. Celia shot back, her voice laced with annoyance as she braced herself for the next clash as the students fought valiantly against the Kraken. Professor Ian remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his wine. While pouring another glass, he muttered to himself, "There are so many monsters in the lake leading to Lamria Academy. A Kraken is just perfect for a welcome party." His gaze narrowed slightly as he observed the standout individuals in the group. As expected, the prominent captains. Chun Xia from the east, Celia Zeringer, and Abad Llewellyn from the west, Chloe Muller from the north, Walden Tyden from the south, and Duran from central. This year's freshmen are impressive. But the one who caught my attention the most is the unidentified student. His sword skills have no unnecessary moves, and his movements suggest he can almost predict the Kraken's actions. You'll meet him in the night class, Ian mused, a smile of anticipation playing on his lips. With the collective strength of these exceptional individuals, it didn't take long for the Kraken to succumb to their combined assault and admit defeat. Soon after, the ship carrying them to docked. As they disembarked, the students were immediately hit by the roughness of the ride, many of them gagging and looking pale, as if they'd exhausted every bit of their travel sickness medicine. Ugh, I swear Eve used up all my meds, Carr muttered under his breath. Professor Ian casually jumped from the bow of the ship to the ground below, addressing the group. You'll have to cross this lake many times, so you might as well get used to it quickly. Now let's head to the orientation hall. The scene shifted to Lamria Academy's Elixir training grounds. The new students were gathered there, surrounded by onlookers who seemed to be assessing them, looking for the most promising among them. See? I told you. No one's ordinary. I'm hoping for some interesting people this year. Murmurs started to ripple through the crowd, ignoring the chatter. Professor N stepped forward and called out, "Let's begin the orientation ceremony now. Form lines by region with the highest scorers at the front of each row. The headmaster will give a few words first." Hearing the request, the group of students quickly lined up as instructed. Once they were settled, the old man, Headmaster Kalian, stepped forward to give his speech. "You've come here with hopes of becoming heroes, and I have only a few words for you. If you dream of becoming heroes, always put yourselves first and push beyond your limits. Those who cannot do this do not belong here." Without missing a beat, Kalian raised his hand and smashed the podium before him, causing it to shatter into pieces. His violent act left the students below completely silent, none daring to speak. Not even a clap. Noticing the lack of response, Kalian became somewhat awkward and muttered, "Did I say too much?" At this, the students snapped back to attention, erupting in loud cheers. The headmaster's face brightened, but hearing the relatively small volume of the applause, he casually remarked, "I didn't hear anything." The professors standing behind him fell into a stunned silence. The longer they taught at Lamria, the more the great image of the headmaster seemed to crumble. Yet his humor never failed to make an impression. Ignoring the oddity of the situation, the announcer then spoke up next. "We'll have a speech from the representative of the freshmen. The representative is Leo Plav. Please come up to the stage." Leo, surprised to find himself chosen as the representative, immediately looked over at Professor Albee. Their eyes met, and the handsome professor smiled and gave a subtle nod of approval. With no other option, Leo reluctantly stepped forward to give his speech. Fortunately, the school had already prepared a speech for him, and he read aloud to the professors and fellow students, "We, the freshmen, will enter Lamria as proud members of this academy." He finished with a brief thank you. Closing the book in his hands, he stepped back to leave. But the announcer didn't let him off the hook just yet. "Thank you, Leo. Now please tell us your goals as the representative of the freshmen." Leo, hearing this, quickly guessed the school's intentions. They wanted him to provoke those who almost got the position instead of him, right? Leo, with a fearless attitude, stood tall and confidently addressed everyone. his voice filled with challenge. Hello, I'm Leo Plov, the representative of the freshmen. If any of you want this position, come and take it no matter who you are. His words rang out, defying anyone who doubted him. Behind him the teachers were stunned, having just 3 seconds ago thought of him as a well-behaved and obedient student. They had expected the entrance ceremony to be peaceful. But Leo's defiant declaration changed the atmosphere entirely. The scene shifted to the late afternoon, where the freshmen were guided to their dorms at Lamria Academy. The guide spoke to them. You've all worked hard today. Starting tomorrow, the exploration classes will begin. During this week, no matter what major you want to pursue, you can attend any class of your choice. By the end of this time, you will select 3 subjects to specialize in. Now get a good night's sleep so you're not late for your first class. Back to Leo's room just before entering, Carr waved him off. Leo, our rooms are next to each other. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Sleep well. Leo nodded and replied, see you tomorrow. Once inside his room, Leo tossed his suitcase on the bed and collapsed onto it, not even bothering to change clothes. However, Leo wasn't being careless. He had something important to check. As he closed his eyes, his consciousness shifted into a vast space that resembled an enormous library filled with countless books stacked around him. What I hope to find here at Lamria is something important. I hope to find it here. My hero's journal, Leo thought, the goal driving him in his quest for knowledge and power. As the morning passed quickly, the scene shifted to the dining hall. Leo was enjoying his meal alone when his friend Carr appeared, carrying a tray of food 3 times larger than a normal person's, and sat beside him, offering Leo, let's eat together. Leo, not minding the company, agreed. Sure. However, just as his words ended, trouble arrived in the form of another tray placed right in front of him, accompanied by a loud voice. Freshman representative, did you really mean what you said in your speech yesterday? The owner of the voice was one of the notable individuals that Professor Ein had noticed, Duran Moira from the central region. His meal was fairly normal except for a tiny flag stuck on his hamburger, likely meant for the younger students to play with. Meanwhile, Leo, sitting opposite Duran, calmly continued eating, seemingly unaware of the irritation coming from Duran. I guess my words yesterday were pretty provocative, huh? Leo remarked, unbothered. Well, if a stranger comes in and causes a scene like that, I guess it's not surprising. The more calm Leo appeared, the angrier Duran got. His eyes widened as he leaned in and retorted, you don't know who I am, do you? I'm the captain of the central region on the opposite side. Leo and Carr continued to ignore him, enjoying their meal, as if Duran were just a clown desperately trying to get attention but being completely ignored. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Duran unleashed a burst of lightning, kicking his food into the air. His tray, along with Leo's, was sent flying into the air, but this was not enough to disturb Leo. With exceptional dexterity, Leo's arms moved like a machine, catching all the food back into his plate without dropping a single piece. In fact, he even helped Carr catch his food as well. Not only that, Leo casually stuffed some extra ingredients into his hamburger, crafting a deluxe double cheeseburger. Throwing away such a fine meal is unforgivable, Leo said with a slight smile. Seeing his attempt to provoke Leo fail, Duran completely lost his composure. I'll drag you down from your golden throne right now. I can't stand seeing someone weaker than me act so arrogantly, Duran snarled, his teeth grinding. But before the confrontation could escalate further, a large hand suddenly rested on both of their shoulders, stopping them in their tracks. The person who arrived was Professor Ein, and with a cold tone, he addressed the disorderly behavior in the cafeteria. Well, see, one of you is the captain of the central region, and the other is the freshman representative, quarreling on the first day at Lamria. I suppose you're both ready for what's to come. His voice carried a dangerous edge, causing both Duran and Leo to unconsciously swallow, nervously realizing the gravity of the situation. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the night's exploration class. The students who were interested in the course had been waiting for a while, but Professor Ein didn't begin the lesson or explain anything, which made one of the students, a brown-haired boy, raise his hand with a puzzled expression. Excuse me, Professor, but class is about to start. At the same time, Celia the swordswoman also wondered why Leo hadn't arrived yet, as if answering their unspoken questions. Leo and Duran finally stumbled into the classroom, looking as though they had just completed 10 laps around the school grounds. Seeing Leo drenched in sweat, Celia rushed over to ask, "Leo, what happened? Did you get into a fight?" Leo didn't explain much and merely glanced at Duran with a slightly amused look. After everyone had gathered, Professor Ian finally began the class. "Now that everyone's here, let's start the lesson. Welcome freshmen, I am Ian Alandu, in charge of the first-year Knights course in the front row." Duran, still seething over the incident with Leo, couldn't help but glance at him with a glare full of hostility. This made Carr sense that something interesting was about to unfold in the class. "Oh, looks like they've already started a psychological battle," he thought to himself. Professor Ian continued without paying attention to the rivalry in the classroom, explaining the lesson. The 3 powers of mana, magical energy, soul energy, and the aura field of these. The aura field is the most difficult to control. Does anyone know why? Celia the swordswoman quickly answered the professor's question. It's because the aura field reduces the flexibility of mana during the transformation process. Professor N gave her an approving glance and nodded. Exactly. While magical energy and soul energy use mana in its pure form, the aura field absorbs mana and processes it to suit the body. Now, can anyone explain how we use the accumulated aura field in our bodies? As he spoke, a radiant glow began to emanate from his body. Celia, despite her skill, was unsure of the exact answer. Isn't it just a matter of applying some force? She thought to herself. When no one else answered, Leo spoke up. Taking the initiative. For everyone, we use the aura field by burning mana. Professor Ein's face showed a hint of surprise and he nodded approvingly. Correct. Now, do you know the most important thing when burning mana? It's endurance, Leo explained once more. As Ian listened, his expression began to change, gradually becoming more impressive. Leo Plav, have you studied aura fields before? Leo shook his head, causing the professor's evaluation of him to rise even higher. You've never formally studied aura fields, yet you're able to grasp its essence. Interesting, Professor N thought, a small smile spreading across his face. Well then, let's set the theory aside for a moment. How about we try moving our bodies a bit? With that, he focused his energy into his feet. To the astonishment of all the students, the professor's steps seemed to tread on the air as though walking on solid ground. This is the step of the aura field. The basic principle is to concentrate the power of the aura field into your feet, and its potential applications are limitless. Time passed quickly, and the students began to pair up and practice the mysterious technique. However, it wasn't easy and most of them struggled to master it. The only exception was Celia, the so-called genius. She had managed to grasp the technique fairly well, and turning to Leo, she smirked. He'll show you how to do it if you call me sister. Leo, with his calm demeanor, glanced at Celia and dismissed her offer. No need. The principle behind the aura field isn't much different from basic stuff. He wasn't interested in learning from her, as he already had a good grasp of the concept. Meanwhile, Professor Ian had noticed Duran's intense gaze focused on something, which led him to smile as if coming up with an interesting idea. He clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. As you all know, there was a bit of a disturbance earlier today. Jessie the sorceress seemed confused, asking, "What are you talking about, Professor?" Professor Ian then gestured for both Leo and Duran to step forward. He turned to Durand and asked Duran, "Moira, what's made you so upset?" Durand replied with a feigned calmness, "I'm not upset," but he couldn't even meet the professor's eyes. Ian, without needing further explanation, already guessed the cause. He decided to give both of them a chance to settle things with a race. "Let's take this outside then." Durand, Moira, the team captain of the Central Region, and Leo Plav, the representative of the new students, will have an unknown race to decide who will represent the class. You can use your aura field without any restrictions in this race. Durand looked momentarily startled, but then Carved, the businessman, eagerly stepped forward with a banner and started making bets. "Come on. Place your bets." The genius of the Moira family, heir to the heroes, Durand, Moira, master of the Thunder Aura Field, versus the underdog from the suburbs, Leo Plav, who's already conquered the leaders of every region and become the representative of the new students elsewhere. The students were gossiping among themselves. I mean, he's the new student representative, so he has to show something, right? From what I saw when he talked to Celia Zeringer, it doesn't even look like he can use the aura step. Did you hear what he did yesterday? I can't stand him. Becoming the team captain of the central region isn't something just anyone can do. Unlike this new student representative who hasn't proven anything. Various murmurs of doubt started circulating. Professor Ian ignored the whispers and saw that both Leo and Durand were now in position. He called out, "All right. The first one to cross the finish line wins, whoever wins. You must accept the result gracefully. That's what true knightly spirit is about. Get into position." Celia, despite her logic telling her that Leo wouldn't win, had an inexplicable feeling that things might turn out differently. Honestly, Leo won't win, but he has this way of always exceeding people's expectations, the professor shouted. Go, and with that, both Leo and Durand pushed off with all their might, racing toward the finish line. Next, it wasn't really surprising when Durand, with the advantage of using his air step, surged ahead. "I'll go ahead. Newbie," he mocked, and then shot forward like a rocket. Seeing his speed, everyone couldn't help but be impressed. Wow, just as expected from Durand. So cool, they said as for the first-year representative while speaking. Everyone turned to look at Leo and subtly shook their heads. I can't believe it, he's really bad, they murmured. Just as predicted, that guy being the representative is a scam. This is unacceptable. Nearby, the mage Chelsea noticed that no one was showing any respect to Leo, so she shouted loudly to cheer him on. Leo, go for it. Back on the track with his lightning speed, Durand had already covered half the distance. Seeing the current result, Carr couldn't help but worry for his new friend. Durand had already gone halfway, while Leo of course realized this. So, as he reached the bend, Leo suddenly slammed the brakes. Then, for reasons unknown, he concentrated his strength into the soles of his feet and launched himself off the ground, leaving the track behind. Chelsea looked on with confusion, unable to understand what Leo was doing. From their perspective, the main character kept jumping and shooting upwards, eventually stopping to observe Durand running ahead. He focused all his strength into his legs and executed a burst of speed. His jump was so powerful that it cracked the ground beneath him, and his body sped forward faster than a rocket as he zoomed past Durand. He couldn't resist taunting him, "I'm ahead now. You slowpoke," just like that. While Durand was still trying to figure out what had happened, Leo had already reached the finish line. And it wasn't just Durand who was stunned. Everyone who had mocked Leo earlier was left dumbfounded, shocked and astonished. Did you see that? This is no joke. Durand, who was supposed to be the fastest of the first-year students, actually lost to him, one of them said, but I'm sure he's never learned the airstep technique. The group looked at each other in confusion after witnessing Leo suddenly accelerate so fast. Meanwhile, Celia, the swordswoman, was different from the rest. She had realized the technique Leo had used earlier wasn't the air step, it was the phoenix step. In the corner, the goldfish brain duo. Chelsea and Carr didn't think too much about it. They were just happy Leo had won and cheered for him. As for Professor Ein, with his experience, he was the one who could see the most. Durand had used his signature thunderous air step to increase his speed. And I had expected that, but the speed was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, although Leo Plav was slower, he had better control. He focused all his fire aura into his legs and created a formidable step, an excellent application. In the current generation, perhaps a true hero has finally emerged, he said with a hopeful smile. Meanwhile, after winning, Leo went over to greet his opponent. Great match, Durand. If it were a long race, the result might have been different, he said, extending his hand. However, Durand, still too proud to show a pleasant face to Leo, shoved his hand away and sneered, "Get lost, you loser." Despite Durand's unpleasant words, the mage Chelsea ran over to Leo with admiration in her eyes. "Leo, you're amazing. I want to train with you too." Looking at her gaze, Carr seemed confused, not understanding why she was so infatuated with Leo instead of him. "But why is she so taken with him and not me? She should pay attention to me too," he muttered. "Of course she does," Celia replied, giving Carr a look as if she was staring at an idiot. "Anyway, now that class is over, let's go to the cafe, my treat," Carr happily suggested. It seemed he had earned some money from the earlier bet. However, Leo gently declined the offer. Sorry, but you guys go ahead, where are you going? Carr asked curiously. I'm going to the summoning class, the protagonist straightforwardly shared. Hearing this, the orange-haired guy was baffled. Why would a student from the swordsmanship department go to the summoning class? In response, Celia could only sigh in frustration. I don't understand what he's thinking either. Back to Leo as he was on his way to the summoning class. He was deep in thought, pondering something that still confused him. There was one thing he couldn't understand. Why had the Fairy King given him a vow as a reward? A reward from the world of heroes, connected to the power of its master. The reward he received had something to do with summoning. But Professor Albi was a pure mage with no connection to summoning normally. He would have received a skill related to magic furthermore. To form a pact with a spirit being, he would have to go to the land of spirits right now. It would be useless, Leo murmured to himself before being awakened by a girl's voice. So you came to attend the summoning class too? Upon hearing this, Leo turned around and saw the person who had called him. Chunxia, the captain of the Eastern team. She was 17 years old. Seeing that Leo had noticed her, Chunxia nodded and greeted him. Nice to meet you, Leo. Leo responded with a smile. Nice to meet you too, Chunxia. You can just call me Xia, she said, waving her hand before turning to ask why Leo was there. I'm sure you're a student from the swordsmanship department, so I didn't expect you to be interested in summoning. Well, I'm interested in spiritual studies, Leo explained to brush it off. In that case, we'll be seeing each other often, Chunxia said lightly. Then, Leo asked her if she could tell him which spirit she had formed a pact with. Without hesitation, Chunxia summoned her water elemental spirit for Leo to see. It seemed to be a water-type spirit. Now, show me your spirit, Chunxia requested. I haven't formed a pact yet, Leo explained, which caused Chunxia to be a bit surprised. Really? Well, if you ever need help, feel free to ask me. I can offer some advice on summoning spirits. Alright, I'll remember that, but how old are you? Leo asked curiously. I'm 17 years old. Leo, you're 15, right? I heard you talking with Celia, she replied. Hearing her age, Leo couldn't help but exclaim in his mind. 17 years old? She really looks much younger. She even looks younger than Chelsea. As he thought about this, he realized that Chunxia was staring at him with a look of suspicion. Then, as if she had a woman's intuition, she asked, Did you just think something rude? Didn't you? No, not at all, Leo said quickly, glancing in another direction. Forget about this, Chunxia said with a gentle smile before suggesting. But anyway, Leo, I was really impressed with your match against Duran. One day, please accept my challenge. In response, our protagonist was never afraid of any challenge. So he smiled and accepted, of course. The scene then shifts to the summoning class. Upon arriving, Leo was a bit surprised by the small number of people in the class. Is this all? He wondered. Behind him, Chunxia answered, looking a bit awkward. Well, summoning isn't a popular choice and this is just an exploratory class. But it is surprising to see the class being held here, Leo muttered, looking at the lesson taking place in this grassy field. I didn't expect a class to be held here. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared overhead, causing the group to panic. A black dragon, where did it come from? One student screamed in fear as the dragon stared at them. Seeing their frightened reactions, a female voice spoke to explain, it's here because it likes you. Kid, nice to meet all of you first-year students. My name is Yura Marin, and I will be your summoning teacher for the upcoming year. Around her, the male students couldn't help but stare at her beautiful face and her vibrant, youthful figure. Their hearts raced with excitement. I want to become her spirit beast, the group dreamed aloud. Not even considering the others, even Leo had to admit her beauty. If Dueno were here, he'd definitely go crazy. Leo thought to himself, recalling his friend's womanizing ways in his past life. Facing Professor Yura, after waiting for the group to settle down a bit, she finally spoke to begin the lesson. All right, rookies. The fact that you are here proves you have some talent in summoning. Am I right? Yes, the entire group shouted in unison, making her quite satisfied. Good, that's a loud and clear answer. Well, head straight to the practice area, she continued. Then, Yura turned to remind her assistant Carlo. A white-haired young man with glasses led a Griffin to assist the students. He was the teaching assistant for the first-year summoning class. Seeing that the transportation was ready, Yura continued. You'll ride in pairs, 2 people per Griffin. Now, get on. Hearing her instructions, one student hesitantly spoke up. Professor, this is the first time we're riding a Griffin, he said. His eyes full of hope for guidance. Unfortunately, his plea was entirely dismissed. What he received was nothing more than an angry glare from Yura. So, are you saying you don't want to listen to my lesson? If you think you can't do it, then turn back now. With that, she quickly mounted her black dragon and took off, leaving the bewildered students behind. It was Carlo who eventually stepped in to encourage everyone. Come on, follow the professor. Surprisingly, riding the Griffins turned out to be easier than the students had feared. Chunxia eagerly partnered with Leo. Leo, can I hold the reins of the Griffin? She asked. Although Leo seemed a bit surprised, he agreed. Sure, hold them as long as you want. With a bit of practice, the group soon caught up with their professor. Only when they felt the fresh sea breeze blowing against their faces did they realize the joy of having a mount. Wow, I can't believe we're riding Griffins. This really is Lummern level quality. Hey, switch with me, I want to fly too, just a little longer, come on. The sounds of friendly squabbles filled the air. Meanwhile, Chunxia couldn't hide her excitement. I was a little nervous, but it's much gentler than I thought. Hearing that, Leo reminded her, be careful. Griffins are tricky to control for beginners. Upon hearing these words, Chunxia couldn't suppress her curiosity. But it looks so gentle. That's because... Leo began to explain. However, before he could finish, Professor Yura, who was standing in front, suddenly took out a whistle and blew into it with puffed cheeks. The sound was so loud and piercing that it made everyone uncomfortable. The moment the sound reached their ears, the demeanor of the Griffins changed completely, becoming aggressive and far more difficult to control. This isn't good, they're not listening anymore. What's happening? Professor, help us, the group cried out in panic, but Yura made no move to offer assistance. Instead, she stayed firmly seated and crossed her arms, calmly instructing. Do you really think you deserve to be students of Lumrun Academy if you can't control a simple Griffin? Handle it yourselves. Meanwhile, Chunxia, riding with Leo, was just as flustered when her mount suddenly turned unruly. Seeing her distress, Leo gently placed his arm around her waist, clasped her hand, and guided her carefully. Griffins have a very strong sense of pride. Trying to force them into submission will only make them more rebellious. He explained softly. Lu, what are you doing? Chunxia stammered, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato, unfazed by her embarrassment. Leo calmly took hold of the reins and gradually gained control of the Griffin. Up we go, he commanded, as if responding to his calm authority. The Griffin immediately steadied itself and surged forward with renewed speed. Even Yura, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but praise him. Well done, not bad at all. She then turned to her assistant Carlo. Isn't the first-year representative from the engineering department? Yes, that's right. Carlo confirmed after a quick glance at his notes. Does he have his own Griffin at home? Otherwise, how is he writing so well? Yura asked, intrigued. Carlo shook his head. No, he's not from any noble family with Griffins. At this, Yura's eyes sparkled as if she had just won a lottery. Natural talent, she mused aloud. It looks like we've discovered a hidden gem. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, she smiled with a look of growing admiration. The scene shifts to Summoning Island, the designated practice area for the summoning department. At this moment, most of the students were sprawled across the sandy shores, feeling dizzy and nauseous after the arduous task of riding Griffins to reach this destination. While they were still reeling from motion sickness, Leo took the opportunity to wander around, curious to see what interesting things this place had to offer. As he explored, a peculiar fruit caught his eye, prompting him to pluck it from a nearby branch. However, what truly drew his attention was not the fruit itself but the feather stuck to it. A star feather, Leo whispered to himself, examining it closely. Noticing the odd expression on his face, Chunxia asked, What's the matter? Leo? It's nothing, Leo replied, shaking his head with a faint smile elsewhere. Professor Yura, far from letting her students fully recover, raised her voice and barked out an order. Stop dawdling and pay attention. Starting now, you will take a practical test. The students' eyes widened in shock as collective groans filled the air. What? A practical test on the first day? But we just got here. Isn't this supposed to be an orientation class? A student with a middle-part hairstyle protested. In response, Yura sighed and began explaining in a matter-of-fact tone. Compared to other disciplines, the path of a summoner is far more challenging. Is there anyone here who doesn't understand that? For a summoner, controlling mana alone is not enough. To forge a contract with a spirit, you must harmonize with its essence. To command summoned creatures, you need mastery over taming techniques. That's why the number of summoner heroes is much smaller than that of other departments. However, she paused, her gaze sweeping over the students. Those few who reach the pinnacle of summoning accomplish far greater feats than most others. Isn't that why you all chose this path? To become that kind of hero? A silver-haired girl stepped forward, her expression resolute. Yes, she affirmed firmly. So what's the test? This girl was Eliza Hergene, a member of the prestigious Hergene family of summoning heroes from the north. Yura glanced at her briefly before continuing her explanation. This island is called Summoning Island for a reason. It's teeming with summoned creatures. Summoning is your weapon, and your test is to demonstrate your taming ability. Simple, she declared with a grin. Tame one summoned creature from the forest and bring it back. Once you've tamed and formed a contract with it, that creature will belong to you. The students' eyes lit up with excitement. The possibility of gaining a personal creature on their very first day sent their enthusiasm skyrocketing. Wow, Lamria Academy is the best, someone shouted. Without wasting another moment, the entire group dashed eagerly into the forest, each one determined to find the perfect pet to claim as their own. As Leo prepared to move deeper into the forest in search of a suitable summoned creature, a voice suddenly called out behind him. Well, the first-year representative Eliza said, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Words spreading fast about how you defeated Duran. Should I expect anything impressive from you in summoning class? I'm just doing my best, Leo replied coolly without turning his head. He kept walking forward, his pace steady and determined. Behind him, Eliza's eyes narrowed, her brows knitting together as a hint of irritation flashed across her face. Meanwhile, Professor Yura, watching from a distance, couldn't help but smile inwardly. Looks like these students will be key players among the first years. She mused. Time passed swiftly. Several students had already begun forming bonds with their summoned creatures, proudly taming and befriending the mystical beings they encountered. However, Leo continued to wander deeper into the forest, his eyes scanning for the right target. Look, someone tamed a creature, a student exclaimed, pointing toward the forest. Isn't that the first-year representative? Another remarked. But isn't he going too far into the woods? Someone shrugged dismissively. Whatever. If he fails to tame something and gets a 0, hell, just crawl back to the night department where he belongs. Summoning isn't as easy as he thinks. Ignoring the murmurs and whispers, Leo pressed on, venturing farther into the depths of the forest. When he finally felt certain no one else was nearby, he stopped. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the star feather he had picked up earlier. Holding it firmly in his hand, he summoned his fire aura, channeling its intense heat to ignite the feather. Haha, just as I thought. This is. A grin spread across his face, however, before he could finish his thought. A powerful explosion erupted behind him. The ground shook violently, and the blast sent a wave of scorching heat across the area. Meanwhile, at a distant campsite, Lady Reyna sat near a fire, her expression tense and full of worry. Will Leo be all right? She whispered, her fingers tightening around a cup of tea. A companion beside her set down a plate of food and chuckled softly. It's only the first few days of school. Reyna, you're already fretting this much? I know, but nothing bad will happen, right? Reyna replied uncertainly, accepting the cup of water with a sigh. Little did she know her concern wasn't misplaced. Far away, her son was indeed in serious trouble. Trouble of the highest order. The ground beneath Leo trembled as he stared ahead. His eyes wide in astonishment. The searing heat, that power? One of the 3 legendary summons, he muttered. His breath caught in his throat. The phoenix in front of Leo. A deep, commanding voice echoed through the blazing heat. Just the child of Zeringer, are you? HMPF. I smell the fiery aura of Reina. Leo's eyes lit up with curiosity. You know my mother? The voice softened, a hint of fondness seeping through. Your mother, you say? Then I wasn't mistaken. Yes, if she had a child. They'd be around your age by now. Do I know her? Of course I do. I owe Reina a great debt. The speaker revealed itself, an awe-inspiring phoenix wreathed in flames. Its radiant feathers glowing with an almost otherworldly fire. Its name was Fiora, one of the 3 legendary spirit beasts. Her gaze, filled with a mix of warmth and power, settled on Leo. My name is Fiora, son of Reina. Leo responded respectfully. Greetings, Phoenix Fiora. I am Leo Plov. What connection do you have with my mother? You mentioned that you owe her. At his question, Fiora's eyes flickered with the light of distant memories. Her tone turned reverent as she began recounting her tale. Reina saved the life of my summoner Elin Lunda. It was many years ago when Elin was exploring a treacherous dungeon in Siren. She had lost all her comrades and faced death itself. Your mother appeared and rescued her. But in doing so, she lost her blazing aura, her most powerful asset. Had it not been for that sacrifice, Reina would have ascended to the rank of a true hero. Leo's heart clenched as he listened, sadness creeping into his expression. Yet he spoke with quiet conviction. My mother told me she never regretted that decision. Not even for a moment. Fiora blinked, then let out a soft laugh. Of course, that's Reina, always the selfless knight. Leo's curiosity piqued again. What brings you here to this island? Fiora the phoenix's expression grew guarded, and her blazing eyes narrowed slightly. That? I cannot tell you, child. However, she quickly shifted her attention back to him. But are you not a knight? Why are you here in a summoning class? I'm learning to be a summoner, Leo stated simply. Fiora stared at him in stunned silence before bursting into laughter. Her flames dancing with her mirth. How amusing, truly fascinating, Leo Plov. This must be fate at last. I can repay my debt to your mother. Extending one of her fiery wings, she gestured toward a radiant, golden object. Take this, Leo, with reverence. She presented him a gleaming egg that shone with a majestic, golden light. This is my child. One day when you become a great summoner, I hope you will form a contract with it. The summoner originally destined for this companion has lost their right. Now it belongs to you. The egg radiated immense heat and power, a gift of extraordinary significance, glowing with the promise of untold potential. Back to the main character. After hearing Fiora's words, he immediately asked, Can I do this right now? Fiora, seeing his determination, froze for a moment before quickly warning him. It's still too early. You could lose your life. Stop. Oh no, it's too late. Fiora sighed, her gaze softening as she spoke. Your readiness to challenge the impossible without hesitation reminds me of Reina. I wish you luck. Back to Leo at this point. His consciousness was transported into a dark space. In front of him, a flickering flame emitted a warm glow. Leo, upon seeing it, reached out and gently touched the flame. The moment his hand made contact, the flame erupted violently, engulfing his body in a fiery vortex. The heat is unbearable. This is the Phoenix flame. Leo thought, to create such a powerful fire, we must endure this pain daily. A creature that lives by eternally regenerating its burnt flesh. I understand your pain and share it with you, Leo whispered to himself, as if sensing his thoughts. The flame gradually weakened and became much gentler. At the same time, outside the dark space, the egg cracked, revealing fissures along its surface. It then detached from Leo's hand and slowly floated into the air, drawing all the surrounding flames into itself. Have you succeeded? Farina's voice asked. I did it. Leo smiled, responding with pride. Farina beamed with joy. You're a genius, Leo Plov. You will become the greatest summoner in the world, she praised. Congratulations on successfully forming the contract. This child's name is Fiora. I entrust my child to you. Farina's smile was warm, but it carried a bittersweet sentiment of maternal love. The newborn had barely felt the warmth of its mother for 3 seconds before being handed off to someone else. Looking at the phoenix in front of him, Leo felt a bit puzzled. Is this really the phoenix? Why does it look more like a chick? He wondered to himself. The tiny chick, still in its naive state, chirped twice, looking at Leo with curious eyes, further confirming his suspicion. This is definitely a chick. The scene shifts to Professor Jura, who was observing the students as they returned with their summoned creatures. After taking a quick glance at the students, she turned to ask her assistant Carlo, what time is it? Carlo immediately understood the situation and replied, 5 more minutes, only 4 left. No sooner had he finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed from the distance, grabbing the attention of the professor. Approaching them was a gigantic black bear, the summoned creature of one of the students. Professor, you're not finished yet, are you? The student, looking a bit ragged, spoke as if she had gone through quite a struggle to tame the bear. But the results were impressive. Even Professor Jura complimented her. You tamed a water bear as an apprentice knight? Impressive. At the same time, Walden, the big guy, was clinging to the legs of a massive bird, which landed heavily on the ground. Is that a shadow raven? Professor Jura asked, her voice filled with admiration. That's a spirit beast that even famous summoning families struggle to tame. However, Walden quickly clarified. I haven't contracted with it yet. That's good enough, more than enough. Jura waved her hand dismissively. Next, Eliza rode back to the gathering spot on top of a massive white serpent, drawing awestruck looks from the others around her. I've already contracted with it. My family didn't have one of these, she said nonchalantly. Recognizing the creature, Jura couldn't help but praise a gorgon serpent. Fantastic. Nearby, Carlo reminded her. Professor, time's up. At that moment, the final student was arriving. Everyone turned their attention to the back, and they saw Leo slowly emerging from the forest. What stood out was the tiny chick on his head. Seeing it, the students couldn't help but laugh. Haha, what's this? He tamed a chicken, what a fool. He probably gave up once he realized he couldn't summon anything decent. Contrary to the students' mocking thoughts, as soon as Professor Jura sensed the aura emanating from the chick, her eyes widened in shock. Damn it, that little monster? That's a phoenix. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifts to Professor Jura's office. Leo was called in for a private meeting with her. Outside the door, Leo adjusted his clothes to make sure he looked neat and then lightly knocked on the door. Inside the office, Jura, aware that Leo had arrived, called out, come in. Leo, curious, asked, I heard you were looking for me. Sit down. She gestured, then continued, you know, I have to say this is the first time Eve's seen a phoenix. Honestly, I didn't even know there were phoenixes on the summoning island. And to think a first-year student has contracted with one. This has never happened in the history of the academy. She paused for a moment, her gaze fixing intently on Leo, her voice growing serious as she said, I know exactly who you are. Leo on the other side. Leo, hearing this, couldn't help but swallow nervously, worried that his true identity might be exposed. Although he wasn't guilty of anything, the fact that a hero could be reborn after 50 years would undoubtedly attract attention. However, Leo was overthinking it, as Professor Jura immediately embraced him tightly and praised him endlessly. You are a genius summoner, a never-before-seen talent, she said, with admiration in her voice. I want to commend you for your achievements, but your contract with the Phoenix must remain a secret. If it's revealed now, things could get unnecessarily chaotic. When the trial classes end, make sure to choose summoning as your major. You have the talent to become a hero of summoners remembered throughout the ages. She said this while gently patting Leo's shoulder. Full of trust in him, time flew by, and the next day Chloe, the ice mage, was yawning as she walked down the hallway. Leo and Car bumped into her, and Leo teased her, your mouth's about to fall off. Chloe, haha, you look tired. Chloe, turning around, explained that she had stayed up late reading magic books. At the same time Leo remembered her student ID and said, "You're Chloe Mueller, right?" He then handed her the ID card. Chloe looked at it and remembered meeting Leo before. "Oh, it's you, thanks, freshman representative." With that, the three of them walked together into class. Today was the day for the magic trial classes. And Carr, curious, asked, "Looks like you'll be joining the magic class." "Huh? Leo? Since we're still in the trial phase, I want to join as many classes as possible," Leo answered calmly, which made Carr feel a bit envious of Leo's thirst for knowledge. "That's amazing. As for me, I'm only interested in magic, so I'm only attending the magic class." As they talked, Carr suddenly lowered his voice and whispered in Leo's ear, "The Ice Queen is aiming for the peak of the magic department. Her name is Chloe Mueller." Leo glanced over at Chloe, noticing that she was looking at him. This made Carr feel a chill running down his spine, and he quickly turned to leave, cheerfully saying, "It's too cold here, isn't it? I think I should move to the back." However, before Carr could leave his spot, a sharp ice column suddenly erupted from the ground, blocking his path. The person responsible for this, of course, was Chloe. "Carr, come up to the front seat," she said. "It seems like you're interested in the class, so I'll help you out with that." She grabbed Carr by the collar and dragged him along, like pulling a small dog, causing him to silently cry out in frustration. Watching this scene, Leo couldn't help but feel a bit amused. At the same time, the mage duo Abad and Chelsea greeted Leo from behind. A few minutes later, the teacher for the class entered through the door, and the appearance of this teacher had all the female students excited. "Oh my God, he's so handsome," they whispered among themselves, ignoring the chatter. The handsome teacher raised his voice and said, "I will be teaching you magic this year. My name is Lenore." Pausing for a moment, Len lightly tapped a stack of test papers beside him and reminded everyone, "Before we begin today's trial class, you'll first be taking a theoretical magic test." With a snap of his fingers, the test papers automatically flew to each student. The fact that they had to take a test before learning anything made the students' minds go blank in confusion. "What? A test on the first day of the trial class?" someone exclaimed. Len confirmed with a smile. "That's right, if you don't meet certain standards, you won't be allowed to attend my class. If you're a student of Lummern, this level of test should be fine for you. Once you finish the test, submit it to my assistant, Anna," he added on the other side. Anna, the assistant professor for first-year magic students, waved and greeted the students. "Please submit your test papers to me once you're done." As for Leo, looking at the test questions, he felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, his body trembling slightly. This was the first time in the series that he had such an expression. Is this really the current magic trend? Why are the formulas so complicated? Leo silently grumbled to himself. Time quickly passed, and everyone remained focused on their test. After finishing, they realized that the test wasn't as difficult as they had originally thought. "This is easier than I thought," one student said. "But what's the answer to the last question?" "I got everything except that one," another chimed in, and the group began to excitedly discuss their answers. Meanwhile, Leo was struggling. His head felt like it was about to explode from overthinking. "I only solved one question," he thought, his hands shaking as he handed in his pitiful test to the assistant. "I should have studied more magic before coming here." Leo sighed inwardly and quickly left the classroom. With his ancient magic knowledge, attending these classes would only embarrass him. Back with the handsome Professor Len. As soon as he collected the tests, he began grading them on the spot. In the past century, magic had evolved a great deal. What once required perfect understanding now only needed knowledge of the activation conditions to use it. However, this development had led to a decline in the general level of magicians. As he spoke, a beam of light shot out from his palm and soared into the air. The classroom transformed into a vast and mysterious cosmic space. The students gaped in awe at the spectacle before them. Seeing their astonishment, Len didn't leave them in suspense and explained, "This is the essence of magic that I created. I made it from the end to the beginning. I want you all to become magicians capable of researching and creating your own magic. Which is why I gave you this test. 49 questions, each worth 1 point based on simple memorization. And the last question, worth 51 points, analyzes the true essence of magic. I hope that all of you here will be capable of solving it. Back to Chloe when she looked at her test. She felt a bit embarrassed. It was no surprise that the last question was the only one she couldn't solve. Did Leo give up? She wondered. I really wanted to take the magic class with him. What a shame. At that moment the teaching assistant Anna seemed to have realized something and hurried over to Len. Whispering in his ear, Professor, one of the students has solved question 50. Hearing Anna's words, Len's face showed a look of astonishment. Then he burst out laughing in pure delight. Ha ha ha, who is it? One of you has achieved a perfect score for the first time in history. Please stand up. Who is it? Len's face flushed with excitement as he eagerly awaited the reveal. Anna quickly interjected, Professor, that student didn't get a perfect score. Len, still grinning, seemed to brush off the correction, feeling as though it was inevitable. Oh? It seems a few other questions were missed because too much time was spent on the final question. A bit unfortunate, but still good. Come up here, Anna, lowering her voice, clarified. No, they only answered the last question. Len's smile instantly disappeared and he asked in disbelief. What's their name? Student Leoplav. Anna responded. Then Leoplav, please stand up, Len called out, scanning the room. However, after handing in his test, Leo had already left. Chelsea, a fellow student, spoke up to explain. Leo left after finishing the test. Meanwhile, Leo was happily enjoying ice cream with Celia, recounting the details of his magic test, which made Celia laugh heartily. Haha. So you just left after answering one question? First you're the summoner with the little chicken, and then you only answered one question in the magic class? Leo, don't you think you're doing something wrong? If you're a knight student, you should focus on your swordsmanship. Leo, a bit irritated, retorted. Well, do you want to practice endurance with me? Celia hesitated, her voice faltering. Well, that's a bit. Just then, their conversation was interrupted by Professor Len. So you're a knight student? Are you Leoplav? The one who disrespected my class? Why did you leave after solving just one question? Was it too easy for you? So you thought it wasn't worth answering? His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at Leo. Not wanting to anger the professor, Leo immediately explained. Professor, I think there's a misunderstanding. I didn't think I passed the test. Every question except the last one was too difficult, and I couldn't solve them. I self-studied magic through old magic books, so I'm not confident with modern questions. Len, instead of getting angry, listened intently. His face gradually changed, and instead of scolding Leo, he suddenly picked him up like a small cat, his excitement evident. Follow me for a moment, he said, his voice filled with anticipation. After saying that, Professor Len happily dragged Leo along like a toy, leaving Leo no chance to resist. Meanwhile, Celia, the swordswoman, stood there in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Is that the theory magic professor from the Lamria Academy? Such a strange man, she whispered with a puzzled look. At that moment, Professor Len's assistant Anna rushed over with a tired expression. Have you seen Professor Len? Celia? Is something strange going on? She asked, out of breath from presumably chasing after him. Celia turned and explained everything she had witnessed. He just left here, but suddenly he grabbed Leo and dragged him away. Upon hearing this, Anna's face turned pale with panic, and she immediately started running after them. Oh my God, what is that madman planning to do this time? She yelled to herself. Back with Professor Len. He had already dragged Leo into a meeting room and started writing a series of questions on the board. Solve these, student Leo, he instructed. Although Leo was somewhat confused about why this was happening, he quickly began solving the problems for Professor Len. This was another test to assess Leo's abilities. If Leo hadn't solved the last question purely by luck, it meant he must have a unique magical system in his mind. Now show me, Len thought, eager to understand the true nature of Leo's abilities. But before Len could finish his thoughts, Leo paused, turned to him and said, I've solved everything already. Seeing this, sweat started pouring from Len's face. You solved all of these in your head? He asked in disbelief. Well, something like that, Leo shrugged nonchalantly, which left Professor Len drooling in excitement. Finally, Len whispered under his breath, overcome with excitement and anticipation. Meanwhile, Professor Albee was walking down the hallway when he suddenly noticed Professor Len running toward him, wearing a face as if he had just won the lottery. Seeing Len's expression, Albee felt an unsettling sensation in his heart and quickly turned to leave. However, Len wouldn't let him escape so easily. A second later, Len lunged forward, grabbed Albee's ankle with both hands, and said with a grateful look, "Thank you, Professor Albee, thank you so much." In response, Albee immediately used his magic to levitate Len off the ground and warned him, "This isn't the first time I've seen you act impulsively. But today you've gone too far." Despite the warning, Len kept his excited and eager expression, sharing he's a genius in magic. Leoplav, the student you recommended as the freshman representative. He's truly a genius. Hearing this, Albee felt a moment of confusion. Magic? Isn't he a knight? But then, Len's words seemed to spark something in him. No, Leo must become a mage at all costs. I won't let his talent be wasted wielding those swords. Sending him to the Knight Order is an insult to the field of magic. Len yelled angrily. At that moment, Professor Len's assistant Anna also arrived on the scene. Seeing the situation, Albee released his magic, letting Len fall back to the ground. Fortunately, Anna had anticipated this and sped up to catch him just in time. "Thank you, Anna," Len said with a beaming smile. "We really need to get back to the classroom." Anna, her face flushed with anger and veins visible from her frustration, muttered to herself, "One day I'll kill that madman." At this moment, Leo also leisurely walked from behind, and as his footsteps echoed, Professor Albee turned his head and nodded, making Leo feel a bit flustered. Wizards never changed with time. All of them were madmen. Just like that, time quickly flew by. A week passed and the trial classes had come to an end. Currently, our protagonist lay on the rooftop of a certain building, intently reading a book titled, Kyle, the True Beginning Hero, a Fraud. Closing the book with a heavy sigh, Leo felt disheartened, as he hadn't found any useful information within its pages. Meanwhile, in Principal Callion's office, the man was engrossed in his work when suddenly, 3 homeroom teachers of the magic, night and summoning classes burst in, each holding a registration form. "Please look at this," they exclaimed. According to the document, Leo had registered for all 3 disciplines, an unprecedented occurrence at the academy. Each teacher was determined to pull Leo into their respective classes, insisting he focus on just one specialization. Inside the office, the 3 instructors bickered relentlessly, prompting Callion to chuckle. This reminds me of that fictional hero, the great 5th hero, also known as the beginning hero Kyle, the only one in history to master every class." The scene shifts to the running field, where Celia and Chelsea were jogging with great effort. Nearby Car lounged lazily, commenting with a smirk, "Seriously, why are they training on a weekend?" Leo responded, "Chelsea asked me to train her." "Then why are they just running? Where are their weapons?" Car asked. Before Leo could reply, both Abad and Chelsea, thoroughly exhausted, answered for him, "It's our endurance, we need stamina, it's crucial for combat mages, that's why we're running now. Move aside, Car." Chelsea waved her hand dismissively as if shooing a fly, clearing the way to sit beside Leo, next to the protagonist. Chelsea's demeanor changed completely as soon as she sat down, a sharp contrast to her earlier irritation when dealing with Car. "It's wonderful to jog on weekends, I miss this feeling so much, I want to run with you too, Leo," she said. "Really?" Leo asked, intrigued. Hearing this, Celia, the swordswoman, spat out the water she had just been drinking, spraying it everywhere. Chelsea shot her a disgusted, horrified look. "What's wrong with you?" Turning back toward Leo, he already understood the reason for Celia's reaction. So he simply said, "Well, I was planning to run with you too, but you have to do it seriously." "I already told you I'm not running with you," Celia shouted beside them. Car observed the exchange with growing curiosity. "What's going on between you two?" You seem so close at first I thought you two were dating. Carr pointed at Leo and clarified he's my cousin, the son of my aunt, my father's sister. Hearing this, both girls in front of them widened their eyes in surprise. He's from the Zeringer family? Not exactly, it's complicated, but never mind. Celia waved her hand, dismissively, unwilling to delve further. And perhaps she didn't fully understand it herself. Leo, after giving the girls some time to rest, stood up and suggested, all right, let's get serious now. Chelsea brightened with excitement. Sure, let's go. Carr, the alchemist, decided it was time to leave them to their training. He'll go explore Lamria, he said. Celia turned to him with a desperate look. Take me with you. Before she could finish her plea, Leo dragged her off like a chicken being hauled away, and her pitiful state left Carr speechless. Why is it that there's never a decent noble in my life? He wondered to himself. Time flew by, and the day of class assignments finally arrived. In class 1 to 5, as soon as the protagonist stepped in, Carr eagerly waved him over. Leo, over here. Seeing this, our protagonist walked over and asked, so you already know you're in class 5? There's nothing I don't know. Carr thumped his chest with a confident grin. Leo's eyes then shifted to Chelsea, the mage who was dozing off at her desk, and he let out a surprised, huh? Chelsea's here too. Looking at her exhausted expression, Carr gave Leo a suspicious glance. What did you do to her over the weekend? Just basic training. Leo shrugged. Chelsea, half asleep but still hearing his words, silently vowed never to take part in that kind of training again. At that moment, for reasons unknown, a mocking voice came from behind Leo. The jeers of upperclassmen filled the room. Oh wow, so this is class 5, the class of misery, huh? I wonder how many of you poor souls will survive the first semester. My condolences, heh. Though they claimed to offer condolences, there wasn't a trace of sympathy on their faces. However, they shouldn't have said that, because right then the homeroom teacher of class 5 arrived. Misery, you say? I think you two look far more pitiful, wouldn't you agree? The owner of the voice was a man with a face that could easily be mistaken for a homeless person's, his ragged appearance adding an air of unpredictability to the scene. This man was Horrid Edmund, the homeroom teacher for class 1 at Lamria Academy, infamously nicknamed the Wailing Wall. At that moment he muttered one word, chair, and immediately two students across from him instinctively braced themselves into a chair-like posture. Without hesitation, Horrid sat down on their bodies, using them as makeshift seats while sneering at the students in front of him. Greetings, you worthless scum. Welcome to the class for failures, the bottom of the barrel among all first years. You've probably heard of me, the Wailing Wall. Does anyone here know why I was chosen to be your homeroom teacher? Hearing his question, Carr, ever the bold one, raised his trembling hand. Is it to help us improve our grades? Horrid turned his disdainful gaze toward him. Carr Thomas, a textbook response from the lowest-ranked student. Does no one in this pathetic class understand the purpose of a Lamria Academy student? Chelsea, still groggy but emboldened, raised her hand to offer her view. To conquer the world of heroes through practical missions. At this, Herod's eyes lit up with a brief flicker of approval, and he nodded. Correct. But all I see here are weaklings who will die the moment they step into the real world. Expelling useless parasites who drag their comrades to an early grave. That's my goal. That's why I took charge of class 5. And why they call me the Wailing Wall. As he spoke, his sharp gaze swept across the class, briefly resting on Leo's composed expression, prompting a private thought that he might survive. With a smirk he barked, time for a reality check. Get into your combat gear and meet me on the training grounds. This is combat class. The scene shifted to the training field. Moments later, the students, now clad in their athletic uniforms, gathered nervously. Horrid reclined lazily to the side, as if on a leisurely vacation. Let's begin, he declared. Welcome to the class where we purge the rotten ideals you've nurtured since stepping foot into Lamria Academy. Tell me, what do you believe will save you in real life, where life and death hang by a thread? A pink-haired girl timidly spoke up. Isn't it having teammates to protect you? Her name is Nella Carvin, a knight major with a special note about her healing attribute aura. After hearing her confident response, Harid shook his head and remarked, "No, it's your own abilities that matter. Only when you hone your skills to shine through every danger can you start helping your teammates. But do you have confidence in your ability to protect them?" At this point, an eager hand was raised. "I'm confident, Professor," came the reply. Harid, surprised, raised an eyebrow. "Oh well. Let's see what you're capable of as a magical knight. Create a fireball." Eliana, upon hearing the request, confidently formed a fireball in her palm. However, Harid, seeing this, appeared disappointed and mocked. "Is that all? With that fireball I doubt you could even kill an ant." Not backing down, Eliana retorted, "If I add more mana, how about this?" With that, she channeled more magic into the fireball, making it expand. In a flash, the fireball split into two massive ones, radiating immense heat that caused the nearby students to quickly step back. The class gasped in awe, impressed not only by the fact that there were now two fireballs, but that their size had also doubled. Even Harid, usually indifferent, couldn't help but praise, "Wow, that's impressive. Why don't you try hitting this little creature with your magnificent fireballs?" With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a tiny humanoid elemental spirit, which shot toward Eliana at lightning speed. To everyone's surprise, the tiny creature playfully tapped her on the nose before bursting into laughter. Confused by its mocking behavior, Eliana's anger flared. She swung the two massive fireballs toward the spirit, but they couldn't even touch the hem of its tiny cloak. The little elemental spirit, after dodging Eliana's fireball, flew back to Harid and covered its mouth while laughing at Eliana. Harid, noticing Eliana's failed attempt, couldn't resist taunting. "What does it matter if you create two fireballs if you can't even land a hit? Have you finally realized what you're lacking? It's the ability to use your skills effectively. You need to train and push your limits. Have you forgotten? This lesson will not end until you catch the wind spirit. So show me everything you've got." Descendants of Lamria. Leo, though irritated by Harid's harsh words, couldn't help but agree. Despite the bluntness, everything Harid said was on point. "Let me give it a try," he said calmly as he stepped onto the training field. Harid, seeing Leo's composure, spoke with anticipation. "All right, Leo Plov. Let's see if you're just a liar like that fictional hero Kyle, or the first person to truly possess every attribute." Time quickly passed, and the other students in the class tried and failed to catch the tiny wind spirit. No matter how hard they tried, it toyed with them effortlessly. Leo, observing the situation, began to gather his energy, enveloping his body with his aura. He focused the energy into his feet and then executed a powerful burst of speed. His jump launched him forward, moving as quickly as a flash of lightning. Meanwhile, Chelsea and Carr, exhausted from the constant chase, were struggling to keep up with the tiny spirit. "Damn, why is he so fast? How can we catch him?" Carr groaned, frustrated at that moment. Leo used his air step technique and propelled himself into the sky, seizing the opportunity when the wind spirit was distracted by the other students. Leo dove down from above like an arrow. However, even though the spirit was slightly caught off guard, its reflexes were extraordinary. In the split second before Leo could strike, the spirit swiftly dodged, zipping to the side. This, however, was exactly what Leo had anticipated. Leo smiled lightly, focusing his aura into a whip-like strand and controlling it to strike towards the wind spirit. Just as he was about to succeed, a sudden interruption came. Duran, who had been lurking in the shadows, dashed out at lightning speed and snatched the success from Leo at the last moment. Meanwhile, from behind, a voice clapped, catching everyone's attention. "Looks like we in Class 1 should teach you a few things," said the man with white hair and a sly smile. Sejuan, the Class 1-1 teacher of the Lamria Academy. Notably, he was ranked second in the graduation vote, with Harid holding the first place. The two teachers didn't seem to get along well, despite their long tenures at the academy. Harid, still casually sipping milk, responded lazily, "Oh really? Then I suppose you're going to teach in my place?" Sejuan shot a disdainful look at Harid, not responding directly, and instead declared, "I propose a competition between Class 1 and Class 5. The event will be the Lamria History Ball game." That era, upon hearing this challenge, Carr eagerly spoke up, sensing the brewing rivalry. This is a showdown between the pillars of Lamria Academy. Both of them have worked here for over 20 years. I've heard that Professor Zeringer and Len are all disciples of these two. Nilla, shocked by the revelation, turned to Car and asked, "Wow, really? How do you know all of this?" Car, with a proud smile, blushed slightly. "I'm always quick on the news, haha." Chelsea, overhearing the conversation, looked visibly disgusted. Meanwhile, Sejuan, grinning, laughed heartily. "Herod, I don't know what your plans are with this class of failures, but he'll find out soon enough. I'm proposing the competition between our classes now. As for the event, ITLLB Bat Era." Herod, intrigued by the suggestion, rose, enthusiastically agreeing. "Just as I expected, you're a genius, Sejuan. Learning through real experience is the best." The tension in the air was palpable as the challenge between the two seasoned teachers seemed to set the stage for an intense clash. Hearing this, Sejuan felt a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind. "Class 1 will probably win," he said, his voice trailing off uncertainly. Meanwhile, Herod wore an expression as though he didn't care at all about the outcome. "It doesn't matter," he replied nonchalantly. "Just keep teaching your class." Sejuan, gritting his teeth in frustration, could only fume silently. Even the students behind him felt a bit sorry for him. How did I keep losing the bets in the graduation vote? Sejuan wondered to himself. The students couldn't help but think that Professor Sejuan seemed rather pitiable for some reason. After a brief moment of silence, Herod officially declared to his class, "Class 5, I'll give you a chance to hone your skills. You'll face Class 1 in a game of Bat Era, and if you lose, all of you will be expelled." He spoke with complete seriousness, leaving no room for joking around. Hearing Herod's words, the students were initially stunned, unsure if they had misheard. "Sir, are you serious?" they asked, disbelief creeping into their voices. "This is the first match, and their class has 3 team captains." In response, Herod appeared indifferent to the power gap between the two classes. "That's all the more reason to try harder. Push past your limits. What's there to worry about? The first-year representatives are already in your class. Pick 6 representatives for the Bat Era match." As he said this, his gaze fell on Leo, who quickly realized the true purpose behind the teacher's actions. This was clearly a test. But Herod wasn't looking at him because he disliked him. Some students had lost their spirit just after 1 week at Lamria Academy, and it wasn't hard to see why. Herod likely wanted Leo to help lift the spirits of Class 5, which was on the brink of giving up. He had to find a way to motivate his class in the Bat Era match. Soon enough, both classes began selecting their representatives, and as expected, Class 1 picked their strongest captains. Seeing the strength of the opposition, Chelsea, the mage, began to fret about how to explain being expelled to her family. Observing her worried expression, Leo couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? You seem scared." Chelsea explained to Leo, "I guess you've never heard of Bat Era. Probably because you lived in the outskirts. But Bat Era is a combat sport, and it's a long-standing tradition at Lamria Academy." Leo, still confused, looked at her and asked, "Isn't it just a ball game?" Car, overhearing, interjected, "It's not just a simple ball game. The thing is, it's an extremely dangerous sport." Meanwhile, Celia, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the clueless expressions of Leo and the others. "Chelsea, why do you look so scared? Haha, have you already accepted defeat?" Her voice was full of mocking, causing Chelsea to roll her eyes in frustration. "Who's scared of you?" Chelsea shot back, furious. "Do you think he'll lose to someone from the Zeringer family? To boost the morale of his team?" Leo confidently wrapped his arm around them and reassured, "Don't worry, we won't lose, class, we've got this." Celia clicked her tongue in annoyance and warned Leo, "Tch, Leo, you too. I'll show you the results of my special training. This time I won't lose to you." Her challenge was clear, but Leo wasn't fazed. Meanwhile, after a bit of verbal sparring between the two classes, Professor Sejuan stepped in, saying, "All contestants from each class, please proceed to the arena." Upon hearing this, Leo turned to his classmates and asked, "Who will join me?" The question caused some hesitation as fear crept into the group. However, not everyone was afraid to face the challenge. Chelsea and Eliana, both mages, quickly volunteered. "I'm definitely going to teach them a lesson," Chelsea said, cracking her knuckles. Eliana too wanted to impress Herod. "If we lose and get expelled, I'll channel all my anger into winning. I'll show Professor Herod my capabilities." On the other side, Neela, the mage with the healing aura, and a hesitant classmate stood up finally. Car, the alchemist who had been hiding at the back, was pulled out by Leo. "Car, you know the last spot's for you, right? Carr was shocked, but Leo had already made the decision after gathering his team. Leo reported to Sejin, Class 5 is ready. Professor Sejin nodded. Good, let the match begin. With that, he tossed the ball into the air, signaling the start of the game. Everyone's attention shifted to the ball without warning. Both Leo and Duran rushed forward with lightning speed to seize the ball. However, Duran, with his storm-like aura, was just a step faster and successfully snatched the ball right in front of Leo. Alright, our class takes the lead, Duran said coldly as Leo landed on the ground. He quickly turned to his blonde-haired teammate, Tide, and asked, Tide, can you quickly explain the rules to me? Tide, understanding the urgency, quickly summarized, Oh, Batera is simpler than you think. You just need to channel energy into the ball and shoot it into the goal. But you can't use your hands or feet. The team that scores 11 points first wins. By the way, the blonde-haired teammate, Tide Manhwa, is from the summoning department. On the other side, Duran began to focus his energy aura, preparing for an attack. Seeing this, someone from their group shouted, It's coming, get ready. As the words finished, Duran channeled his strength into his fist and struck the ball in front of him, causing the ball to deform and soar forward at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Leo, who was standing in front of the ball, was startled by its speed and quickly jumped to the side to avoid it. The rubber ball then slammed into the ground and flew straight toward the goal, leaving Carr, who was watching in bewilderment, confused about what had just happened. The students from Class 1, on the other hand, cheered enthusiastically. Duran, Moira, well done. On the opposite side, the students of Class 5 began to worry, their faces pale. Even Tide, usually confident, looked uncertain. It seems like Professor Herod is planning to expel all of us, he muttered. Leo, hearing this, did not lose his confidence. Instead, he turned to ask, how do we regain control of the ball? Tide began explaining that there were 3 ways to do so. First, when the ball goes out of bounds during the opponent's turn. Second, when we catch the ball, and lastly. Tide was about to explain the third method when suddenly, Nella's anxious voice rang out, dodge, at the sound of her shout. Both Leo and Tide turned around and saw that the rubber ball had struck Eliana, the mage, squarely in the chest, causing her to cry out in pain. The person who had just made the strike was none other than Celia, the swordswoman. Hey, what are you whispering about over there? Can't you focus on the match? Celia giggled as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Leo and Tide hurried over to check on their teammate, and Tide continued explaining. The third way to regain control is that you can't directly attack or block the opponent. What just happened is the third method. When a player is knocked out after being hit by the ball, the only way to attack them is by using the ball itself. Hearing this, Leo understood the rules of the game fully. He then gently picked up the ball, nodded in appreciation for the explanation, and said, thanks for the explanation. Now it's our turn. Regarding Professor Sejin, even though the situation seemed to be progressing favorably for his class, there was an inexplicable unease within him. In Batera, teams with fire attribute users had an overwhelming advantage due to their high destructive power. And among the families, the Zeringer family's flames were the strongest. Thinking of this, he turned to the lazy professor beside him and spoke. You accepted even though Celia Zeringer is in my class? I don't know what you're plotting, but it will be very hard for your class to win. On the side, Harid didn't respond immediately. Instead, he yawned, which further irritated Sejin. He urged, speak properly. Only then did Harid finally open his mouth. Hey Sejin, do you remember my first student? The one from the Zeringer family. At these words, Sejin immediately recalled the image of that student and nodded. Of course, how could I forget? The Queen of Batera, seeing that Sejin remembered her, Harid smiled slightly, and reminded him her daughter is in Class 5. Meanwhile, the students of Class 5, seeing their class already weaker strength and now losing Eliana due to her injury, had given up all hope. We're finished. How did we even get into Lumrun Academy? To end like this? At that moment, Celia, the swordswoman, gave Leo a worried look. It seemed that she had finally made her decision. From her gaze, Leo's body suddenly erupted with a strong flame. It's coming, be careful, someone shouted just after the shout. The protagonist gathered all his strength and threw the ball straight toward the opponent's goal. However, Class 1's strength was no joke. Before the ball could reach their goal, Chloe, the ice mage, used her magic to create an ice wall blocking the ball. Leo, as long as I'm here, scoring will be impossible, she said confidently. But just at that moment, Leo suddenly appeared right next to her and muttered, I can still score next. without giving the opponent a chance to react. Leo gathered all his strength into the soles of his feet and jumped high, heading straight for the spot where the ball was trapped inside the ice wall. He then delivered a powerful punch to the ball, immediately breaking the ice and sending the ball flying into the goal. On the other side, Professor Sejin watched Leo's quick reaction with admiration, thinking to himself, his fighting sense is truly impressive. Seeing this, Professor Herod smiled with satisfaction, while the students in Nella's class seemed to have found a glimmer of hope and shouted in unison, "Leo Plav, let's go Class 5. Seeing the opponent's team regain their momentum, Professor Sejin couldn't help but smile and muttered, "I see now, this is when the real match begins." Time quickly passed as both sides exchanged blows and kept a close score. Neither team was willing to fall behind. At this moment, Durand threw another thunderbolt, sending the ball flying toward the opponent's goal. Carr, desperate, grabbed the ball with both hands, but the electric field surrounding the ball caused his body to shake with pain. Despite this, he successfully blocked the ball. "Haha, my manus almost drained, the rest is up to you, Leo," he said, before being helped off the field by Eliana and Chelsea. Outside the field, the group looked at the current score with worried expressions. It was tied at 10 points each. The next point would decide everything. But the opponents have 3 of the best students, and we only have Leo. This is really bad, they thought. On the other side, Chloe, the ice mage, realized that the next ball toss would be the deciding one. Determined, she prepared to unleash all her power. "I may have failed the theoretical magic exam, but I won't lose this time," she said, waving her hand and using some mysterious magic, summoning 4 clones of herself around her. Not to be outdone, Celia and Durand wrapped their bodies in energy fields, preparing to confront Leo. "Come at me, Leo," Celia shouted in response. Leo focused all his energy into his feet and suddenly vanished from their sight, leaving them stunned. "He's too fast," they whispered. With an unexpected burst of speed, Leo passed Celia, causing her to realize his true intent. He's not trying to attack, she thought, he's focusing on scoring. Behind her, Chloe immediately recognized the situation. Is this an illusion spell? How shallow then? She focused her magic into her eyes, trying to locate Leo's real form. However, every image of Leo she saw seemed identical to the real one. Or at least she couldn't tell which one was the real body. This left Chloe in a daze. And just like that, Leo and his team passed her and successfully scored. The magic of the stars? How could a human use magic from the fairy tribe? Chloe thought in astonishment. Meanwhile, the referee, witnessing the outcome, declared the winner is Class 5. Upon hearing this, 2 students from Class 5 hugged each other in joyous tears. "Thank goodness we won't be expelled. I was afraid I'd have to go home immediately." Hearing these words, Professor Sejin turned curiously to Herod and asked, "Expelled? What are they talking about?" In response, the laid-back Herod burst into laughter. "Haha. I guess you could say that's their motivation." On the other side, Celia, Chloe, and Durand were holding their faces in disappointment. Seeing this, Sejin sighed and went over to comfort them. "Are you upset because you lost? At the end of the match, no matter the result, you should greet your opponents. All of you did very well, securing victory for your class, cheering on your friends, and giving it your all in the arena. You should be determined and proud of yourselves." The students from Class 1, hearing these words from their teacher, looked at him with admiration. Unfortunately, this beautiful atmosphere didn't last even 3 seconds before it was interrupted by Herod's mocking laughter from behind. "Haha, hey losers, come here and wrap it up." Hearing this, Sejin became furious internally. But he had no choice but to step up and say a few words. Both classes did very well. Class 1 showcased their talents and abilities, while Class 5 never gave up until the last moment and overcame every challenge. They recognized their limits and successfully overcame a tough situation. I hope you all continue to work and compete harmoniously with one another. Now let's shake hands. Upon hearing this, the students from both sides extended their hands to shake. You made the match last longer than I thought. I thought you'd lose sooner, Celia said with a smile. I was about to tell you the same thing. You're as stubborn as an octopus, Prince Chelsea replied. Nearby Car smiled and said to Duran, but this time we won on the other side. Duran didn't respond, only staring at him, making Car feel a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Chloe the mage was still so upset she was on the verge of crying over the loss. Then Leo extended his hand to comfort her. You were amazing, Chloe, with a little more experience. You'll definitely become extraordinary. Hearing this, Chloe looked straight at him and asked, are you mocking me? She silently swore in her heart, one day I'll beat you, and tightly grasped Leo's hand. And so time passed quickly. A month later, Leo and his group were happily sitting and drinking tea together. Meanwhile, Car, who looked as hollow as a machine, asked the group, by the way, which club are you guys planning to join? Looking at Car's ravenous eating habits, Chelsea, with her aristocratic demeanor, was disgusted and reminded him, eat properly for once. Back to Leo, he shared that he wanted to start a club. And of course this bold idea left Car in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the mage Chelsea excitedly said, if Leo wants to start a club, I want to join. What kind of club is it? Car asked. Leo, in response, openly shared his thoughts. It's a heroes research club. I want to learn more about the forgotten heroes and the original hero. Kyle, upon hearing this, Car and Chelsea exchanged glances with wide eyes, then shook their heads. Kyle? But he's not a forgotten hero, he's just fictional. It seems like no one's going to join your club, Car said with a chuckle. Chelsea, however, immediately realized that if Car's words were true, she could be alone with Leo in the club. I want to join, Chelsea shouted enthusiastically. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by loud shouts from the crowd. Wow, they're back. Upon hearing this, Car seemed to recall something and quickly stood up from his chair. Oh, that's right. Today's the day when the fifth-year students return after cleaning the hero's dungeon. He said this while hurrying out to join the commotion. The fragments of the hero's chronicles were scattered across the world, and occasionally they would act erratically, creating dungeons. These places were known as hero dungeons, and the senior students at Lamria Academy were responsible for cleaning these dungeons and gathering the fragments of the hero's chronicles. This task would require them to be away for at least 2 weeks, sometimes even more than a month. Leo silently thought to himself that his mother must have gone through similar experiences. Beside him, the mage Plav gazed at the seniors in awe. Wow. Is this really the pinnacle of Lamria Academy? In response, Car eagerly showed off a bit and started introducing each person to her. The muscular man to the east is Lee Jamua. The woman from the southern region next to him is Toru Ian. And the pale man wearing the hood is Ulta, though I haven't seen him around today. Car paused as if he had expected someone else to be with the three of them. Who's the other person? Leo asked, curious. The head of Lamria Academy, the student council president Reese. Car replied at that moment. Someone grabbed Leo's shoulder and pulled him away. When Car turned around to continue the conversation, he noticed his friend's voice had suddenly disappeared. Turning back to Leo, the one who had pulled him away was none other than the swordswoman Celia. Seeing her rush, Leo couldn't help but ask, Celia, what's going on? In response, Celia explained that Leo needed to go with her to Lamria City because the student council president wanted to meet him. Why would the student council president want to see me? Leo asked, his eyes full of curiosity. However, Celia wasn't sure either and couldn't explain. You never really care about school matters, do you? Just come with me and you'll find out. Celia sighed. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a room with Eastern-style architecture. At this point, Celia seemed a bit restless, glancing around and muttering, I wonder why he wanted to meet here. This scent, though. Leo shrugged and replied, it smells quite pleasant, doesn't it? Before they could continue their conversation, the student council president appeared. The moment Celia saw him, she dashed straight toward him like a small cat. Big brother. Reese gently ruffled his younger sister Celia's hair and then turned his attention to Leo, offering a warm greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, Leo. Plav Eve heard a lot about you. Are you aiming to become an all-powerful hero? This man was Reese Zeringer, a knight from Lamria Academy and also the president of the student council. Before they began discussing anything further, Reese called for a basket of dumplings and invited everyone to help themselves. I hope this is to your liking, he said gently. Ah yes, Leo replied. Noticing his sister's slightly nervous expression, Reese asked, what's wrong? Celia explained that this was her first time trying this dish, which was why she looked so uneasy. After taking a small bite, her eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, so delicious. Seeing her reaction, Reese smiled contentedly and said, haha, this is the restaurant I wanted to take you to. Once you join Lamria, this place will be your regular stop. Then, with a brief pause, Reese shifted the conversation toward Leo. But I never expected you to be the son of that person. Leo, realizing who Reese was referring to, asked, have you met my mother before? Yes, I met her a few times when I was younger. Your mother was pretty well known back in her school days. Reese nodded, which made Leo even more curious. My mother? Leo echoed, intrigued to clarify. Reese began recounting some of the legendary feats of Lady Reina. Indeed, she made quite an impression. For example, she once declared that the desserts at the dormitory's dining hall were awful and rallied all the students to storm the principal's office. Wait, that was her? The one who caused all that trouble? Celia yelled, surprised. Yes, that's the one. Reese laughed as the group continued chatting. Leo quietly evaluated the student council president's strength. He had to admit, Reese lived up to the rumors. He was undoubtedly the strongest among the students at Lamria Academy. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before Reese became a true hero. Leo thought to himself. Next, after everyone finished eating, Reese happily stood up and said, well then, let's go have dessert. They'll pay so you all can go ahead. Upon hearing this, Leo and Celia quickly got up and left the table. At the same time, Reese suddenly felt a slight warmth in his chest. So he reached into his pocket and pulled out a glowing piece of paper. Huh? What's this about? Reese murmured to himself. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to Leo's classroom. At this moment, the mage Eliana spoke up and asked, Professor, I have a question in response. The gruff professor leaned back, put his feet on the desk, and asked with a smug expression, Eliana Layden, let me hear your pointless question. Hearing this, Eliana didn't get angry but raised her hand and spoke loudly. Why haven't we chosen a class president yet? I heard all the other classes have already chosen theirs. Ah, that's true, Tide agreed with a nod. Only after hearing Eliana bring it up did the professor remember. Class president? Oh right, I forgot about that, he said. He then turned to Leo and suggested, Leo, you do it. Before Leo could respond, the other two immediately complained, why is that, Professor? Shouldn't we choose a class representative democratically through a vote? To answer the question, Harid tossed a stack of papers, about half a meter tall, onto the teacher's desk and instructed, Class president, take this and organize them. Upon seeing the enormous workload, Eliana instinctively shrank back, no longer daring to speak. Soon after, the loudspeaker mounted on the wall emitted a sound announcing, in just a moment, we will have a joint lesson on herd behavior. All first-year students are requested to prepare and head to the auditorium. Upon hearing this, Leo glanced at the professor and asked, Professor, should we head over right now? That's the attitude of a class president. Harid nodded in agreement. The scene then shifted to the auditorium, where, according to the announcement, students were slowly gathering. Here Leo and Harid encountered the mage Chloe, whose current appearance intrigued both of them. Hi Chloe, you look tired, Leo greeted. Upon hearing this, Chloe's eyes brightened a little, and she immediately asked, do you have any recovery potions left? Could you sell them to me? Seeing this, Carr didn't hesitate and immediately threw 2 recovery potions to her, saying, these are all I have. Leo, standing beside her, spoke with some concern. It's only the beginning of the year, and you're already pushing yourself like this? On this side, after receiving the potions, the mage Chloe immediately drank them in one go and assured that she was fine. Seeing the determination on Chloe's face, Carr couldn't help but admire her. Wow, impressive. She's at the top of magical theory. Beside them, the mage Chelsea added, But I guess Chloe has no choice but to worry. The moment Leo learns the latest magical trends, he might surpass her in the magical theory exam. Huh? What's wrong with being second? Carr asked confused Chelsea, then turned to him, giving him a look as if he were an idiot. Are you really out of your mind? She's a mage of the tower. We're combat mages, so we're not too concerned about falling behind a little in theory. But research into new magical studies is the core of the mage tower. Her honor is at stake here. Are you really a mage? In response to this, the alchemist casually replied, first of all, of course I live by magic. Survival magic is my pride. In another turn of events, after the student council president Reese noticed the glowing paper in his hand, he immediately went to meet with the headmaster, Callian, to discuss the matter. Upon hearing the story, the headmaster's expression changed, becoming serious. The heroic chronicle fragment has reacted, he said, his voice grave. Is it true that this heroic fragment has reacted? Reese nodded firmly, confirming the situation. Yes. It's a fragment that was damaged to the point that it shouldn't be able to react anymore. But it truly has. Moreover, there are no relics nearby. Upon hearing this, Headmaster Callian asked further, did it react again afterward? No, Reese replied, shaking his head. There was no further reaction. The lack of information made it difficult for the headmaster to make sense of the strange occurrence. Well, I suppose we'll need to investigate this further. You've just returned, so you must be tired. You did well. After saying that, he called in his secretary Elena and instructed her to take this to the Hall of Beginnings. In the lecture hall, the first year's general class was about to begin. Yes, understood. Elena nodded and quickly headed towards the hall, leaving the headmaster deep in thought. Sometimes fragments like these can still react if the person recorded in the heroic chronicle comes into contact with them. It will react, he murmured to himself, transitioning to the lecture hall of Lamria Academy. The first-year heroic studies class was in session. The instructor for this class was Professor Arzhan Nir, who was responsible for class 1 to 8. Since the classes were all sitting together, the room was noisy, with students chatting away, creating a cacophony that made the petite professor feel flustered. Please be quiet, Arzhan called out, trying to maintain control. However, the students continued talking, as if they hadn't heard her at all, pushing Arzhan to her breaking point. Just then, the shadow of a unicorn appeared behind her, and her personality shifted completely. Everyone, if you don't want to be punished, shut up, you damn idiots. Do you want to die? She shouted loudly, her demeanor entirely different from the gentle face she had earlier. Damn it, why won't you listen? She continued, and just as suddenly as the switch flipped, Arzhan returned to her kind expression, saying, "Ah, finally it's quiet, thank you," she cheerfully remarked, causing the students to shiver in fear. So terrifying, one of the students whispered in shock, "Oh my God, even though we've seen it 100 times. It's still scary. Our professor is truly terrifying." The students from class 8 trembled, their hearts racing with fear. Meanwhile, Leo, seeing Arshan's rapid change in personality as quick as the speed of light, couldn't help but be amazed. In his previous life, spiritual mages were very rare, and now it seemed that Arzhan was one of them. Turning back to Arzhan, once she noticed that the class had become silent, she took out a dagger and began her lecture. "We will begin the first-year general class on heroic studies," she started. After the appearance of the heroic chronicles, the reason for the emergence of hero families is this: to open the world of a hero, you need an object deeply connected or closely related to that hero. As a result, the descendants of heroes are able to open the hero's world more easily. This is why Lamria Academy, which preserves the heroic chronicles, has a deep connection with these hero families. Although this has political undertones, it's similar to the relationship between a key and a treasure. Now do you understand why heroic studies are important? She paused for a moment before continuing. Heroic studies are important because they help us find clues to conquer a hero's world, or understand them better when you reach your final year. You will choose a hero to inherit their powers and test yourself with their heroic chronicles. At that moment Elena, the secretary, entered the lecture hall and handed the earlier glowing paper to Professor Arshan. Just as expected, Arshan cheerfully shared it with the class everyone. This is a piece of the heroic chronicle brought back by the fifth-year students of Lamria Academy. Arshan announced. Hearing this, the students gasped in awe. Not letting their curiosity linger too long, Arshan opened the box slightly. The students, eager and tense, held their breath, watching intently. However, before it was fully opened, Arshan suddenly closed it again. All right. Before we experience this heroic chronicle fragment, let's first discuss the goals you wish to achieve as a hero, she said. The students, seeing this, were disappointed but listened intently. Next, Celia, the swordswoman, raised her hand to speak. I want to become a knight who surpasses the generations before me and my family. Oh, that's a wonderful goal, Arshan praised her. On the other side, Chloe, the mage, spoke up as well. I want to write a book of spells containing only my original magic. I want to support the hero's car, with pride said. I want to be someone who supports the heroes, and his dream received praise from Arshan as well. It seems Car wants to be someone who supports the heroes. Truly admirable, she commented. Then Leo, who had been silent, finally spoke. His goal, my goal, is to completely destroy Erebos. His words caused the entire hall to fall into complete silence. After about 2 seconds of silence, Professor Arshan awkwardly spoke. Yes, that's quite an incredible goal. She quickly moved on. All right, next. Not paying attention to the strange looks around him, Leo calmly sat back down in his seat. Meanwhile, some of the upperclassmen began to mock Leo's dream. Is he dreaming too big? The goal of a first-year representative, really? As for Professors Herod and Sejin, after hearing Leo's declaration, Sejin glanced at his colleague and asked, "What do you think?" Herod shuddered and replied, "That's spine-chilling. He's not the type to speak nonsense." Herod thought back to Leo's words and reflected on them. It's been millennia since Erebos was split into many fragments and sealed. Yet he has repeatedly reincarnated over the years. Just one fragment's reincarnation is enough to cause disaster. But his dream is to completely destroy Erebos? The more I think about it, the more complicated this seems. Back to Professor Arshan. After wrapping up the discussion on the students' dreams, she continued, now today, we will read a page from the heroic chronicle brought back from the dungeon. After guessing which hero the page belongs to, we will learn how to conquer that hero's world. Oh, by the way, in case anything unexpected happens, the professors from the other classes will also be observing here. So please no causing trouble at this. The heartbeat of the students in the hall started to accelerate with nervous anticipation. Finally, this would be the first time they were touching the heroic chronicle. The students whispered excitedly, but Arshan quickly got their attention. All right then, please, the representatives from each class step up. Hearing this, Leo and the familiar representatives quickly made their way to the stage. Arshan then continued, this time, we have 2 heroic chronicles that were brought back. Of course, we'll only use one for today's lesson. The other is a very small fragment, but we've brought it out to show you that such pieces exist. As she spoke, she presented 2 boxes in front of Leo. Leo casually picked up the small piece in front of him, but right after that, an unexpected anomaly occurred. Everyone suddenly received an announcement. The heroic chronicle has opened. The world of Unclear, chapter Unclear. Suddenly, a massive and incredibly complex magic circle appeared above the stage. On the other side, Professor Sejin shouted, "It's getting out of control." No sooner had he spoken, when their figures suddenly vanished from the eyes of the students. By the time they reappeared, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar world. This was an unfamiliar world with a blood-red sky, and around them were countless monster corpses of various shapes and sizes. Upon seeing the scene, a girl from the group screamed in fear. Dead bodies. Hearing this, Professor Herod immediately dropped his earlier playful attitude and tried to calm the students. Prepare yourselves, this is the dungeon of the hero. Professor Sejin, on the other hand, noticed something and pointed in a particular direction. Herod, I see the city walls over there. At these words, everyone turned toward the direction Sejin pointed and discovered a ruined city wall, cracked and weathered. For Leo, this scene was all too familiar during the era of the disaster. The last line of defense and the final city, Gardasland city walls, he muttered under his breath. If this was the right time, just then a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Yes, my unfulfilled wish was indeed foolish. But we will save the world. Leo turned around to face his old teammate and whispered so only he could hear. Lucina's the girl with black hair smiled faintly. Then slowly dissolved into a stream of light. After that, the space around them shattered. And the group was teleported back to the lecture hall. Everything happened so fast that the representative students were completely confused about what had just occurred. Professors, what is going on? Chunxia asked in a panic in response to the chaos. Professor Herod immediately halted the class and instructed everyone to calm down and quickly leave the classroom. The students, without waiting for further instructions, fled the lecture hall in fear. Only Leo remained still lost in thought, holding the piece of paper in his hand. It was then that he realized the identity of the paper. This was Kyle's page, the heroic chronicle from his world beside him. Professor Herod was staring intently at him. His gaze thoughtful, leaving Leo to wonder what the professor was thinking. Time quickly passed and we transitioned to class 5 at this point. Leo's friends were asking him about what he experienced when he was transported to the strange hero's world. After hearing what Leo had gone through, the group was left stunned and speechless. You met the King of Wisdom? That's amazing. This is a historical event, Chelsea, the mage said with eyes full of admiration. Was that Lucina's heroic chronicle? Eliana, another mage, sighed deeply, full of regret. Why did I give up being class president to Leo? I should have done it myself. I missed such a great opportunity. Haha, really? Carr responded sarcastically. This immediately prompted Eliana to turn and punch him. Looks like today's your funeral, she said as her fists flew like a machine. Carr, with his orange hair, could only shrink back and take the blows. Meanwhile, Professor Herod, who had been observing from the door, coldly stared at the group. I came here to scold the noisiest class, and here it is. Choose self-study or expulsion. After saying this, without waiting for any response from the students, he left back with Leo. Ever since returning to class, he had been lost in thought about what had just happened. Why was his heroic chronicle the only one that had become chaotic? It was in such a bad state that he couldn't even recognize whose world it belonged to. It felt like someone intentionally destroyed his heroic chronicle. A true heroic chronicle is a powerful inheritance of a hero's strength. If someone didn't want the birth of a new hero, could only be that scumbag Erebos. But first, Leo needed to investigate why his heroic chronicle had been split apart. He silently began planning in his mind. Time quickly passed once again, and a month later, the scene shifted to the magic department's classroom. At that moment, the handsome Professor Len pointed to a magical symbol behind him and explained. Originally, in other words, a unique spell. This will be your midterm practical exam, everyone. A signature spell is a type of magic that reflects a mage's personality. In today's era, with the dominant trend of activating advanced magic circles, mages no longer focus on creating unique spells. However, a signature spell can still become a secret technique for self-defense in emergencies. For example, the star spell that every elf learns, which is actually just a small replica of the original signature spell. Throughout history, only one person has ever mastered the true star spell, and that was its creator, the founder of Nebula Luna. Upon hearing this, Chloe, the mage, immediately glanced at Leo, recalling how he had used the star spell during their previous ballgame to outsmart her. Meanwhile, noticing Chloe staring at him, Leo glanced back at her and noticed a magic book emitting dark energy beside her. When their eyes met, Chloe quickly hid the book. Is that a grimoire? Leo thought to himself, unaware of what was happening. Professor Len wrapped up the class, saying, well, I'm sure everyone is eager to discover your unique spell. That's all for today's lesson. As the students left the classroom noisily, Leo, still uneasy about the dark magic book, stopped Chloe by grabbing her hand. Hold on, Chloe, would you like to have lunch with me? While saying this, Leo couldn't shake his suspicions about the book she had hidden earlier. However, Chloe, possibly sensing his curiosity, immediately refused. I don't have time for that. I'm definitely going to beat you in the practical exam, she declared firmly before walking off. At the same time, Carr noticed the tension and rushed over to mediate. Hey, what's going on here? Leo, You're challenging the Ice Queen's top position in the Magic Academy. In response, Chloe firmly stated her determination. I may have lost to Leo in terms of technique, but when it comes to magical theory, I won't let anyone surpass me this time. No matter what happens, I will win. Her eyes were filled with resolve. Leo, grinning, teasingly replied, If I back down now, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? Chloe nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Leo extended his hand and said, All right then, let's both prepare well. Car, observing their handshake, couldn't help but feel admiration for their smooth interaction. That handshake was so natural, he thought. The afternoon passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the hero's tower. Leo was here, looking for more clues about his lost hero's journal. Somewhere around here was Lamria's forbidden library, and if he could get there, maybe he would find some clues about his missing hero's journal. As Leo calmly walked up the stairs, he overheard a few female students whispering, Isn't he a first year? Why is he here? So cute. At that moment, a voice rang out in front of him. Leo Plav Eve, heard a lot about you from Professor Lin. Nice to meet you. The voice belonged to Torua Yen, a fifth-year student from the magic department. Recognizing her as a senior, Leo bowed politely and replied, Hello, what's a first-year student like me doing in the hero's tower? Torua then stepped in front of him, blocking his way. Leo quickly came up with a reason. I'm here to meet the student council president. Torua raised an eyebrow. If you're involved in the magic department, you'll get a chance. Eve already joined the magic department. Leo replied calmly. After hearing this, Torua stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Thanks, Leo said, nodding. Before Leo could move on, Torua reminded him. Leo, you need to declare your major in the magic department before the end of this semester. Understood. Leo nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Then he entered a nearby elevator. However, after selecting his floor, the elevator didn't move. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Leo muttered, pressing the button repeatedly. A voice responded, You need to channel mana into it to activate it. Nice to meet you, Leo Plav. So, you're the popular first-year representative? The voice belonged to Lamria, a fifth-year student from the night department. In response to the statement, when Leo realized this was his senior, he respectfully bowed. At the front, Senior Lamria, curious about why Leo had come to this place, asked, What brings you to the Tower of Heroes? Seeing this, our protagonist straightforwardly shared, Oh, I have some business to discuss with the student council president. Leo's casual attitude made the senior chuckle and stroke his chin as he commented, I'm a freshman who isn't the least bit intimidated by me. Bold enough to head straight to the student council president's office alone. I wouldn't call it barging in, Leo responded calmly, but the burly senior seemed not to hear. Instead, he suggested to Leo, You should seriously consider joining the night faculty. What do you think? In response to this suggestion, Leo could only force an awkward smile, feeling exhausted by the constant recruitment attempts from everyone who seemed determined to get him into their department. Am I already worn out before we even get to the main topic? Leo sighed inwardly. The scene then transitioned to the front of the student council president's office. Arriving there, Leo stopped, raised his hand to knock on the door and called out, President Reese, it's Leo Plav, may I come in? In response, Reese's warm voice echoed from inside, Come in, with permission granted. Leo quickly opened the door and stepped inside. The moment Reese saw him, the handsome president got straight to the point. What's the matter? Leo? After a moment of quiet contemplation, Leo revealed his purpose. I want access to the forbidden library. This request immediately caused the president's expression to shift. Adopting a serious demeanor, Reese addressed Leo. Leo, I know you're not one to joke around, but there are only two ways for a regular student to gain entry to the forbidden library. The first is by conquering the hero's dungeon. Following tradition, the one who conquers the dungeon returns the recovered pages to the Book of Heroes themselves. As for the second method, they'll tell you once you've joined the student council, Reese said with a smile. It seemed like everyone in the student council was keen on pulling Leo to their side. Time flew by quickly, transitioning to the familiar training grounds. Today marked the day of the practical exam for the night faculty. Though it wasn't his own faculty, Students from other faculties had also gathered to watch, and naturally, the ever-curious Car couldn't miss such an event. Finally, the day is here, the first practical exam for the night faculty, Car exclaimed. Beaming with excitement, you can't watch a match like this without popcorn. He eagerly promoted his products to the students gathered around. His enthusiasm earned a sigh from the mage Chelsea, who shook her head and muttered, "It seems Car is really passionate about his business." Eliana, on the other hand, burst into laughter. Haha, that's just so Car, even if he weren't in Lamern, he'd still find a way to make money. Meanwhile, in another corner, Leo scanned the crowd, noticing that the mage Chloe didn't seem to be here before he could dwell on it. The professor, Ian, stepped forward to make an announcement. The first duel. Halil Snaff of Class 1 versus Leo Plav of Class 5, stepped forward at the sound of his voice. Both participants moved to the center of the field simultaneously as this unfolded. Car, ever the opportunist, spotted a potential customer and hurried over. "Professor Sejin, would you like to buy some popcorn and soda today?" Car asked cheerfully, holding out his goods. The professor, however, sneered dismissively. "HMPF, do you really think I'd buy that? Go ask Harlan." Undeterred, Car quickly shifted gears. Turning to his friend Celia, Celia nodded knowingly, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. She put on an irresistibly cute expression, like a kitten, and turned to Professor Sejin with pleading eyes. "Professor, could you buy us some popcorn? It really looks delicious." Not stopping there, Car also began chanting Sejin's name, riling up the surrounding students into a cheer. Left with no choice and to preserve his dignity, Sejin relented. "Fine, hand one to everyone," he said calmly. Car couldn't contain his excitement as he celebrated the sale of yet another batch, his business thriving even in the middle of an exam day. Returning to the arena, Leo faced his opponent with a warm smile, offering a friendly "Good luck to you." However, standing across from him was Halils, a member of the night faculty and a descendant of the legendary Snaff family, who responded to Leo's kindness with a sly grin. "You seem to underestimate me. You'll regret that." Halil sneered, licking his lips as he spoke. A quick fact drop courtesy of Car. The midterm practical exam for the night faculty required participants to secure 5 victories in unknown duels to pass up in the stands. Students eagerly observed the match, many of them curious about Leo's true capabilities. What kind of skills does a freshman from Class 5 even have? One girl wondered aloud. A boy sitting beside her, who seemed to have gathered some intel, replied, "Since Leo's studying 3 disciplines at once, there's bound to be a gap compared to those who specialize in just one." Don't forget, Halils is ranked 3rd in Class 1, right behind Celia and Duran. Halils, meanwhile, harbored a strong dislike for Leo, viewing him as an arrogant upstart who was constantly lingering around Celia, unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. Professor Aeon began announcing the rules of the duel. The match ends when one participant is unable to continue fighting. Treat this as a real combat scenario. Just as the professor finished speaking, Leo's expression abruptly shifted. He felt a wave of malicious energy emanating from a building not far from the arena. Switching scenes to the mage Chloe. She was still buried in her studies, desperate to find a way to defeat Leo. The deeper she delved into her research, the more hopeless she felt. Her frustration boiled over as she tore a piece of paper in her hands, and muttered through clenched teeth, No way I can create such a unique spell with just my abilities." In a fit of anger, Chloe swept all the books and papers off her desk, scattering them across the room. Determined, she vowed to herself, "I absolutely cannot lose to Leo in this practical exam." Then, as if she had made up her mind, Chloe's gaze shifted to the dark magic book from before, the very thing Leo had always been wary of. She muttered to herself, "With this, I can win. This time I will definitely win." As she said this, her expression subtly changed, becoming something unfamiliar. Back at the training grounds, Leo remained rooted in place, his attention fixed on the building where he felt the ominous energy emanating. Halils, noticing Leo's distracted state after the starting signal had been given, couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip by. Without hesitation, Halils gripped his spear tightly and charged at lightning speed. "Too careless, Eve, got you now." he sneered, aiming the spear's tip directly at Leo's handsome face. However, relying on his combat instincts, Leo tilted his head to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. But Haliel's wasn't done. He quickly followed up with a skill called Serpent Thrust, causing the tip of his spear to transform into a writhing, snake-like shape that darted toward Leo's throat with blinding speed. Even so, this was nowhere near enough to faze Leo. With a calm motion, he reached out and grabbed the spearhead midair, halting it completely. It didn't budge a millimeter. His grip was so strong that it made Haliel's question his own reality, wondering where Leo had gotten such overwhelming strength. Without giving Haliel's a chance to recover, Leo yanked the spear forcefully toward himself, pulling Haliel's entire body off the ground and sending him flying through the air. Then, before Haliel's could react, Leo channeled power into his fist and delivered a thunderous punch directly to Haliel's face. The impact sent Haliel spewing blood as he shot backward like a silver bullet. Afterward, Leo casually shook his hand and mocked, "Who said I was careless?" Across the arena, despite the searing pain from Leo's punch, Haliel's managed to stagger back to his feet. His pride wouldn't allow him to stay down. "Don't get cocky, this fight has only just begun," Haliel's growled. As he spoke, an eerie green aura began to radiate from his entire body, signaling that the battle was far from over. Unfortunately for Leo, the green aura radiating from Haliel's only filled him with disdain. To him, a guy who couldn't even properly wield aura might have strength, but it didn't mean his fundamental weaknesses had been addressed. "Unique aura, I'll give you that," Leo muttered under his breath as the green energy surged toward him. In response, he enveloped himself in a blazing red aura, the fiery glow shielding him from harm. On the opposite side, the overconfident Haliel's had yet to grasp the vast difference in power between himself and Leo. His smug expression remained intact. "Unless it's something on the level of Celia's flame aura, it's going to take a lot to push me back," Haliel's declared arrogantly. Those were his bold words. But within a second, Leo, surrounded by his blazing aura, shattered the green haze and appeared right in front of him. "You're the one who's always careless," Leo said coldly, his voice sharp and cutting, much like his piercing gaze, which seemed to crush the remnants of Haliel's self-confidence. Meanwhile, up in the stands, the students were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, munching on popcorn. They cheered and laughed as if watching a blockbuster action film unfold before their eyes. In one corner, Duran, the one who had once suffered defeat at Leo's hands, narrowed his eyes at Leo's performance, his expression a mix of irritation and intrigue. As for Zeringer, she couldn't hide her amazement watching Leo's prowess. Her mind raced with questions. "Leo, when did you enhance your flame aura to this level?" she wondered, her gaze filled with a blend of astonishment and curiosity. From Haliel's perspective, no matter how reckless he had been up until this point, he finally realized that Leo's power was anything but ordinary. As he stared at the red aura enveloping the protagonist, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What is this? Is this fire at Celia's level? Could a madman trying to surpass all elemental systems really be this strong?" A bead of sweat unknowingly slid down his face as his growing unease about Leo's strength took hold. Understanding that he had no chance of winning without resorting to his trump card, Haliel steeled himself with no other choice. He unleashed his full power. "I originally prepared this move to defeat Celia, but I never thought I'd have to use it on someone like you." Leo plowed as he finished speaking. Haliel's focused his energy into the palm of his hand, summoning a technique called Serpent's Prison. From his hand, a green serpent shot forth at lightning speed. It darted straight at Leo. And the moment it got close enough, it coiled tightly around him, hissing menacingly. Even Leo's blazing fire aura couldn't push the. Impressed Leo couldn't help but silently praise, "Oh, not bad." Back to Haliel's perspective, seeing his technique successfully restrain Leo, he immediately shifted his gaze towards Celia in the stands. His eyes brimmed with excitement, resembling a young boy trying to impress the girl he secretly admired. "What do you think, Celia? I developed this technique specifically to suppress your flames." On the opposite side, Celia, noticing Haliel's gaze, let out a quiet sigh before pointing forward in a gesture meant to signal him. Confused, Holiels turned back to observe the battlefield. To his horror, he saw the energy serpent he had created slowly evaporating before his eyes. As Leo's flames grew more ferocious by the second, in less than 3 seconds, the serpent had completely vanished. As if it had never existed, the sight of his strongest technique, honed over countless hours of training, proving utterly ineffective against Leo, left Holiels wide-eyed with shock. Out of options, he had no choice but to engage in close combat. Letting out a cold huff, he gritted his teeth, gripped his 2 spears tightly, and charged at Leo. On the other side, Leo swiftly drew his sword, countering the attack with ease. The force of Leo's strike was so overwhelming that it disarmed Holiels in a single clash, sending one of the spears flying out of his hand. Holiels, the self-proclaimed prodigy, ended up sitting flat on the ground. His confidence shattered, pointing his sword directly at Holiels. Leo offered a piece of advice to his opponent. Don't let your guard down until the flames are completely extinguished. With that, the battle came to an end. Professor N, observing the conclusion, announced the result. The winner, Leo Plav. In the stands, Leo's #1 fan, the mage Chelsea, cheered enthusiastically. Amazing, that's Leo for you. I knew I could count on you, Leo. Beside her, Carr added a few words of agreement. Meanwhile, in Holiels' mind, as the dust settled from his defeat, he silently accepted the outcome. If he's this strong even during practice, it's no surprise he's on par with Celia. Holiels thought to himself. His musings were interrupted, however, by Celia's voice cutting through the noise. Impressive, really well done, Celia said with a bright smile. Her words left Holiels flustered, prompting him to scratch his cheek awkwardly. What? Really? You actually thought it was cool? He stammered in response, setting the matter aside. The focus soon shifted as Professor N called out the next pair of competitors. Next up, Class 5, Eliana Layton stepped forward. Hearing her name, the red-haired mage Eliana eagerly stepped onto the field. All right, who's my opponent? She asked, her voice filled with anticipation. Professor N turned to the other side and continued. Class 10, Chuansha stepped forward. The moment Eliana heard her opponent's name, her eyes widened in disbelief. What? Why do I have to fight one of the top 3 strongest in the grade? She muttered. Stunned, unfortunately, no one had an answer for her rhetorical question. On the opposite side, Chuansha, the summoner, calmly approached the field with her hands clasped together. She addressed her opponent politely. Please go easy on me. Eliana mirrored the gesture, replying with a grin. You two. Once both participants signaled their readiness, Professor A and nodded and declared, let the match begin. The moment the words left Professor N's mouth, Chuansha began channeling her magical energy, causing torrents of water to surge and swirl around her. On the other side, Eliana tightened her grip on her sword, shrouding her entire body in flames. With a sudden burst of power, she bent her knees and launched herself forward at blinding speed, aiming the tip of her flaming sword directly at her opponent. Up in the stands, Leo watched the scene unfold with a faint trace of concern on his face. This is gonna hurt, he muttered under his breath. And just as he predicted, the moment Eliana's sword was about to strike Chuansha, it was stopped cold by an energy barrier. The resulting impact flung Eliana's body backward like a ragdoll, sending her skidding out of the arena. She was rendered completely incapacitated, unable to rise again. Seeing this, Chuansha clasped her hands together and bowed politely to the audience, acknowledging her victory. As per routine, Professor N announced the winner, Chuansha. On the ground, Eliana slowly regained consciousness. Realizing her loss, she could only wave off the situation with a resigned expression. But I'm not giving up on facing you again, Chuansha, she declared with a calm determination. Meanwhile, Leo couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret over how quickly Eliana had been defeated. The match was disadvantageous from the start, he murmured. But if she'd been more composed, she might have performed better. Next up was the highly anticipated match between Celia from Class 1 and Duran, also from Class 1. This should be fun, Celia remarked with a confident grin as she stepped onto the arena. Duran, in contrast, remained stoic, his silence lending an air of mystery from the stands. Leo reached over to grab a handful of popcorn from the bag held by his friend next to him. This match is going to be interesting, he commented. Shifting focus back to the arena, both Celia and Duran had drawn their weapons, enveloping themselves in auras so intense they commanded the attention of everyone present. Let's find out who the strongest knight in Class 1 is, Celia declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Without another word, both fighters sprang into action, unleashing rapid and powerful sword strikes at one another. The clash of their blades echoed through the air, creating a symphony of sharp, metallic sounds. The sheer force of their battle generated powerful gusts of wind, enough to reach all the way to the stands. Wow, is this the skill level of the top students? One awestruck spectator exclaimed. Beside him, Carr shielded his mouth with his hand and turned to Leo, asking, "Who do you think will win, Leo?" Hearing the question, Leo casually tossed a few kernels of popcorn into his mouth and nonchalantly shared his thoughts. "Let's see. Based on the current situation, it looks like Celia's going to lose." His calm remark left Carr gaping in disbelief. "You're so cold, Leo," Carr blurted out, ignoring the comment. Leo's gaze remained fixed on Celia's composed expression as he studied her unwavering eyes. A different thought crossed his mind. That look? It seems like she's got a secret move up her sleeve to turn this around. Back in the arena, Duran capitalized on the advantage of his aura's properties. With lightning-fast speed, he dashed forward and delivered a swift attack, grazing Celia's cheek and leaving a thin trail of blood. Without pausing, he launched a flurry of relentless strikes, each blow forcing Celia to retreat step by step, pushed back a significant distance. Celia suddenly seized the moment to unleash her special technique. Raising her sword high above her head, flames began to erupt from its blade, climbing fiercely toward the sky. The sheer power radiating from her caused the entire audience to stir uneasily. "Whoa! This isn't a joke," a group of students exclaimed, unable to predict what devastating move Celia was about to use. Only Leo seemed to grasp the strategy behind her actions, a faint smirk appearing as he murmured to himself, "Celia's using her head well." The first-year training room is small, and she realized it would be hard to keep up with Duran's speed. So, she's turned the room into her stage. Now, surrounded by a dome of blazing fire, Duran's movements became visibly restricted. The oppressive heat distorted the air, further impairing his vision. "She's already incredible," Leo thought, "but now she's even stronger." "Well done, Celia," as if on cue. Leo's prediction came true. Inside the fiery domain Celia had created, Duran's field of vision was blurred, and the intense heat made him hesitate to charge forward recklessly. The once dominant fighter was now on the defensive, carefully assessing his next move, turning towards the swordswoman Celia. She took advantage of the fact that Duran couldn't figure out her position and didn't know how to deal with the blazing field she had created in that moment. Celia swiftly moved behind him and launched a surprise strike. However, to her slight disappointment, Duran's instincts alerted him in time, allowing him to sense the danger and quickly crouch down to narrowly dodge the attack. Afterward, Duran gritted his teeth and enveloped his sword with thunder, thrusting it upward with immense speed. But what happened next left him completely unprepared. Celia reached out and firmly grabbed the blade, stopping it in its tracks. Seeing this, Celia flashed a victorious smile and said, "Gotcha with that." She performed a headbutt maneuver, slamming her forehead into Duran's. As a result, Duran's eyes rolled back, his body stunned as he collapsed to the ground. Knocked out cold, Professor Aeon, having confirmed that Duran was no longer able to fight, declared, "The winner is Celia Zeringer." His announcement sparked a cheer from the crowd, celebrating her victory. Turning back to Celia, after noticing Duran slowly regaining consciousness, she kindly offered him some advice. "Maybe you should work on building up your stamina," she said, extending her hand to help him up. Duran, not one to act prideful, took her small hand and rose to his feet. The excellent sportsmanship displayed moved some students to tears. "That move earlier was incredible. I have to record it," one male student exclaimed, snapping pictures. As for Leo, witnessing his close friend's victory, he couldn't help but feel proud of her. All that training paid off. "Celia, you were amazing," Carr shouted enthusiastically. Suddenly, Professor Sejin reached over, grabbed a handful of Carr's popcorn, and said calmly, "Celia really did win, thanks for explaining, class representative." And so, the night's practical exam came to an end, with the final results being Celia Zeringer with 4 wins and 1 loss, Duran with 4 wins and 1 loss, Chun Xiao with 4 wins and 1 loss, and our main character, Leo, the only one with a perfect record of 5 wins, undefeated in every match. Time quickly passed, and a week later, the theoretical exam for linguistics had just finished. Looking at the stack of test papers in his hand and double-checking the number of exams, Professor Herod neatly arranged them and nodded at the students in front of him. "You all did well, just don't fail or you'll be expelled, alright? Study hard," he said before slamming the door shut with a loud bang as soon as the professor left the classroom. Eliana started to get frustrated. "Ugh, always with the expulsion talk," she grumbled, clearly not satisfied with her own test results. Meanwhile, in another corner of the classroom, 2 male students approached the top student, Chelsea, to ask for help. "Chelsea, let me see your answers." "Hee, who should I show first?" she arrogantly replied, causing the 2 boys to widen their eyes in surprise. "Let me see first, please," they begged. Meanwhile, our main character, Leo, was sprawled out on his desk like a lazy cat. Suddenly, his pink-haired friend Nella leaned over and asked, "How was the test? Class representative?" Hearing someone call out to him, Leo lazily lifted his head and scratched it, answering, "I think it wasn't too bad." Her laugh filled the air as Nella grinned. "Hee, you always seem like you have everything under control, but I never thought you'd look so out of it like this." In response, Leo gave her a dazed expression, as though he had just woken up. "Did I really look like that?" Seeing his expression, Nella couldn't help but laugh even more. In fact, she decided to give him some free therapy. "If you feel any pain, just let me know, I'll heal it with my magic." At the same time, out of nowhere, Carr, the merchant friend, appeared from some corner and came over to complain. "Ugh, Nella, my shoulders and back are so stiff. Help me." Before Nella could respond, Chelsea, the sorcerer, gave him a series of hard punches to the back, like a machine, making the orange-haired boy spit out water from the pain. "Doesn't hurt anymore, right?" Chelsea asked with a bright smile before turning to Leo. "Leo, how did your summoning practice go? Tide says you hardly ever show up to the summoning room." In response to this question, Leo said that he had been practicing diligently in places where no one could see him. Chelsea completely believed him without a hint of doubt. "That sounds just like you, Leo. So, what rank are you aiming for in the summoning exam?" "Definitely number 1, Leo confidently shared his goal. And so, time passed once again. The scene shifted to the summoning department's practice field, where the practical summoning exam was taking place. Despite being a test for the summoning department, many students from other departments had come to watch as everyone waited for the exam to begin. The voice of the announcer echoed through the area. "Hello, it's that time of the year again, the biggest event of the first semester for the first-year students. Welcome to the summoning race." Imram Bites, a third-year student from the summoning department. In one corner of the stands, the siblings Celia and Reese were also present to observe the exam. While waiting, Celia turned to ask her older brother, "Is this really the exam?" she asked curiously. And Reese explained, "The summoning race is a beloved tradition in the summoning department. Plus, it's a major event in the interdepartmental gatherings. So, everyone is excited about it." As for Carr, the merchant, as usual, whenever there was an event where students gathered together, he took the opportunity to sell popcorn and Coca-Cola to make a little extra money. Meanwhile, down on the practice field, the summoning department students had gathered together. At this time, Eliza, a summoner, turned her gaze towards Leo and spoke. "I heard you performed exceptionally well in the night department's practical exam. Have you prepared well for the summoning exam?" In response, Leo assured her that, of course, he had prepared. However, Eliza seemed somewhat skeptical of his words. Her voice took on a tone of doubt. "You say that, but you haven't even shown up to any of the practice sessions. Do you think little of the summoning department?" Her words began to stir up the other students, making them angry with Leo. "That's right, if you're going to be lazy, just quit. We've never even seen you form a proper summoning contract." Complaints and frustrated voices began to rise around them. In the end, it was Tide who stepped in to calm everyone down. "Everyone, stay calm." However, it seemed his words didn't carry much weight, as the frustration of the surrounding students remained unchanged. A blonde student stood up to challenge Tide. Don't defend him just because you're in the same class. This guy has no respect for our department. Hearing this, Chuanxia furrowed her brows and spoke up. This atmosphere isn't good at all. If it continues like this before the exam, but before she could finish her sentence. A student with black hair and a middle part sarcastically interrupted. Chuanxia, you've done well in the night department, so you don't need to worry too much about summoning. Right, his name was Sanlu, also from the eastern continent just like Chuanxia. Upon hearing his words, Chunxia's tone faltered. Well, that's... Before she could continue, a large student named Wielded stepped in and complained. It's too noisy if you're going to argue and form factions over who's better at summoning. Please do it somewhere else, not in front of me. Sanlu, not understanding the situation, began to bark angrily like a rabid dog, his rage spilling over. What did you just say? Wielded? In response, Wielded's face twisted into one of disdain. I said it's really annoying listening to people act like being a little better at summoning beasts makes them some big achievement suddenly. Sanlu seemed to remember something and pointed at Wielded. Huh, feeling guilty now? You hardly ever show up to the summoning beast taming practice either. That's because I don't think it's worth practicing. I'm not an idiot like you, who can't even tame a griffin, the big guy sneered. At this point, Sanlu could no longer contain his anger, clenching his fists and throwing a punch directly at Wielded. Forgetting that Wielded was the top student of the southern region and that Sanlu only came up to Wielded's chest. Fortunately for him, before Sanlu's fist could land on the large white-haired guy, Leo had tightly grasped his arm and reminded him, if you fight before the exam, it won't just end with a warning, you'll lose your right to take the test. Leo's reminder hit Sanlu like a cold splash of water in the face. Yet instead of thanking Leo for stopping him, Sanlu merely snorted with frustration. Meanwhile, Tide walked over to Leo's side and quietly reminded him, the atmosphere in our summoning department this year is pretty bad. Upon hearing this, Leo looked surprised and asked, why is that? Tide's gaze turned a bit sorrowful as he explained, summoning is a field where the gap in skills between major students and non-major students is huge. But since you and that friend of yours who aren't in the summoning class are at the top of the class, second-year students in the summoning department have been taking it badly with us, plus you rarely show up to practice. By this point, Leo understood everything. He now realized why the other students in the class had such a hostile attitude toward him and wasn't too surprised. Of course, to others it might seem like him neglecting it, but I don't intend to slack off, Leo thought to himself. At the same time, in another corner of the stands, a mysterious figure in a black cloak was closely watching Sanlu below. He whispered, it's beginning, then created a space portal beside him and disappeared into it. Back to Sanlu. For some reason, he felt an intense anger building up inside him, a fiery rage with no outlet. Let's see. You arrogant bastard, I'll crush you for sure, he muttered to himself, his eyes burning with a red intensity, clearly not in his right state of mind. Time flew by quickly, and as the exam hour drew near, the voice of the host, Runba, echoed once again. Before we begin, let me explain the rules of the event. First-year students of the summoning department are only allowed to use summoning magic during this test. Even double major students are prohibited from using aura fields or any other magic. When the event starts, summon and tame the griffin in front of you, then cross the summoning island and return by going around the silent lake. Who will be the star of the midterm practical exam for the summoning department? Well, find out soon. As his words echoed, all the first-year students of the summoning department stood at the starting line, their faces full of anxiety as they stared ahead. To ease their tension, Professor Yura shouted, don't be nervous, newbies, just do as you've practiced. If anyone can't handle the pressure, stay behind after class. However, her words only seemed to make the students more anxious. They kept reminding themselves not to get nervous, but their bodies still trembled uncontrollably. Ignoring their state, Yura declared, the competition begins at that moment. It seemed like some students had coordinated beforehand, as they exchanged glances and nodded in understanding, while several other students quickly rushed toward the griffins. A few of Sun Liu's lackeys began casting magic, targeting Leo and Warren Den. This caused Runba to exclaim in surprise, "Oh, what's this?" It's like they've planned this in advance. All of them targeting class leader Leo Plav and Southern Region top student Warren Den. Meanwhile, Tide, who was riding a Griffin, noticed Leo being targeted and grew worried. Wanting to help, however, Leo immediately stopped him. "Don't worry about me, keep going." This is an exam. Hearing this, Tide could only apologize and quickly guided his Griffin to fly on in the stands. The spectators were furious when they saw Sun Liu's lackeys resorting to underhanded tactics. They began shouting and cursing. If they had rotten eggs, they'd be throwing them down here. So dirty, those summoning department guys. Give it up, fight fair. As for Leo, being targeted like this left him a bit frustrated. "I knew they hated me, but I didn't expect them to all work together to stop me like this." On the other side, the host Runba, being a student of the summoning department himself, had to speak up in defense of his juniors. "Haha, even though the complaints from the 5th class are loud and clear, this is still their strategy," he said. "Oh, as I speak, Warren Den has immediately neutralized the attack magic aimed at him." Looking at Warren Den, he had managed to stabilize his Griffin and turned to Leo, asking, "Are you all right? Do you need my help?" Leo shook his head and waved his hand, declining. "No, I can handle it myself." Seeing this, Warren Den didn't waste any time and immediately guided his Griffin to soar into the sky like an arrow. Meanwhile, Leo was still trapped by the magical attacks around him, which caused Chelsea in the stands to grow increasingly worried. In another corner of the arena, Professor Yura also witnessed the scene unfolding before her, unable to hide the concern in her eyes. "The emotional rift between the first-year students runs deeper than I thought. Are they openly working together to take down Leo? His primary specialization isn't spirits, but summoning. This exam is going to be tough for that kid." That was what the professor from the summoning department was thinking. However, in the very next moment, her thoughts were completely overturned by the sight before her. At that moment, our protagonist, Leo, was murmuring an incantation. "O spirits, unshackle my chains and open the path ahead. Grant me the boundless mercy of nature. O spirits, unshackle my chains and open the path ahead." As soon as those words were spoken, 2 beams of light suddenly appeared before Leo. From within them, 2 small spirits emerged, one red, one green. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to represent the attributes of fire and wind for Professor Yura. Hearing Leo's words left her utterly speechless, because she understood exactly what they meant. Spirit language, and he's speaking it fluently? But how is that possible? She questioned herself in disbelief. At the same time, Leo, standing on the other side, turned toward her with a teasing expression on his face. Seeing this, all of Yura's worries instantly melted away. She let out a long sigh and muttered to herself, "Looks like I'll need to relearn summoning." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the other group of students. They were now soaring across a vast grassland on the backs of griffins. While flying, one of the fools in Sen Lu's group burst into laughter. "Haha, serves him right, and he calls himself the freshman representative and the top student from the south. He couldn't even get started. He's definitely going to rank dead last." Beside him, San Lu nodded and added with a smirk, "How does it feel, Eliza? Pretty satisfying, isn't it?" In response to their words, the white-haired girl, Eliza, suddenly accelerated her Griffin, flying parallel to the speaker before shooting him a look of utter disdain. "I don't like this. I can defeat Leo Plov, Warren Den, or anyone else without resorting to tactics like this." Her words left San Lu slightly taken aback. Then, to knock some sense into him, Eliza bloodily pointed out the real issue. "What do you think people will say about the summoning class after this?" San Lu, however, showed not a single trace of guilt or concern. In fact, he burst into laughter. "Who cares? Haha, those losers will have to face disgrace." Seeing his reaction, Eliza knew there was no saving him, so she simply gave him a cold warning. "Next time, think carefully before you act." With that, she yanked on the reins and directed her Griffin forward at high speed, leaving San Lu behind, grinding his teeth in frustration. He cursed her silently in his mind. That arrogant brat only acts so high and mighty because she has a powerful family backing her, but whatever. He'll definitely secure second place. Besides Eliza, I'm the best at handling flying beasts. This time, he'll get the best ranking. He deluded himself with these thoughts. However, before he could even bask in that illusion for more than a few seconds, a girl's voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Senator Liu, look behind you." Hearing the urgent call, San Liu turned his head, and what he saw left him dumbfounded at that moment. Chen Xia was standing atop her Griffin, effortlessly balancing as if she were surfing across the sky. Her expression was relaxed, as though she was out for a joyride rather than taking part in an exam. "What kind of ridiculous stance is that?" someone stammered in disbelief. All the confidence San Liu had just moments ago evaporated into thin air. She's not even using spirit energy to enhance her beast? At that speed? Impossible, he shouted in frustration, falling back on his usual dirty tactics. He quickly barked out an order. "Everyone, let's take her down together." Eager to comply, a fiery orange-haired girl grinned and responded enthusiastically. "All right, take this." As she spoke, she summoned a wind element spirit, preparing to launch an attack. However, Chen Xia had long been aware of this group's underhanded nature. How could she not be on guard? The moment the wind element spirit was summoned, she swiftly maneuvered her Griffin into a curved flight path, looping backward in an instant. The sudden movement caught the orange-haired girl completely off guard, leaving her frozen in place. "What?" she yelped in shock. Then, without hesitation, Chen Xia leapt off her Griffin and delivered a powerful, well-aimed kick straight at the twin-braided girl. The impact was clean and forceful before the girl could even let out a proper scream. She was sent flying off her mount. "This is cheating," she shrieked in panic. Meanwhile, Chen Xia deftly grabbed the reins of the newly unoccupied Griffin, shrugged and said casually, "Well, I didn't even have to use aura for that." With that, she surged forward, skillfully guiding the beast until she was flying parallel to San Liu. Flashing him a playful smile, she greeted, "Hey there, San Liu." But instead of responding in kind, San Liu shot her an annoyed glare. His voice was laced with irritation as he warned, "You made a mistake turning us into your enemies." Chen Xia merely nodded in acknowledgement, though she didn't forget to remind him, "I'll admit, aerial combat isn't my strong suit. But I'm not your only problem. Someone else is pretty pissed off about your little schemes." Before San Liu could even process what she meant, a deafening explosion erupted behind them, drawing everyone's attention, and that was just the beginning. One after another, multiple powerful blasts ignited near the flying mounts, sending them into a panic. The chaos that ensued was enough to rattle even the most experienced riders. Watching the mayhem unfold, Chen Xia remained unfazed. She had expected this. Looks like Warren Den is the type to hold a grudge. She mused. Her gaze shifted toward the towering young man in the distance, who had now accelerated at full speed, closing in on the first wave of competitors. As soon as Warren Den spotted San Liu up ahead, his expression twisted into pure rage. "You piece of trash, take this as a parting gift," he snarled with a furious motion. He unleashed his magic, hurling a barrage of fireballs forward. Each explosion sent shockwaves through the air, making it nearly impossible for San Liu's group to stabilize their mounts. The once confident team was now struggling just to stay airborne. Back in the tournament arena, Leo had finally broken free from the spells that had been obstructing his path. At the same time, the lively voice of the announcer, Runba, echoed throughout the stadium. The first-year representative, Leo Plav, famous across Lumaran for his ambition to join the Academy's best. But today, it seems like he's determined to steal the spotlight in this competition. However, could summoning be Leo's fatal weakness? As his voice rang out, the audience collectively turned their attention to the main character, eager to see what he would do next. After all, Leo had started far behind the others. From Leo's perspective, he immediately noticed a sharp thorn embedded in the wing of his Griffin. It seemed that obstructing him with magic hadn't been their only dirty trick. Seeing this, Leo couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. As a hero candidate, taking part in such petty games was utterly disgraceful. With that thought, he reached forward and grabbed the reins around the Griffin's neck. However, the beast reacted violently, screeching as if the entire sky was on fire. It thrashed and flapped its wings in a wild frenzy, making it clear that it wasn't about to cooperate. "My advice? Never try to ride a griffin when it's that on edge. Runba chuckled from the announcer's booth. Meanwhile, up in the stands, the swordswoman Celia couldn't hide her concern. Oh no, why is Leo pushing himself so hard? She muttered he must have a reason. Her older brother, Reese, replied calmly back to Leo. Despite the griffin's fierce resistance, he quickly tightened his grip on the reins and began to exert force using all the strength in his arms. He yanked the reins sharply, attempting to assert dominance over the unruly beast. His eyes were as cold as ice as he spoke in a commanding tone. I understand how you feel, but right now, you will listen to me. A shiver ran down the griffin's spine. Could sense it if it continued to resist. The consequences would be dire within moments. Its wild struggle ceased, and the once defiant creature bowed its head in submission, seeing that the beast had calmed down. Leo wasted no time. He swiftly mounted the griffin and officially took off. Finally joining the race. Oh, Leo's griffin has finally submitted, but after such a rough start and with so many obstacles still ahead, it seems like last place is inevitable. Runba shouted, keeping the excitement in the air, ignoring the murmurs around him. Leo turned his gaze to the wound on the griffin's wing and gently reassured it. It must hurt a lot, but you've endured it well. You're incredibly brave. Then, taking a deep breath, he raised his voice with unwavering authority. In the name of our pact, I command you, appear before me. The moment his words echoed through the air, a burst of flames erupted beside him. From within the swirling inferno, a small phoenix, Fiora, emerged. Without hesitation, Fiora spread its wings and enveloped the griffin in its blazing phoenix fire. The beast let out a piercing screech, its entire body trembling violently as if undergoing an intense transformation. From the spectators' stands, the swordswoman Celia stared in stunned silence before blurting out, What is that fire?" Reese, the student council president, remained silent, his eyes locked onto the screen in deep thought. Is that Zerdinger's flame? No, something's off. This isn't aura fire. Then what on earth is it? Meanwhile, back with Sen Liu's group, a female member spoke up from behind him. Her voice tinged with concern. Our mounts are badly injured. If this keeps up, we won't be able to reach maximum speed. Another member, however, remained calm and shrugged. Well, at least we won't be dead last. Just relax a little. But before the words had even fully left his lips, a blurred figure shot past them like a fiery arrow slicing through the wind. It was Leo with his griffin speed now amplified by phoenix fire. He was surging forward at an astonishing pace. All right, let's push it even further, Leo thought to himself with a determined grin as he locked onto the figures ahead. Yet, just as he prepared to accelerate once more, an earth-shaking roar suddenly erupted across the sky. The deafening sound sent chills through the air, commanding everyone's attention. Then, emerging from the horizon, Leo caught sight of the massive silhouette cutting through the clouds. His eyes widened in recognition. That's Fafnir. To explain the sudden appearance of the dragon, we had to rewind a few minutes back. Right after spotting the burly war Andon charging forward, Eliza wasted no time and urged her mount into action, launching an attack of her own. This is where it ends for you, Warandon. I can't afford to give up first place. But instead of responding with words, Warandon simply snapped his fingers. In an instant, a small flicker of flame materialized right beside Eliza, only to detonate without warning a second later. Fortunately, Eliza's exceptional skill in handling her griffin allowed her to stabilize it just in time and evade the blast. Still, the sudden attack heightened her awareness. A critical strike using fire and wind spirits. This isn't just elemental control. This level of spirit manipulation is on a whole different level. But Eve never heard of him taking advanced magic classes. Warandon, just who the hell are you? Her sharp gaze narrowed, but no matter how powerful the attack is, if it doesn't hit, it's useless. With that, she maneuvered her griffin in a rapid zigzag pattern, weaving past every explosion Warandon had set off. Seeing this, the burly student quickly realized his blast attacks weren't making much of an impact. Without hesitation, he shifted his approach. All right then, let's see if you can dodge this time. Warandon conjured razor-sharp ice spears in midair. But he didn't just stop at that, infusing them with wind magic. He sent them hurling forward like a relentless icy storm, completely blanketing Eliza's escape routes with an attack of such an overwhelming scale. Dodging was no longer an option. Just when it seemed like the spears were about to strike her down, something unexpected happened. Eliza did something unseen, and suddenly, her griffin opened its beak, unleashing a scorching pillar of fire. The intense flames roared forth, colliding with the incoming ice spears and shattering them into countless fragments before they could reach her. The spectacle was so intense that even the ever-enthusiastic announcer, Runba, couldn't contain his excitement. What an incredible battle. Waranden just pulled off a 3-spirit attack, and Eliza countered it by enhancing her summoned beast. Absolutely stunning. At that very moment, amidst the chaos, Chunxia seized the opportunity and slipped ahead of them. With a playful grin, she called out over her shoulder, "Hee, thanks for the distraction, but there was no way Eliza was going to let Chunxia overtake her so easily. I won't allow that to happen." Chunxia. With those words, Eliza hurled 2 energy whips, which coiled tightly around Chunxia's neck, yanking her backward. At that exact moment, another small flicker of flame materialized right in front of her. Seeing this, Chunxia instantly realized what was about to happen without hesitation. She leapt off her mount just in time. And just as expected, a massive explosion erupted where the flame had been, sending shockwaves through the air. But Chunxia wasn't done yet. With a swift motion, she raised both hands and tore through the energy whips, restraining her before landing effortlessly back onto her griffin's back. The combined assault from Waranden and Eliza had her breaking out in a cold sweat. The top-ranked summoners. They're seriously no joke. The moment those words left her lips, a deafening roar suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Grabbing the attention of every contestant, everyone's eyes darted in the direction of the sound, and what they saw sent chills down their spines. At some point, without anyone noticing, that fool Chen Lu had summoned a black dragon with a crazed expression. He glared at everyone and bellowed, "They'll kill you all, you bastards!" Chunxia immediately surged forward, calling out, "Senator Lu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules," but her words fell on deaf ears. Chen Lu was far too consumed by madness to care. "Shut up, I don't give a damn about that. You spoiled brats relying on nothing but your natural talent. They'll slaughter every last one of with that." He commanded the massive black dragon to block the path ahead, cutting off everyone's progress. Did he make a contract with a black dragon? Warned and questioned, Eliza narrowed her eyes, carefully examining the creature before shaking her head. "No, that's not a true black dragon. It looks more like some kind of mutation." At the same time, Liu's griffin came streaking through the sky like a blazing arrow, drawing ever closer to the scene. Chen Lu's eyes widened in surprise at Liu's sudden appearance. "Lu, why are you following me?" "Never mind. They'll take you down too." But before the madman could spew any more nonsense, Lu locked eyes with him, his gaze as cold as ice, and cut him off with a single, chilling question. "Hey, where the hell did you get that oversized lizard?" "Below." Chen Lu failed to pick up on the peculiar tone in Liu's voice. Instead, he laughed boastfully. "Ha, jealous, are you? This is my power. I registered a contract with my own summoning magic. You look envious of my summoned beast, huh?" Hearing those words, Lu knew this guy was beyond saving. Calling that thing a summoned beast? What a joke. That's a mutated creature, a beast controlled by the sorcerers of Tardus. A deep sense of dread settled in Liu's mind. That's one of Tardus' high-tier war beasts, the ones we annihilated during the Great Calamity era. Where the hell did he even get that thing? But before he could even begin to piece together an answer, Chen Lu had already issued his next command. "Attack!" Black dragon obeying its master, the massive dragon opened its maw and unleashed a devastating pillar of energy straight at Liu's group. Seeing the incoming blast, everyone scrambled to maneuver their mounts out of the way. But Chen Xiao, positioned at the rear, couldn't react in time to the lightning-fast attack. She instantly realized it was too late to dodge. So she quickly cast a magical barrier in an attempt to block the attack. However, the shield was far too frail against the sheer destructive force of the dragon's blast. It didn't even last a full second before shattering into fragments. The impact sent both Chen Xiao and her griffin plummeting toward the ground. Fortunately, Lu reacted in time. He surged forward and caught Chun Xiao mid-fall, cradling her safely in his arms. A quick check of her injuries told him all he needed to know. She lost consciousness from the fall. With that realization, he immediately made a decision. "We need to secure Chun Xiao first." Turning to the others, he shouted urgently, "Everyone, land now!" His words were met with swift nods of agreement without hesitation. They all searched for a safe place to touch down. Meanwhile, Chun Lu, completely oblivious to the consequences of his own actions, was still grinning like an idiot. "Ah, so this is what it feels like to look down on everyone from above? Not bad at all." And with that, he steered his black dragon downward, clearly intent on pursuing Liu's group. And of course, every moment of this scene was broadcasted straight back to the stadium. "Oh, the contestants have deviated from the route and are now outside the broadcast range. Too many things are happening at once. Chun Lu has summoned a black dragon and is attacking the other frontrunners." The commentator, Runba, exclaimed with excitement. But before he could say much more, Professor Yura stormed over and kicked the clueless announcer right in the chest. "You idiot, you still have time to commentate?" Without hesitation, she snatched the microphone from his hands and made a sharp announcement to the audience. "Summoning department assistants. Deploy your flying summons immediately. The match is temporarily suspended." At the same time, Professor Sijin and Len, sensing that something was very wrong, rushed into the commentary booth. "What's going on?"
Professor Len demanded.
With a grim expression, Yura responded without hesitation. "It looks like Chun Lu has contracted with a high-tier magical beast instead of a standard summon creature. He won't be able to withstand its influence for much longer." Her words made Professor Sijin narrow his eyes in suspicion. Is Chun Lu truly controlling that high-tier beast on his own? At that moment, another figure entered through the doorway. It was the other Sijin, the lazy one. He leaned against the doorframe and muttered, "You're implying someone else is controlling it?" The first Sijin frowned but eventually nodded. "I can't say for sure, but it's certainly possible." Hearing that, the lazy professor, who also happened to be the head of the faculty, immediately issued orders. "All right, Yura, take the summoning assistants and stop Chun Lu. If necessary, subdue him and eliminate the beast." The rest of the instructors spread out and protect the students. Then, turning to the first Sijin, he added, "You're coming with me." Sijin sighed but nodded, as if he already had a good idea where they were heading next. Meanwhile, back at Liu's location, his group had just landed safely, but Chun Lu was right behind them. "It's coming!" Big Guy warned and shouted, warning Lu. The massive figure of the black dragon came crashing down right in front of everyone perched on its back. Chun Liu's voice was icy as he spoke. "If you were planning to run, you should have hidden better, don't you think? Yet here you all are, gathered out in the open." Lu, in response, simply shook his head. "I wasn't running, and besides, the creature you're riding isn't a summoned beast. And it's not a black dragon either." His confident words made the fool burst into laughter. "Haha, I'm from the summoning department. If I say it's a black dragon, then it's a black dragon. What makes you think you know better than me?" But before Chun Lu could finish his sentence, Lu stunned everyone with his next words. "That thing is a demonic beast. I stayed behind to destroy that filthy abomination." With that, Lu took a slow step forward. For a brief moment, it felt as if he had stepped back onto the battlefield of the past. Turning back to Chun Lu, whether it was from an overdose of whatever he was on or just sheer madness, he suddenly burst into laughter. Sounding exactly like a lunatic having a psychotic break after hearing Lu call his mount a demonic beast. Even Eliza, standing behind, could only shake her head and comment, "Oh great, he's completely lost it now." And she was right. Bloodshot veins spread across Chun Liu's eyes. His madness now on full display. "What did you just say? Do I look like I give a damn about your words?" The moment he spoke, the black dragon immediately responded, opening its jaws and unleashing a devastating column of crimson fire that surged forward at terrifying speed. But Waranden, ever the quick thinker, reacted instantly. Slamming both hands against the ground, he summoned a massive stone golem that rose up just in time to intercept the flames. "He's clearly lost his mind," Waranden muttered, "destroying this disgusting existence. I'm all for it." Lu across from him, Chun Liu's face twisted in frustration as he realized his attack had failed against Waranden's golem magic. His teeth clenched, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Meanwhile, Eliza, the white-haired girl, wasn't about to be left out. She stepped forward with a scoff. Humph. You guys trying to act all cool by yourselves? First things first, we need to rip that idiot out of the enemy's grasp. The golem's about to collapse. Get ready. Waranden warned. You're so useless. Waranden, Eliza grumbled. Lou, watching their back and forth, couldn't help but smile faintly. His old comrades used to bicker just like this. Back on the battlefield, time continued to pass, and just as Waranden had predicted, the massive stone golem's arms began to crack under the relentless assault of the black dragon's searing flames. Seeing this, Chun Liu's confidence instantly returned, stretching a wicked grin across his face. Haha, just as expected, my summoned beast is unstoppable. Where are you hiding now, you little rats? And with that, the golem finally shattered into countless pieces, crumbling into rubble. Now the foolish Chun Lu scanned the battlefield, searching for his next prey. However, before he could pinpoint anyone's location, Eliza took the initiative and launched an attack in her hand. An energy whip cracked through the air with a sharp whoosh as it lashed toward Chun Lu. Unfortunately, the bastard must have had his ancestors watching over him, as he barely dodged it by a hair's breadth. But her assault had still managed to enrage him. How dare you attack me, you bitch? He roared. Without hesitation, he commanded the black dragon to gather firepower for another devastating attack. But Waranden wasn't about to let that happen. Before the dragon could fully charge up, he snapped his fingers, summoning a burst of fire right above the beast's head, which detonated instantly. Now, he murmured, seizing the opportunity. Lu pushed off the ground with all his strength, launching himself straight at Chun Lu. The perfectly coordinated attack left their arrogant opponent with no time to react. Before he even realized what was happening, Lu was already right in front of him. And without an ounce of hesitation, Lu delivered a brutal kick right across his face. But then, something bizarre happened. Chun Liu's body started trembling uncontrollably, twisting and contorting in an unnatural manner, as if something or someone was possessing him. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Lu, but his voice now carried an eerie unfamiliarity. You did well to separate this brat from his master, but this is where it ends. You little pests. At that moment it became evident Senator Lu was no longer in control of his own body. Down below, Eliza's eyes widened in shock as she watched the black dragon soar into the sky, carrying both Lu and Chun Lu higher and higher. Wait, why is he going alone? Lu, she shouted, panic creeping into her voice. Cut to the scene atop the black dragon's back. Senator Lu smirked, his expression filled with sinister amusement. Scared already, young hero candidate? But Lu showed no signs of fear. Instead, he calmly took the chance to probe for information. You're Tardus, the beast sorcerer. Where's your real body? Can't be far. For a split second, a flicker of shock flashed through Chun Liu's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a sneer. Oh, you actually figured out my true identity? Fascinating, truly fascinating. Even in this situation, you remain so composed. You really do have the makings of a perfect hero. Then his voice dropped to a chilling tone. That's why you had to die here. At the same time, he swung his arm, unleashing a massive energy wave that slammed directly into Lu. Caught off guard, Lu had no time to defend himself and was sent flying off the black dragon's back, while still hundreds of meters above the ground. For an ordinary person, that kind of fall would have meant certain death. But unfortunately for his enemy, Lu was anything but ordinary. No matter how dire the situation, he always found a way to turn things around. Fiora, it's your time to shine, he called out with a grin. Flapping furiously to stay aloft, the small phoenix chirped in response, its tiny wings beating against the wind. I'm an all-type wielder. But Eve never mastered any single path to its peak. Aaron and Dueno are better at aura. Luna excels in magic and Lysinas is the superior summoner. So instead of perfecting one, I chose to fuse them, aura and magic combined. As this thought ran through his mind, golden streams of energy began flowing from Liu's palms, shooting straight into the tiny phoenix. Within the roaring flames, Fiora's body started to expand, growing larger and larger, until it transformed into a magnificent, full-sized phoenix. Now empowered, it easily swooped down and caught Lu with its powerful talons. Now that looks more like a real phoenix, huh? Lu smirked. Not far away, the black dragon let out an enraged roar, its instincts flaring in response to the phoenix's presence. As a being of pure darkness, it reacted violently to the radiant energy of the phoenix, an existence fundamentally opposed to creatures like itself. Above them, Tardus narrowed his eyes, clearly realizing the significance of what had just happened. His gaze sharpened as he assessed Lu once more. A phoenix contract wielder? Who are you? Really? He demanded. Then, as if making an offer, his voice took on a calculated edge. If you tell me where you captured that Fafnir, I'll tell you what you want to know. Lu responded casually, as if unfazed, but rather than calming Tardus, his answer only made the sorcerer's killing intent surge even further. You even know about the Calamity-era beasts? That means I really can't let you live. As he spoke, he yanked the reins in his hand, commanding the black dragon to channel its energy. In response, the beast opened its massive jaws, gathering a destructive force deep within its throat. Seeing this, Lu gathered flames at the tip of his sword, preparing to counterattack. Fiora, here it comes. Zerdinger's secret swordsmanship, Phoenix Breath. Bright point. At that exact moment, both warriors unleashed their respective techniques toward each other. The sheer force of their attacks collided midair, sending shockwaves rippling through the sky. A deafening explosion echoed as the two powers clashed, turning the battle into a contest of endurance. However, it was clear that Lu was at a disadvantage. Sweat dripped down his face, his energy draining rapidly. Seeing this, Tardus grinned in satisfaction. It's over, he declared. But just as he was about to press his advantage, his expression suddenly twisted in panic. Who's there? He bellowed in alarm. His momentary distraction disrupted the black dragon's attack, forcing it to falter. Lu, observing the situation, quickly pieced things together. Is his main body under attack? His spirit power is weakening. I have to seize this chance without hesitation. He roared and unleashed every ounce of energy he had left. A massive pillar of flames erupted forward, piercing straight into the black dragon's body. In the next instant, its body shuddered violently, golden sparks crackling across its surface, until it detonated midair, exploding like a firework. As for San Lu, who had been riding on its back, his fate remained uncertain. Nice work, Fiora. Now let's head back, Lu cheered. But his celebration was cut short right at that moment. Fiora suddenly reverted to her newly hatched form, leaving Lu staring in stunned silence. And just like that, the duo found themselves plummeting toward the ground at full speed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tardus, who had been fully focused on controlling San Liu's body, was abruptly interrupted. A massive pillar of light descended from the sky, slamming into him with immense force. He gritted his teeth as unbearable pressure bore down on his body. Goo. Who are you? He growled. The figure who had intervened was none other than Professor Sijin, who had just arrived on the scene. This one's for you, Beast Mage Tardus. The voice belonged to none other than the lazy professor. Herod recognizing his attackers, Tardus let out a dry chuckle. Hey, so the two pillars of Lumern have finally arrived? Before he could say another word, Herod clenched his fist. The pressure from above instantly intensified, crushing down on Tardus like a collapsing mountain. His bones groaned under the overwhelming force, as if crying out for an early retirement. As everyone's gaze shifted, a dark spatial gate suddenly appeared on the ground. At the same time, from behind the mage, a thick, eerie mist emerged, writhing with countless fangs and eyes lurking within. What a pity. But it seems we'll have to continue this another time. Without hesitation, the monstrous entity used its massive jaw to crush the body it had been controlling, shattering it into countless pieces before slipping back into the void. The space gate then collapsed, leaving no trace of its presence. Seeing this, Professor Sijin sighed, withdrawing his magic. Looks like he got away, he muttered regretfully. It seems they're becoming more active again, Herod added, Sejin nodded grimly indeed. Lamria is no longer safe. Meanwhile, back to Leo, he was still free falling through the air, rapidly approaching the ground with the speed at which he was descending. Not even he could be sure whether he would survive the impact, understanding the danger. Leo turned to his tiny phoenix companion, Fiora, returned to the summoned beast realm. Hearing his words, Fiora hesitated, spreading her small wings as if to cling to him. But before the emotional moment could last any longer, Leo's body suddenly stopped midair. His fall had been halted by a massive mouth that had clamped onto the back of his coat. A familiar voice rang out from below. "Haha, you okay, Leo? Thank the heavens we weren't too late." It was none other than Professor Yura. Time quickly passed, shifting the scene to an unknown cave. At this moment, the sorcerer Tardus was absorbing streams of red energy from the wounds of several monsters before him. In front of him stood a hooded figure, their voice laced with mockery as they spoke. "This isn't as easy as I expected. I can't believe I was hindered by someone who's merely a hero candidate." Tardus, feeling the need to defend himself, quickly explained, "That's no ordinary hero candidate. He has a contract with the Phoenix on top of that." He managed to see through Fafnir's true nature. Hearing this, the mysterious sorcerer's eyes gleamed with excitement. He licked his lips and chuckled, "Oh, that makes things far more interesting than I had anticipated." Time passed again. Shifting back to Leo, he walked silently through an empty hallway, deep in thought about everything that had transpired. In the end, the summoning department's midterm practical exam had been cancelled, and Sen Lu was dead. This incident made the new students acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the dungeon. Everyone was curious about Fafnir's true nature, the entity Sen Lu had made a contract with. But the four of them, under Professor Yura's guidance, chose to keep silent after realizing that it was a subspecies of the Black Dragon. Time flowed once more, shifting the scene to the Department of Magic. Today was the department's practical exam. The sudden creak of an opening door drew the attention of Chelsea and Carl, who turned to see Chloe stepping inside. Her exhausted expression immediately raised concern. "Chloe, your hair. Did you stay up all night? You don't look good at all." Ignoring their words, Chloe quietly made her way to her seat. Seeing this from the side, Leo remained silent, simply observing. Professor Len, after ensuring that all of his students had arrived, spoke in a firm tone. "Good, everyone is present. Now, listen up today. I trust that each of you has prepared an original spell that reflects your unique personality, since it would be a shame if I were the only one to witness these marvelous spells. I have invited 3 special guests to join us. They are all alumni of Lamria's Department of Magic, having graduated 3 years ago. As your seniors, they will be serving as the judges for today's exam." As Len finished his introduction, 3 figures stepped into the room. The first was a black-haired girl wearing glasses, Real Defedny. The second was a stern-looking young man with green hair, Fidman Slack. The last was an adorable girl with light blonde hair, Shiny Hughes. "Nice to meet you, juniors," the 3 said in unison. Off to the side, Carl, the merchant, leaned toward Leo and whispered, "Why do I get the feeling they're going to be pretty lenient with their grading? My instincts are telling me so." Leo, however, had a slightly different take. He murmured, Let's see if they really will be that easygoing." Their brief exchange ended when Professor Len glanced at the list in his hand and called out. Eliana Layden stepped forward. Upon hearing her name, Eliana excitedly ran up to the podium. She beamed as she enthusiastically introduced herself. "Seniors, my name is Eliana Layden. Class 5, it's an honor to meet all of you." Her overly energetic introduction made Carl widen his eyes in disbelief. Unbothered by his reaction, Eliana eagerly began her performance. From the palm of her hand, a stream of radiant light shot up into the air and exploded into a dazzling display of fireworks. Eliana then explained, "My primary element is light. If I combine a fire attribute magic formula with light in this way, I can create a powerful heat-based spell." As she spoke, a small flame appeared in her palm. It then merged with her original light magic, forming a blazing, swirling fire that danced around her. The energy it emitted was anything but weak. However, across from her, Shiny tilted her head in confusion and casually commented, "Oh, but isn't that just like a regular laser spell?" Eliana's face instantly stiffened at the remark. Meanwhile, the three alumni quickly scribbled notes on their evaluation sheets before handing them back to Professor Len. The results were far from encouraging. She received 2 C- and 1 C. Professor Len, upon seeing the grades, wasn't surprised in the slightest. He simply responded in a cold tone. Next, at the back of the room, the other students shuddered. "They're seriously grading that harshly? Might as well drop out now." And so, time passed swiftly. One by one, every student received either a C- or a C. It wasn't until Carl stepped forward for his turn that the results finally showed some improvement. Carl Thomas, B, Chelsea Llewellyn. Seeing their scores, the two excitedly celebrated together, but little did they know. The upperclassmen judges still weren't satisfied. Not bad, but something's still missing. Professor Len had previously stated that this year's scholarship students weren't ordinary. But up to this point, nothing had truly stood out. Let's see what the remaining students can do. On the other side, Fidman glanced at the remaining names on the list and sighed. "Ahaha, this group seems pretty average then." Professor Len's voice rang out. Calling the next student stepping forward was the young mage Abad. The moment his handsome face became the center of attention, the female students in the class nearly lost their minds with excitement. "Oh my god. He looks so cool. Just looking at him, you can tell he's gonna get an A." Ignoring the commotion, Abad calmly wrote a complex magic formula on the board and stated, "The high-level spell I will be demonstrating is called Tempest. When fully developed, its predicted danger level ranks among the highest." Time quickly shifted to an outdoor scene. For safety reasons, Abad moved outside to perform the spell. Several mages even set up protective barriers to prevent his magic from affecting the surroundings under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Abad gradually activated his mana, causing his body to levitate. Then, with a powerful shout, a massive emerald green tornado descended from the sky. The moment it crashed into the barrier, an earth-shaking explosion echoed throughout the area. Not far away, a curious deer had wandered close, only to be instantly swept up by the raging winds. Realizing what had happened, Abad panicked. He immediately dispelled the tornado, rushed forward, and gently caught the deer before giving it a bright smile. "You okay, little guy?" After ensuring the deer's safety, he proceeded to demonstrate an advanced wind enhancement spell. It looked simple, but in reality, it was an extremely intricate magic formula. Across from him, the three alumni judges didn't even hesitate. A plus across the board. Watching this, Chelsea beamed with pride, as expected from my brother. Meanwhile, Professor Len's face practically sparkled as he called out, "Alright, next up, Leo Plav." Hearing his name, Leo stepped forward without hesitation. "The signature spell I will be presenting is a non-elemental magic formula." Hearing Leo's words, the alumni judges couldn't hide their surprise. "Wait, what? Eve never heard of that concept before. Explain yourself." Instead of answering directly, Leo countered with a question of his own. "Everyone knows that all basic spells are built upon a fundamental attribute, correct?" Shin, one of the senior judges, replied without hesitation, "Of course. It's a necessary requirement for any spell at that moment." A knowing smile crept across Leo's face. "My advanced magic system will completely streamline the chanting process." Before he could finish, the room erupted into murmurs. Even the dumbest student in the room understood what Leo was implying. But precisely because of that, no one could believe it. The green-haired Fidman narrowed his eyes and scoffed. "Has this kid lost his mind?" Meanwhile, Shin, still processing his words, pressed further. "Just to be clear, are you saying you've created an entirely new chant system?" "That's exactly what I'm saying." Leo's firm response sent another wave of disbelief through the judges. Professor Len, on the other hand, had already turned red with excitement, his breath quickening as he muttered under his breath, "Alright, this kid must become a mage." Fidman, still unconvinced, shook his head in disappointment. "Leo, we're not here to listen to fairy tales." Before he could finish, Professor Len cut him off, his voice bursting with enthusiasm. "I want to see it right." The spell down Fidman's sharp-tongued counterpart. Rilda smirked and nodded. "Yeah, let's see what you've got." Without hesitation, Leo grabbed a piece of chalk and started writing on the board. As he wrote, Rilda spoke up, "Kid, there's only been one mage in history who developed an entirely new chant system and turned it into a high-level magic art." At those words, Leo's chalk paused for a brief moment. Then, he replied, "That's right, the Bard of the Stars, Luna." At the back, Rilda felt irritated that Leo knew this and still dared to make such a bold claim. Meanwhile, Shin gave him a sharp look. "Are you trying to put yourself on the same level as her? Do you seriously believe you can stand alongside the Bard of the Stars?" Leo's response was calm. "Of course not, I wouldn't compare myself to Luna." Shin scoffed, "The great mage Luna? Kids these days sure are arrogant." Her words reminded Leo of his own place, and he replied with a light chuckle. Yes, Grand Mage Luna was a legend, but one doesn't have to be a genius like her to create a new chant system." By the time he finished speaking, Leo had completed his writing on the board. When the seniors turned to look at it, their eyes widened in disbelief. It was possible the structure of the spell he had written wasn't just theoretical nonsense. It was a fully functional magic system. Based on its framework, it could be used to cast any spell without being restricted to a specific element. The room buzzed with shock. Chelsea, still staring at the board, muttered, "I can't believe this. I don't even understand how this works." Behind her, Carl, ever the businessman, just grinned. "I gave up trying to understand a long time ago." From another corner, Chloe's expression subtly changed as she examined Leo's formula back with the senior judges. Their previous dismissive attitudes had completely vanished. Now they were dead serious. Fidman was the first to speak. "Leo Plav, what's your reason for creating this magic system?" Leo didn't hesitate. "Because I want the freedom to use any type of magic that exists." His words sent a jolt of excitement through Fidman's mind. "This kid is completely insane. Now I understand why this year's students are so special." With newfound curiosity, Fidman leaned forward and asked, "What do you call it?" Leo gathered magic into his palm, forming a bright white sphere of light before murmuring a single word, "Bible." Hearing this, Shin's eyes widened in shock. Bible. There was only one person in history who had ever used that name, Kyle, a supposedly fictional figure who had once created a legendary magic system. Could it be that Leo will prove Kyle actually existed? With that thought, she quickly wrote down her score, handed it to Professor Len, and, unsurprisingly, Leo received an A. As he stepped down from the platform, Leo's thoughts drifted. "I couldn't complete this system when I was Kyle. But this time, it's different." Then, his gaze fell upon Chloe, the last student who had yet to present. She looked pale, almost lifeless. A slight concern crept into Leo's mind, and he asked, "Are you okay?" But Chloe didn't seem to hear him. Without responding, she walked forward as Professor Len's voice rang out. "Now, for our final student, Chloe Muller." Among the seniors, there was a sense of anticipation. Rilda, curious about the top-ranked student in magic studies, asked, "Eve, heard you're the best in the magic class. What will you be demonstrating today?" Chloe's voice was firm as she answered, "The advanced spell I will present is the Everlasting Flame." As she spoke, an intense red flame ignited in her palm. Chelsea, watching from above, looked baffled. Everlasting Flame? But Chloe's natural affinity is ice. Why would she choose the exact opposite element for her advanced spell? The senior judges frowned as they observed her magic. "So far, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special about it. I thought it would be on the same level as the last two presentations, but it looks pretty normal." One of them thought with disappointment. Fidman, unimpressed, prepared to write down her grade. "If that's all, then there's nothing worth watching. They'll just give her a" Before he could finish, Chloe interrupted, "Now, they'll show you the true value of this spell." Without another word, she lifted her hands, casting a spell that created a massive sphere of water, which hovered above her head. Then, in one swift motion, it came crashing down on her. However, what truly stood out was that the flame in Chloe's hand remained completely unaffected by the massive water splash. Chelsea and Leo both tensed at the realization it didn't go out. No way did she add a permanence effect to the spell. A shocked voice rang out in the audience, and Chloe calmly confirmed, "That's right, unless I extinguish it myself, this flame will never go out." To prove her point, she clenched her fist, instantly snuffing out the flame. Meanwhile, Fidman's mind was racing. This is even more absurd than Leo's spell. Every magic spell followed one fundamental rule: any spell would disappear if not continuously fueled by mana, but Chloe had just demonstrated a spell that defied that law. How is that even possible? The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. Unbothered by the senior's inner turmoil, Chloe continued her presentation with a satisfied smile. The advanced magic I have developed is the everlasting flame. After witnessing her demonstration, all three judges unanimously awarded her an A. From Leo's perspective, however, this spell didn't sit right with him. No, this is impossible. Creating an everlasting flame was something that even Luna, one of the greatest mages in history, had failed to accomplish. And in all of recorded history, only one entity had ever wielded such a flame: Erebos. Time passed, and Leo found himself recalling an earlier memory. It was just a few hours ago when he had tried to speak with Chloe. Bring Chloe out here, but instead of Chloe, it was the swordswoman Celia who responded, shaking her head. She's probably asleep by now. She said she couldn't get any rest during the exam prep period, so she went to bed early tonight. Leo exhaled, then turned to leave. That's a shame. I'll talk to her later then. As he walked away, Celia hesitated for a moment before calling out Leo. Something's been off with Chloe lately, hasn't it? She lowered her voice, concerned lacing her tone. She's been acting really sensitive these days. She's even gotten into a few arguments with classmates, and I heard rumors that she's been hanging around with the delinquent students from the magic department. But that's not like her at all. At that moment, without warning, a small flame suddenly ignited beside Leo. From within the fire, a tiny phoenix, Fiora, fluttered out, spreading its radiant wings. Leo reached out, lightly brushing his fingers against its warm feathers as he playfully teased the little creature. How did it go? He asked. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from within the flames. Did you call for me, Leo Plov? The voice belonged to Farina, Fiora's mother, the majestic phoenix who had entrusted her child to Leo. Then, Farina turned to the protagonist and asked directly, all right, Leo, why did you summon me through Fiora? Hearing this, Leo gently set little Fiora down before explaining. I wanted to know why you're still at Lamria. As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind. Beastkin species like phoenixes and magical beasts are natural enemies. There must be a reason for her to stay here. From Farina's perspective, Leo's question made her expression turn colder than ever, as if she were recalling something unpleasant. Her voice was low as she explained. 5 years ago, there was an attack at Lamria. 2 students and 3 staff members were killed. The mastermind was never found. In the end, Headmaster Kalyan Badin asked me to investigate Lamria. Since then, I've been tracking them down. Hearing this, Leo immediately asked, then do you know that a magical beast summoner appeared during the summoning faculty's exam? Farina nodded slightly. I heard that a student lost their life. Leo continued, do you think Tardus is behind this? Farina fell silent for a moment before responding. I only have suspicions at the moment, so I can't say anything for certain. Seeing this, Leo didn't press further. Instead, he made a request. Then please relay this message to Headmaster Kalyan. Senator Liu may not be the only student Tardus has approached. Farina was taken aback by this information coming from Leo himself. Time passed quickly, and today marked the start of the interdisciplinary combat exam between heroic research and battle studies. At this moment, the lazy Professor Herod was still lounging comfortably in his chair. He casually gave an order to his students. Class 5. Assemble. Once everyone was present, the class leader stepped forward to explain the exam. Leo quickly spoke up. The interdisciplinary exam between heroic research and battle studies will require teams to work together to conquer a heroic world. The world will be challenging this time is the Chedmother's incident. At those words, the entire class was visibly shocked, except for the clueless mage Eliana, who had no idea what was going on. Seeing everyone's reactions, she couldn't help but ask curiously, what's the Chedmother's incident? Beside her, Nella turned to look at Eliana as if she were some kind of alien. Oh my god, Eliana, you seriously don't know? This was even on the exam syllabus. But before they could say anything more, Professor Herod barked. Silence. Listen carefully. Class leader continue. Standing next to him, Leo pulled out a piece of paper from somewhere and continued reading. 30 years ago, 5 first-year students from Lamria Academy embarked on a mission in the Chedmother's forest in the central region. They were ambushed there by Tardus. Back then, Professor Albie, the man now known as the embodiment of leisure, was still a second-year student. He joined the rescue team, and his squad was nearly wiped out. The objective of this mission is to rescue the wounded and eliminate magical beasts. You will also be assisting Professor Albie, who was a second-year student at the time. Just as Leo finished speaking, the usually laid-back Professor Herod put on a serious expression and reminded the group. This exam is not just an ordinary midterm. It's meant to sharpen your combat awareness. So stay focused. Anyone deemed to have no potential will be expelled immediately. At those words, the entire group couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety, their expressions turning visibly tense. Seeing this, Herod chuckled, easing the mood a little. Believe in yourselves. You've all grown strong enough. On the other side, the students were so moved to hear their lazy professor actually say something encouraging that some were on the verge of tears. Eliana was even tempted to ask for his autograph. Unfortunately, before she could say a word, he waved his hand dismissively and muttered, "Shut up already." Meanwhile, another voice rang out. It was Professor Ardian. "Now, I will announce the team assignments starting in order from Class 1. Upon hearing that, the students collectively tilted their heads in confusion. Chelsea suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a second, we're not forming teams within our own class?" Beside her, the merchant boy, Carl, growled, "No way, damn it, so we have to take the exam with complete strangers?" Ignoring their protests, the other students stepped forward one by one, reaching into a large urn to draw lots. Our protagonist, Leo, drew a ball with the number 11 written on it. That meant he was in Group 11, which also happened to be the last group. Once everyone had finished selecting their teams, Professor Albie stepped forward and announced, "The team assignments are complete. Group 1, step onto the summoning circle." Upon hearing that, Chelsea and Celia quickly made their way forward. Seeing Celia in the same group, Chelsea felt more at ease than ever. What a relief. I get to be on the same team as the princess of the Zeringer family? Celia turned to her with a bright smile. Let's show them the might of the Rodran Empire together. With that, Professor Albie activated his ability, causing the magic circle beneath them to glow with a dazzling radiance. A screen appeared, displaying the words, Chronicles of Heroes, The World of Albie. Chapter Genesis, The Chedmother's Incident. And just like that, the 2 young women were transported into Albie's heroic chronicle. The professors outside could monitor their actions through a floating simulation screen. As he watched the 2 move into action, Professor Sejin chuckled. The moment they entered, their speed was astonishing. Just as expected, those from heroic bloodlines are on a different level. With Celia on the team, they'll definitely rank at the top. Haha. Beside him, Professor Herod sighed and remarked, "From what I can see, Chelsea Llewellyn's performance stands out the most." His words made his colleague frown in irritation, turning to glare at him. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted the 2, making them both snap to attention. The first group completed their mission this quickly, as expected of such promising first-year students. The one speaking was none other than the Academy's old headmaster, Kalyan. Seeing him appear, both Sejin and Herod jolted in surprise and immediately exclaimed in unison, "Headmaster!" Without hesitation, they quickly shifted aside, making room for him in the center seat. Sejin was the first to ask, "What brings you here, sir?" Headmaster Kalyan responded in an exceptionally cheerful mood, "I dropped by to see how far our first-year students have grown." He paused briefly before turning toward Professor Albie and adding, "Professor Albie, I apologize for stirring up painful memories for you every year." Albie, his expression as cold as ever, turned to face him. "I swore to never forget this event. So, to me, this is a reminder. One I will always carry." With that, the room fell silent as everyone refocused on the student's exam. Inside the simulation screen, Celia and Chelsea had just finished taking down an orc as its body collapsed, A notification appeared. Group 1 has completed their mission. The spectators immediately broke into applause. Headmaster Kalyan gave a satisfied nod and remarked, "Just as expected, the Zerdinger and Llewellyn families stand above the rest. Incredibly talented. Though they often clash, they are, in the end, part of the same empire." Next, Group 3 swiftly completed their mission. Thanks to the presence of two of the strongest students, Abad and Duran. Seeing this, Kalyan's face even flushed slightly with excitement. They placed their two strongest members at the front while having the others support from behind. A risky strategy, but one I quite admire. Following that, Group 4 also cleared their mission effortlessly. With a team led by Nella and Chunxia, they passed the challenge without sustaining a single injury. Headmaster Kalyan observed, "Nella Kaven's healing field is truly remarkable. And Chunxia's movements, just as I expected, extraordinary." Next up was Group 7, consisting of Warandin, Eliza, and Eliana. Observing this moment, Headmaster Kalyan was immensely pleased with the students' performances. There were many outstanding talents, yet the one he anticipated the most was still that boy, Leo Plav. Looking at the kid, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It was almost like staring at a younger version of himself. Haha, as this thought crossed his mind, his gaze flicked to the side just as Professor Albee called out a new group. Group 11. Step forward. At the sound of their names, Leo and Chloe stepped forward together. "Are you both ready?" Albee asked the protagonist, and Chloe nodded firmly. Seeing their determination, Albee wasted no time, immediately activating his magic to transport them into his heroic chronicle. However, just as the magic circle began to activate, an eerie black mist suddenly rose from within, carrying a sinister aura. Leo instantly sensed something was off. A hint of suspicion flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. He wasn't the only one who noticed. The other students also began to feel the shift. The magical energy was growing far more erratic than usual. "What the hell is happening?" someone shouted. But before anyone could react further, Leo and Chloe vanished into the teleportation array. And just as suddenly as it had flared up, the formation returned to normal. As if nothing had happened at all, a wave of confusion swept through the students. Everything looks fine now, but where did Leo and Chloe go? From the back, Professor Sejin abruptly stood up. His voice tense. "What?" Beside him, Headmaster Kalyan also spoke, his tone sharp. "Professor Albee, what's going on here?" In response, Albee turned to face them, his expression noticeably tense. Without a word, he opened his grimoire for all to see, his voice grave. "Headmaster, we need to stop the exam immediately." Within the pages of his book was an ominous illustration. A skull with a tree growing from its remains. The moment Kalyan saw the image, his face darkened. His voice dropped to a near whisper. Heavy with dread. "Don't tell me." Before he could finish, Albee gave a firm nod. "That's right. This is a hero-devouring dungeon." Back to Leo and that girl Chloe. After sneaking into the dungeon, they were immediately greeted by a glaring red warning screen. However, it didn't specify any particular objective they needed to complete, which only deepened the sense of unease growing inside the protagonist. Normally, a warning like this would come with a mission, Leo muttered under his breath. At the same time, Chloe, the young mage, suddenly gasped, "Wait. This is a hero-class dungeon? That can't be right. This isn't a forgotten archive or anything. I've never heard of a single entry in the Hero Chronicles ever going rogue." Meanwhile, Leo quickly activated his communicator to contact the instructors stationed outside. "Professor, I don't see the other members of our team. What should we do?" he asked. The message was sent, but no reply came. After a few 10 seconds, Leo shook his head. "No one's responding." Hearing that, Chloe began to panic. She bit her nails nervously and exclaimed, "No way, I'm sure the others will finish the trial and get us out of here soon." But unlike her wishful thinking, Leo calmly shook his head and gave her a dose of reality. If they could have, they would have already paused the test. This was triggered because a hero-class dungeon formed. "Looks like it's just the two of us. And we'll have to clear it on our own." "What?" Chloe nearly jumped back, waving her arms in protest. "Are you kidding me? This dungeon's hard enough with a full 10-member team. Don't you remember how many people died here 30 years ago? Leo answered firmly. "If we want to get out of here alive, Chloe, then we don't have a choice. Of course, Chloe understood that on some level. But the moment she imagined the kind of enemies they might have to face, a wave of hopelessness washed over her. Tardus. It was responsible for the Chedmare incident from the very start. It's been targeting cadets like us, trying to wipe out hero trainees before we even have a chance. This whole forest, it's a trap. The more she thought about it, the more unhinged she became. Her legs gave out and she collapsed to her knees, hands covering her face as cold sweat streamed down her cheeks. Seeing her like that, Leo knelt down in front of her, calling out in a strong, reassuring voice, "Chloe, you're the strongest first year in our class, right? We can get through this, we just had to work together." As he spoke, Leo extended his hand forward, his face radiating confidence. The sheer certainty in his expression made Chloe involuntarily curious. She bit her lips slightly, deep in thought. How can he stay so calm in a situation like this? She wondered. I thought I'd finally caught up to him. That thought sparked a flicker of determination in the young mage's heart. She didn't want to appear weak in front of Leo. Standing up straight, she asked, "Do you have a plan?" Leo nodded and responded without hesitation. To overcome the Chedmare incident, there are two conditions we have to meet. First, we need to rescue the first-year students. Second, we have to ensure their safety. He knelt and started sketching something into the dirt with his finger. And to meet those conditions, we need reinforcements. Chloe watched him draw, then raised an eyebrow and replied, "But how? No one outside can enter a dungeon like this." Leo smiled and pointed to a circle head drawn on the ground. "Don't forget, we're not the only Lumern students in this forest." The moment he said that, realization dawned on Chloe. She nodded slowly. "You mean the ones we thought were killed earlier?" "Exactly." Leo confirmed. "They're still alive, I'm sure of it." There was a brief pause. Chloe watched Leo, his back now facing her, then asked with a confused expression, "Wait, what are you doing?" Leo didn't turn around. "Get on my back." Chloe's face instantly flushed red, like a ripe tomato. She stammered, "Why would I do that?" Glancing over his shoulder, Leo replied, "We can't let that other student reach Tardus before we do. You're a mage, you're slow, just get on already." His reasoning didn't exactly make her feel better, and her face scrunched up in protest. Still, after a second of awkward hesitation, she begrudgingly climbed onto his back. Meanwhile, in a different part of the dungeon, a horned demon was watching the Lumern students through a series of floating screens in front of him. This was the demon Tardus, and his name was Chubarn. He muttered under his breath, "It's begun," as he scanned the screens. Something caught his eye, Leo sprinting full speed with Chloe on his back. The sight made him pause in mild surprise. It didn't take long for him to realize that those two were part of the rescue team, but when he saw there were only two of them, he quickly dismissed the thought. The rescue team, huh? Whatever. Our only targets are the young hero cadets who pose a future threat. The rest are irrelevant. He sneered to himself. That was what he thought, at least. But not even a second later, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes narrowed as he watched Leo wipe out a wave of monsters standing in his way with skillful precision. An ominous aura began to radiate from Chubarn, swirling around him like a storm. It was clear he remembered something he couldn't ignore. His voice thundered with rage, full affinity. "Kyle?" Back with Leo, who remained unaware that the demon Chubarn had now locked onto him. He kept his eyes sharp, scanning their surroundings as he ran. His thoughts raced. The closer we get to the central area, the darker it gets. Should I borrow Aaron's skill? They'll fine-tune and control my aura, boost my senses to the absolute limit, hyperperception. With that decision made, Leo focused his aura and channeled it into his eyes. The world around him sharpened instantly, every detail popping into clarity like someone had just lifted a veil. That's when he spotted something up ahead. "Get ready," he called out. "There's a group of ogres just ahead." Chloe flinched, caught off guard. She hadn't sensed anything. But despite her surprise, she gave a quick nod in response. "Huh? Okay, got it." Just as Leo had warned only seconds after their last exchange, the two of them ran straight into a group of orcs, wasting no time. Leo shouted a command. Chloe heard him loud and clear and sprang into action. With swift precision, she focused her mana into her staff, swung it forward, and launched a barrage of razor-sharp ice shards that tore through the air with a deafening whistle. The icy projectiles struck the orcs with such speed and force that they were skewered like pincushions. Dropping to the ground in an instant, they didn't even have time to scream. As soon as the monsters saw the two students coming, it was already too late. They were practically holding hands on their way to the underworld. However, one of the orcs hadn't died yet, mortally wounded but still breathing. It reached for a war horn and shakily brought it to its lips, ready to blow and summon reinforcements. No, Chloe gasped in panic. If it sounds that horn, we're screwed. Leo knew it too. There was no time to hesitate. In a blink, he dashed forward and swung his sword with lightning speed. The blade sliced clean through the orc, splitting it in half before it could make a sound. The horn shattered into pieces along with its hands. Chloe's eyes widened, completely stunned by how fast Leo had moved. How is there such a huge gap between our powers? Will I ever be able to catch up to him? She thought to herself. Overwhelmed, pushing those thoughts aside, the two continued their sprint. Soon, they reached the location of the Lamria students, who were surrounded by a small group of demons. The aura these creatures emitted was cold and unnerving, sending chills down Chloe's spine. Demons, she murmured under her breath, eyes scanning their twisted forms. But Leo had no time to respond. Without slowing down, he shouted, "Chloe, back me up!" Snapping out of her daze, Chloe quickly summoned a magic circle beneath Leo's feet in one smooth motion. Leo used the spell as a springboard, kicking off it with explosive force and launching himself forward like a missile. At that same moment, a brown-haired girl from the surrounded group called out to the others, "Get ready, everyone." They're coming. Barely had the words left her mouth when one of the demons lunged at the group. Roaring die, but the demon's attack never landed. Just before its hand could reach the students, Leo's figure flashed into view, sword in motion. With one decisive swing, he cleaved the demon clean in two. The creature didn't even have time to react. His body dissolved into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into nothingness. The entire group froze in stunned silence. The brown-haired girl stared at Leo in disbelief. You're here to help us?" she asked. Leo turned back to face her, gave a firm nod, and answered calmly, "That's right up ahead." Another demon witnessed the gruesome death of his comrade and clenched his teeth in frustration, the grinding sound sharp and furious, enraged. He raised his hands and began to conjure a spell. A pitch-black magic circle appeared in front of him, intricate, swirling with arcane symbols that pulsed with dark energy. "Die, leech swarm," he roared. From within the circle, enormous leeches with rows of razor-sharp teeth shot out like bullets, each one hissing through the air with terrifying speed. But even that wasn't enough to faze the protagonist. Without flinching, Leo enveloped his blade in blazing aura and slashed forward with raw power, unleashing a wave of fire that scorched through everything in its path. "Unbelievable!" a male student gasped in awe. Taking advantage of the opening, the brown-haired girl raised her staff and shouted, "Now's our chance. Move." She immediately began chanting a complex incantation under her breath. Moments later, she unleashed a spell known as Arc Ray, firing off beams of searing light that streaked toward the demons. Upon contact, the creatures reacted like burning coals doused with cold water. Their screams echoed only for a second before their bodies crumbled to ash, snuffed out entirely. Chloe, watching all of this unfold, stood frozen for a beat. Her eyes locked onto the girl and her thoughts swirled. That star magic. Could she really be? She wondered, her mind racing with possibilities. Once the battlefield had quieted and the immediate threat had passed, the brown-haired girl turned to Leo and spoke, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much for helping us. We were terrified when those demons showed up, but as soon as the rescue team arrived, I finally felt safe again." Before she could say another word, Chloe abruptly cut in, her tone firm. "Sorry, but I need a moment alone with my teammate." Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Leo by the wrist and pulled him off to the side. Once they were out of earshot, she leaned in and whispered urgently, "Leo, that girl is Celia Zeringer, Professor Alby's younger sister. She was killed by Chubarn in this forest 30 years ago. I know you've probably already realized this, but no matter what we do, We can't save Celia Zeringer's team during the Chedmare incident of all the people we could have run into. It had to be Elia's team. Chubarn's targets, Chloe said through gritted teeth. He's a night-class dark rider from Tardus. Their squad was the first to be attacked. The entire Chedmare incident was started just to eliminate Celia Zeringer, one of the most promising hero candidates of her time. That's why their names are etched in the hero chronicles with our current strength. There's no way we can save them. If we want to fulfill the conditions, we have to find another team. Fast, she rubbed her chin deep in thought, while Leo furrowed his brow and asked quietly, "So you're saying we're just going to abandon them?" Chloe turned toward him sharply, her voice rising. "It's not that I want to leave them, Leo. But you have to understand, this is the world of heroes. The harsh truth is they died 30 years ago." Her voice faltered as she reached the end of her sentence. The sorrow on her face was unmistakable. Her words weighed down by helplessness and grief. But Leo didn't back down. He looked straight at her and said, "Yeah, they did die. But that doesn't mean we just turn our backs on them." Hearing that, Chloe finally lost control. Her fists clenched, her jaw tightened, and she snapped, shouting at him in frustration. "Wake up already, you're incredible, amazing. Even I know that, but that doesn't mean you get to throw yourself into every hopeless fight. This isn't the time to act like a damn hero." As soon as the words left her mouth, she seemed to realize how harsh she'd been. Her voice faltered and went quiet. Tears started to form at the corners of her eyes. Without saying a word, Leo stepped forward and gently placed his hand on her head. His voice was soft, comforting yet firm. "Acting like a hero, Chloe, you shouldn't say that so lightly. You are a hero candidate. We're not pretending to be heroes. This what we're doing right now. It is part of what it means to become one." Chloe looked up at him with tearful eyes. Her breath caught in her throat. There was something in her gaze, uncertainty, hope, maybe even admiration, like she was waiting for him to say more. Then Leo looked around, scanning the forest with a serious expression. "History's already been rewritten. What do you mean?" Chloe asked, confused. Leo turned back to her. Eyes focused, look around, Chloe. "When we ran into Elia's squad, the forest was already swallowed by darkness, but based on the timeline, they should have been killed by Chewbacca long before we ever got here." Hearing what the protagonist had just said, Chloe's eyes widened as she suddenly realized there was something seriously off about this particular run through the hero's dungeon. "This whole thing just doesn't make any sense," she muttered under her breath, then looked at him and said, "Elia, the decision to you." Leo nodded and responded firmly, "All right, let's pull back and regroup with Elia's squad." Behind him, Chloe watched his steady figure moving ahead with unwavering resolve. Her lips trembled slightly as she murmured to herself, "You're going off on your own again without me, aren't you? Do you see it too?" While her thoughts drifted in confusion, the dark magic grimoire hidden in Chloe's bag began to emit an eerie aura, an ominous energy that pulsed faintly from within, completely unnoticed by her. Cut to Elia's team. At their position, the mage freshman Tiad voiced his concerns softly to the others. "Isn't this kind of weird? There's only 2 people in the rescue squad." Dina, a first year from the night class, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, and they look about our age too. What if this is all some kind of trap from Tardus?" Bellic added his own doubts. "It does feel a little suspicious." But Elia shook her head and dismissed their worries. "What are you all talking about? If they were enemies, they wouldn't have jumped in to fight those demons with us, and hey, that guy's actually kind of cool, don't you think?" As she said that, a faint blush appeared on Elia's cheeks. The other 3 stared at her with eyes wide in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe what they just heard. "You're joking, right? Seriously, Elia?" Dina cried. "Of all the times and all the people. You're really going to say something like that now? What's so wrong with what I said?" Elia huffed in response, I thought Senior Albi was your type." Dina mumbled while scratching the back of her head. Before their chatter could spiral any further, Leo stepped up and addressed the group with urgency in his voice. "Listen carefully, our top priority right now is getting out of this forest as fast as we can." Hearing that, Tiad stepped forward and asked, "Is that really necessary? Now that backup has arrived, shouldn't we just take our time clearing out the monsters?" But Leo cut him off before he could continue. We can't do that, he said sharply. There's a night class demon targeting your team right now. Upon hearing that, the entire group's faces went pale with fear. They all understood what it meant if a night class demon was involved. It would possess power equivalent to a fully armed military battalion. Someone whispered a question under their breath, and Leo gave a firm nod in response. That's right, which is exactly why we're not going to confront it head on. Our objective is still the same: get out of here safely. Is everyone ready? Alright, let's move out. And just like that, the group began to move swiftly, wasting no time as they fled before the massive demon, Chubarn, could track them down. As they ran, Alia glanced back at Leo, then her gaze shifted toward Chloe. The complex expression on Chloe's face caught her attention, stirring this sense of unease within Alia's heart. Time passed quickly. Scene transition. The library of Lumaran Academy. The entire library had descended into chaos. Panic buzzed through the air as staff scrambled across the floor, rushing to gather every book, scroll, and document remotely related to the heroic dungeon phenomenon. Professor Sejin barked orders across the room. Search for every recorded case of a dungeon transforming into a heroic dungeon. Time is of the essence. Move quickly, everyone. Across the room, Headmaster Kalyan turned to Professor Albi. His brow furrowed in concern. The fact that we haven't been able to enter, that's actually a good sign, right? Albi, tall, sharp-eyed, and exuding quiet authority, nodded without hesitation. Yes, entry into a heroic dungeon is impossible if those who entered first are still alive inside. Which means those two are still holding on. But it's already been 3 hours since those students entered. Kalyan muttered. Night has surely fallen in that world by now. He paused. Then asked, Albi, when exactly did you defeat Chubarn? 30 years ago? Albi's voice was calm but firm. Around midnight at that. Headmaster Kalyan sighed in deep frustration. Are we really placing all our hopes on our past selves? Just as his words faded, a young female staff member burst into the library. Her face pale urgency in her every step. Headmaster, we've identified the individual who sold the summoning catalyst to student Senlu, and as for the connection to Tardus. Well, before the staff member could even finish her sentence, she froze in place. Professor Albi's expression had turned terrifyingly grim. From his body, an overwhelming wave of energy began to radiate, pulsing through the air with such intensity that even Headmaster Kalyan instinctively flinched. He quickly placed a hand on Albi's shoulder and said in a firm but calming voice, Easy now, Albi. Breathe. Kalyan's steady tone snapped the blonde professor back to his senses. But even so, it was clear Albi needed time to fully collect himself. Without another word, turned around and headed for the exit. I need to clear my head for a bit with that. He briskly walked out of the room. Only after his silhouette had completely disappeared did the young staff member finally exhale the breath she'd been holding. She turned toward Kalyan, her voice filled with admiration and a tinge of awe, as expected of a man who rose to become a hero. Driven by sheer hatred for the demon kind in front of her, Kalyan gave a solemn nod, his expression heavy. It's understandable. During the incident 30 years ago, they couldn't even recover his sister's belongings, let alone her body. Alright then, Kalyan continued, his tone shifting to one of urgency. Who was it that sold the summoning catalyst to Sanlu? The young woman responded immediately. It was a black market dealer based in the back alleys of Lumaran City. He's actually quite well known among this year's first-year students. As she spoke, she handed Kalyan a leather-bound notebook. Flipping it open, the headmaster scanned its contents carefully. You're implying someone from Tardus has infiltrated Lumaran? He asked while skimming through the pages. She shook her head. They're not affiliated with Tardus directly, but there's no doubt that Tardus is supplying certain goods to them. Kalyan stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. What exactly are they trying to accomplish here? He wondered as he flipped to another page. His eyes stopped at a single entry. Chloe Muller, Dark Magic Tome. The moment he read it, his eyes sharpened without delay. He closed the notebook with a snap and turned to the staff member. Elena, go fetch Professor Len now. Yes, sir, she answered briskly, hurrying out of the room. Left alone, Headmaster Kalyan looked down at his own hands covered in old, faded scars. His expression darkened. My instincts, forged in countless brushes with death. They're screaming at me, right now warning me that danger is closer than ever. Before time passed as the group continued their journey back in the heroic dungeon. Night had fully fallen under the eerie glow of the darkened sky. They now found themselves surrounded by an endless wave of monsters in the thick of battle. Leo casually swung his sword. Slicing clean through a goblin, he scanned the rest of the team, silently assessing their condition. I've been relying on my heightened senses for too long, he thought. Everyone's already pushed to their limits. With that in mind, Leo called out, "Let's take a break, rest up, and recover your strength." Off to the side, both Tyad and Bellic exchanged wide-eyed glances before turning to look at Leo with disbelief. He doesn't even look tired. What kind of monster is this guy? They both silently thought, clearly impressed. They soon found a clear area and settled down for a brief rest. Nearby, Chloe, the quiet mage of the group, took the moment to pull out her dark magic tome and began reading intently, but then, out of nowhere, Aaliyah's voice called out, "Hey, Chloe." Startled, Chloe jumped slightly and hurriedly closed the book, stuffing it back into her bag. "Aaliyah? What's up?" With a bright, innocent smile, Aaliyah asked, "Eve been meaning to ask. What's the deal between you and Leo? Are you two like a thing?" The bluntness of the question completely threw Chloe off. Her face flushed, and she quickly waved her hands in denial. Wah. Of course not. Seeing her over-the-top reaction, Aaliyah just nodded with a cheeky grin. Got it. With that kind of answer, definitely not. From Chloe's perspective, it was baffling. Did she seriously come over just to ask that? She let out a deep, exasperated sigh, then she turned her eyes back to Aaliyah. Watching her closely, there's something weirdly familiar about her, Chloe thought. She's supposed to be a first year, just like the rest of us, but she feels older. I mean, a senior from 30 years ago? But right now, she's just another student. Maybe she's really just like any other kid in our class. Lost in her thoughts, Chloe suddenly asked, "Why do you want to know anyway? Are you interested in Leo?" Aaliyah glanced over at Leo, who was resting casually under a tree, completely unaware of the attention. Her cheeks turned faintly pink, and she admitted with a grin, "I don't know. My heart kinda won't stop pounding." "Is this love at first sight?" Chloe blinked, momentarily taken aback by the candid confession. In that instant, a new feeling stirred in her heart, an unexpected sense of admiration toward Leo. Aaliyah, the prodigy mage who would go on to become a legendary figure even 30 years later. And even she sees something amazing in Leo, unaware of Chloe's internal thoughts. Aaliyah casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke with a soft smile. "To be honest, I'm not even sure if this is love. My heart's just beating fast. That's all it kind of feels like when my older brother does something ridiculously stupid. Or when I finally manage to pull off a spell Eve been working on forever." Chloe's eyes widened at the comment. "Wait, you're comparing that guy with the evil eye to doing something stupid?" "Huh?" Aaliyah blinked, confused. "Evil eye? No, I meant Albie." Chloe quickly corrected herself. Flustered that Shed let her tongue slip, Aaliyah let out a quiet chuckle. "That's because he's someone who constantly challenges the impossible." Those words lingered with Chloe for a moment before she nodded in understanding. "Challenging the impossible? Huh, Leo's like that too. At first we were just classmates, just friends, but now I think I'm starting to feel jealous of him." Hearing that, Aaliyah's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Then I guess we're more alike than I thought." Chloe, honestly, I used to be angry, jealous even of my brother. Sounds dumb, right? I used to think that no matter how hard he tried, he'd never amount to anything. Hey Race, a little secret, the foundation of my magic? He's the one who created it. I'm good at executing spells, but I'm hopeless when it comes to inventing new ones." Aaliyah looked off into the distance, eyes shimmering with memory. "I failed the entrance exam to Lumern Academy. Twice. There was a time I honestly hated him. I thought I deserved more, but eventually, all that jealousy turned into admiration." The more Chloe listened, the whiter her eyes became. She's been through the exact same thing as me. That simple realization struck her harder than expected. But before the conversation could go any deeper, Leo, who'd been quietly resting against a tree nearby, suddenly stood up. His expression turned sharply serious. "Everyone, "Get ready, change of plans," he shouted. "We can't retreat anymore." His voice sliced through the calm like a blade, and the rest of the group immediately reached for their weapons, senses sharpening as tension flooded the air, seeing the fear creeping into their expressions. Leo raised his voice again loud and clear, rallying them with resolve. "Don't be afraid. Remember this, every single one of you has the potential to become a hero." Leo's powerful words managed to ease the tension within the group. Even if just slightly, each of them gritted their teeth, eyes locked on the direction of the eerie roars that echoed through the dungeon, and sure enough, it didn't take long before the massive figure of Chubarn emerged from the shadows. With a thunderous stomp, the ground beneath him cracked and split. He bellowed, his voice laced with malice. "Found you, the hated one, a seed born of a great hero." As the words left his mouth, he raised his enormous weapon high into the air and brought it crashing down toward Leo. The moment it struck the ground, a deafening shock wave erupted. But Leo was already in motion. He leapt high into the air, narrowly avoiding the blow. Still suspended midair, Leo's mind was racing. Back during the Chedmothers massacre, Chubarn's orders were clear: eliminate all potential heroes, but now, he speaks as if he knows who I am. Why does he call me the seed of a great hero? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, but there was no time to ponder. A wave of murderous energy surged from Chubarn's body, thick and suffocating. Beads of sweat trickled down Leo's face as he shouted, "Everyone get ready, he's charging in." Chloe reacted instantly with a swift motion. She cast a massive azure spell circle across the ground. At the same moment, Chubarn hurled his giant axe forward like a missile. But it never reached them. A colossal pillar of ice burst from the ground, slamming into the axe and stopping it dead in its tracks. Chloe's magic had done its job. Meanwhile, Leo's blade ignited with a brilliant, searing light. Flames wrapped around the steel like a second skin as he pushed off the ground with all his strength, launching himself high above his enemy. And then, he struck, descending with blazing momentum. Leo swung his sword with pinpoint precision, slicing across Chubarn's throat. A gush of hot blood sprayed into the air, and the group burst into cheers. "He got him," he cut it clean through. But the celebration lasted only a heartbeat. Before their eyes, Chubarn's nearly severed neck began to stitch itself back together, slowly at first, then faster until it was fully healed, without so much as a scar left behind. Gasps filled the air. The mood shifted instantly from triumph to horror. The impossible was standing before them, grinning, seeing what just happened. Someone in the group stammered in disbelief. "His neck? It healed itself?" "Up ahead," Leo shouted back urgently. "Focus up. Keep your distance from Chubarn. He's using a spell that nullifies magic. It's as if our attacks never even happened." His words left Tyad and Alia completely stunned. Their faces went pale as they struggled to process the situation. "Then what do we do now?" one of them asked, panic creeping into their voice. "Is there no way to defeat a monster like that?" Leo's response came firm and steady, a much-needed dose of clarity in the chaos. "Magic nullification isn't absolute. He can't keep using it endlessly. There's a limit to how much he can take across the battlefield." Chubarn retrieved his massive axe with a sneer, scoffing. "You think you stand a chance, relic of a great hero?" Leo narrowed his eyes and shot back, voice laced with defiance, "You're the one trembling in fear at the rise of a new hero, aren't you?" Without another word, Leo, Dina, and Bellic surged forward, striking from 3 different angles in perfect sync. From the rear, Alia raised her staff and channeled her magic, unleashing a barrage of radiant attacks from a spell known as Circle of Light. The beams carved through the air like searing blades, slamming into Chubarn's body. Wherever they landed, his skin sizzled and scorched under the holy light dam that cursed light magic. Chubarn growled internally, the pain fueling his rage. Just like Lord Silatuna warned, they need to be killed, all of them, right here. Right now. He swung his axe wildly, forcing the team to scatter. Then suddenly, he let out a deafening roar and raised his arm high into the air, charging up a devastating strike. Even Leo felt his spine tingle at the sheer pressure. Everyone, Move, he shouted before the words had even left his mouth. Chubarn's axe came crashing down with monstrous force. The ground exploded beneath it, sending jagged rocks flying in every direction like a deadly hailstorm. Leo reacted instantly, slicing through the oncoming debris with his flaming blade, but Dina wasn't as lucky. One shard clipped her shoulder, sending her stumbling, and Bellic took a sharp chunk of stone straight to the gut. Seeing this, Leo didn't hesitate. He sprinted across the chaos, grabbed Bellic's large frame over his shoulder, and dashed toward the shelter behind Chloe's towering ice wall. On the other side of the battlefield, Alia rushed over, her voice filled with concern. "Are you two okay?" Dina, clutching her injured shoulder, forced a strained smile. "I'll manage," but Bellic he before she could finish. Leo cut in, voice steady and reassuring, "Don't worry. His vital organs are safe. We need to stop the bleeding, now without missing a beat." He turned to Chloe. "Chloe, we need a real game changer." "Something big." Chloe gave a firm nod. "Got it, just give me a little time." With that, Leo left the injured and Chloe in Alia's care, then dashed back into the fray, his body split into two glowing afterimages. Clones conjured by his own magic racing forward to stall Chubarn. Meanwhile, Chloe was already flipping through the pages of her spellbook. Mind racing, "I have to move fast while Leo buys us time. I need something strong enough to break through that magic nullification." Her fingers stopped on a specific page in her grim, rune-covered tome, the black grimoire she carried at her hip. Her eyes scanned the incantation, lips moving in a whisper as she analyzed the spell. "If I use this one," her voice trailed off, uncertainty flickering in her eyes, but only for a moment. She clenched her jaw and locked onto the decision. Back on the battlefield, the clash between Leo and Chubarn had grown increasingly intense. Each blow sent tremors rippling through the earth beneath them, leaving even the onlookers in stunned silence. Leo's clones were darting around the hulking demon, launching synchronized attacks from every direction, but thanks to his spell nullifying ability, Chubarn remained virtually unscathed. He didn't even bother to defend himself, letting the hits land, unfazed as he charged at Leo like a raging beast. But catching Leo wasn't so easy. In the blink of an eye, Leo's small frame blurred and reappeared at Chubarn's side. With a powerful swing of his blade, he carved a deep gash into the monster's side, forcing a blood-curdling scream from the demon's throat not far away. Tyad stared in awe. "Whoa, you think we'll ever be able to do that someday?" he asked, barely believing what he was seeing. Dina let out a dry laugh and shook her head. "Honestly, I have no idea." While the others were dumbfounded, Alia had her eyes locked on Leo's clone magic with just a glance. She could tell what kind of spell it was. "That's definitely celestial magic," she thought, a chill creeping up her spine. "Who is he, really?" But before she could dwell on the question, a sudden wave of bone-deep dread surged through the air, causing Alia to freeze. She turned quickly toward the source, and her eyes widened in shock. High above the battlefield, Chloe had completed her incantation. A massive dark purple magic circle spun in the air, radiating an eerie, unnatural aura that sent shivers down the spines of everyone nearby. "It'll destroy you filthy demon scum," Chloe declared, her voice unervingly calm. Her expression twisted with something unfamiliar. Then she shouted toward Leo at the front lines. "Hey Leo, get out of the way, this is gonna be nasty. If you get caught in it and die, that's your problem. Now die." With that, she unleashed her spell. A towering pillar of searing flame erupted from the magic circle, roaring straight toward Chubarn. The ground beneath exploded on impact, engulfed in a wave of destructive fire. From his position, Leo narrowed his eyes as he watched the spell hit. "That's fire magic?" he thought, confused, but Chloe's an ice mage. Why would she be able to use something like this? Unaware of the storm churning inside Leo, Chubarn began to howl in agony as the inferno engulfed him. The flames roared, consuming his massive frame, while Chloe, watching the scene unfold, let out a twisted laugh. Like someone high on a dangerous thrill. "This is the eternal flame," she cried, her voice laced with manic delight. Unquenchable, burn and die in the agony of the everlasting fire under the stunned gaze of the others. The fire cloaking the demon's body slowly began shifting in color, darkening, mutating until it turned pitch black. A sudden surge of unease flared in Leo's chest the moment he saw it. Chloe cut the spell. Stop it now, he shouted. Alarmed, but it was too late. She wasn't listening anymore. Her hands gripped her staff so tightly that cracks spider webbed across the shaft. Her eyes burned with obsession, her voice trembling with fanatic glee. You deserve to suffer? And with that, she continued channeling the spell, letting the dark flames rage on. Leo didn't hesitate, his instincts screamed at him. Something was wrong. With a burst of speed, he dashed toward her, sword flashing in one swift strike. He knocked the dark magic tome from her hands, sending it tumbling across the ground. At the same time, the eternal flame she'd been fueling abruptly vanished, snuffed out like a candle in the wind. Leo caught her by the waist as her body buckled and landed safely a few feet away. Holding her steady, Chloe looked dazed, like someone who'd just woken from a drunken stupor, still trying to make sense of what had happened. Seeing her like that, Leo turned to her, his tone serious. Chloe, be honest with me, that unquenchable fire. Was that really your own magic? Chloe hesitated. She couldn't hide the truth anymore. Her expression fell as she admitted quietly, no, it wasn't. I found that spell in an old grimoire, when I stumbled across by chance. Leo exhaled deeply, part frustration, part relief. So it really was, he thought grimly, that was Erebos' flame. He said aloud, his voice firm. Chloe's eyes widened. She looked at him like he just said something impossible. What? Are you saying that was dark magic? She stammered. Leo nodded gravely. That's right, that book. It's a relic of the demons, and that spell you used? It's pure dark magic. From Chloe's perspective, it wasn't until this very moment that the weight of her actions fully hit her. Her voice trembled as she stared down at her hands in horror. What have I done? Leo, I didn't mean to. I'm not worthy of being called a hero. The more she spoke, the more frantic and shaken her voice became. Her mind was spiraling with no time to waste. Leo reached out and slammed his hand firmly onto her shoulder, yelling at the top of his lungs to snap her out of it. Get it together. Chloe, listen to me. There's no record, none, that Chubarn has an anti-magic curse. That means he already burned through his resistance fighting Aaliyah's group. He stared hard into her eyes, trying to drill the truth into her. 30 years ago they were terrified too, but not one of them backed down. They fought to the bitter end in a battle no one thought was winnable. What's the motto of the Lumaran Academy? Chloe froze, her eyes wide with realization. Then, almost in a whisper, she answered. To surpass all limits. Hearing that, Leo gave a firm nod. Satisfied that was all it took. Something inside Chloe clicked, her breath steadied. Her hands stopped shaking and her mind cleared. Now I understand, she thought, heart pounding. I've always admired him from afar. He's so incredible, I don't even have it in me to be jealous. Just then, Aaliyah stepped forward, her own expression calm and resolute. She extended her staff toward Chloe. Here, take this. Chloe, it's all yours. From Leo's vantage point, as soon as Chloe's composure returned and she gripped the staff, he turned his attention back to the hulking form of Chubarn ahead. Thanks to her spell, his anti-magic barrier is gone. Now's the time, let's end this. Before he could even take a step forward, he heard the clear, powerful voice of Chloe beside him chanting with unwavering resolve, I, Chloe Muller, will push past my own limits, so I never have to bow my head in shame to those who believed in me. With every word she spoke, a new magic circle began forming in the air. Crackling with raw power, Leo glanced over, and a soft, almost nostalgic smile crossed his face. Incredible, this is pure spellcraft, the language of a true mage. No wonder it makes me feel so at peace. His thoughts drifted to the past, to the battles he once fought alongside his old comrade, Luna. Back then, Head felt the same unshakable calm, this trust. Meanwhile, Chubarn could feel it too. The shift in the tide. He realized now that he was vulnerable, that his spell-nullifying ability was gone. Snarling in desperation, he clutched his massive axe and charged forward, refusing to let them finish their spell. He wasn't going to let them win, not if he could help it. As Chubarn lunged straight at Leo, he brought his massive axe down in a thunderous vertical strike. Leo instinctively raised his sword just in time to block it, but the force behind the blow was overwhelming. Chubarn wasn't holding back. It was like Head gone completely berserk. eyes locked onto Leo with murderous intent, as if he wouldn't rest until the young warrior was crushed beneath his feet. Die. The demon roared, unleashing another brutal swing. Leo blocked again, but the impact was so immense that the ground beneath his feet cracked apart, sending spiderweb-like fissures across the battlefield. The sheer pressure knocked Leo off balance, forcing him to stumble backward, his boots scraping against shattered stone. Chu Barnes saw his opening. He clenched his left fist tightly, muscles bulging, and drove it forward in a devastating punch, fast as a cannon blast. Leo swung his sword in front of him to shield himself, but the blow still connected with raw force, launching his small frame like a ragdoll. He flew backward, crashing against the ground and coughing up blood as pain ripped through his ribs. Watching him struggle, Chu Barnes sneered. His voice dripped with scorn. Is that all you've got? Some hero's heir you are. But just as he closed in for the kill, a single snowflake drifted down between them, landing softly at Leo's feet. Suddenly, the air changed. A chilling wind swept through the battlefield, and a thin layer of frost began to spread across the broken earth. The once scorching heat from Chloe's earlier attack was now replaced with a biting cold that cut to the bone. Leo looked up and smirked. He already knew what was coming, whether past or present. Your kind has never been a match for us. This is where it ends. Chu Barnes, high above them, within the massive magic circle suspended in the sky, a 5-point star began to shine, its glow pure and intense. Back with Chloe, her eyes burned with purpose as she whispered to herself, "Thanks to you, Leo, I've finally completed my unified magic frost domain." The moment the words left her lips, countless ice spikes erupted from the ground like nature's wrath itself, rising with precision and power.